Chapter 3276, Avenger Dwarf. VS always wondered how a prime mech would fare against a genuine expert mech. The answer was that the contest would turn extremely lopsided right away. The duel between the Valkyrie Prime and the Ves Larkinson just proved it. Although the Valkyrie Prime was not in its home element at the moment, its performance against the dwarven low-tier expert mech was downright shambolic. Once again, unending alloy came to the rescue. The Valkyrie Prime was essentially a prime mech upgrade to a regular Valkyrie Redeemer design. Its performance was better, but the improved parameters were still in the general range of a standard mech. The only abnormal factor was its absurdly tough armor system. Even that had weaknesses. The joints, transition areas, and flight system were vulnerable hotspots that Venerable Joshua was doing his best not to expose them to the Ves Larkinson. Though the expert mech was no longer in its best shape, its expert pilot appeared to be fueling it by continually generating an endless amount of hate towards the evil tall folk. As an expert pilot himself, Venerable Joshua was aware how unreasonable his kind could be and how dangerous it was to fight against a riled-up demigod. He had no choice, though. The Golden Skull Alliance was spread too thin, and the other friendly expert pilots already had their hands full keeping multiple dwarven counterparts busy. Therefore, as much as it was unfair to challenge a real expert mech with just a prime mech, Venerable Joshua had to step up. Right now, he could do nothing except get passively beat up, but as long as his Valkyrie Prime lasted for a long enough time, then that was already enough. Why won't you break? The angry dwarf shouted as his Ves Larkinson chopped with great force, only for the mech to almost lose its grip on its weapon due to the deterioration of its damaged arm and finger mechanism. Arg! Battle criers, resume fire on the Ves Larkinson! With Joshua acting as a great decoy, the surviving battle crier mechs had rallied together again at a further distance. They began to employ their still powerful luminar crystal rifles to fire continuous slicer beams in the direction of the Ves Larkinson. The dwarven expert mech that was fueled by anger wasn't making it easy on the ranged mechs. The expert axeman mech was not only moving around a lot, it did not forget about using its laser carbine to pick off the battle crier mechs one by one. The earlier slaughter had resumed, if at a slower rate. The Valkyrie Prime attempted to poke its spear against the laser carbine several times, but the Ves Larkinson never let the prime mech pull off its move. The basic parameters of the two mechs were too far apart. The Valkyrie Prime may hold a defensive advantage, but the Ves Larkinson possessed an undeniable edge in power and speed. This meant that the expert mech permanently held the initiative. It could retreat whenever it wanted to and force its opponents to fight on its terms. This was exactly what the angry dwarven expert pilot was doing at the moment. His expert axeman mech may be failing in trying to chop the Valkyrie Prime to pieces, but its attacks were still achieving at least some results. The joints were starting to show signs of wear, and the constant heavy kinetic impacts on the exterior continually inflicted concussive blows to the internals. As long as the Ves Larkinson kept wailing at the Valkyrie Prime for a minute or two, the latter would naturally stop working as its internal architecture turned to mush. One way or another, I'm going to crack open this shell of yours and peel you out like an unborn chick. It was all that Joshua could do to keep his mech as intact as possible. He stopped utilizing his prime mech's spear entirely, and just focused on blocking the powerful attacks with its unending alloy shield. The greatest threat he needed to pay attention to was whenever the Ves Larkinson attempted to circle around the Valkyrie Prime in order to attack the latter's rear. The flight system was almost every flight-capable mech's greatest weak point, and it was no different in this case. This might not be going as planned. Joshua gritted his teeth as he tried to resonate as much as possible with his prime mech. It didn't help much. A resonance shield supported by prime resonance was so weak that a single hefty axe strike was enough to shatter it to pieces. Though Joshua tried to deepen his bond with the Valkyrie Prime and commune with the Superior Mother, there was only so much these tricks could do for him. The basic power gap was too big, and he and his fellow penitent sisters had already exhausted themselves to pull their battle formation. "I need backup here," he requested over the communication channel. "This pissy dwarf here is really determined to take revenge for all of the buddies that I've killed." "Please stand by, Venerable Joshua. All of our expert mechs are preoccupied, but help is on the way." "That's not going to be enough. Unless you can direct a huge amount of transcendent punishers or eternal redemptions to pound this hostile expert axeman mech to pieces, my prime mech isn't going to last much longer. We are trying our best to find options for you. Please hold on for a minute if possible." "I'm not sure if I'll last a minute." The Burza Fens whacked at the shield of the Valkyrie Prime so many times with resonance-enhanced blows that the protective equipment actually began to warp and deform from the continuous blows. Eventually, the shield actually snapped out of the Valkyrie Prime as the grip that held it together onto its arm had actually snapped from the excessive forces acting on its much-abused surface. Oh hell! In the next dozen exchanges, Venerable Joshua and the rest of the Larkinson clan finally learned that even unending alloy had its limits. The Burza Fens and its expert pilot performed true to their Avido Berserker heritage and began to gain more power and momentum with each strike it landed. Every heavy axe attack it made caused the Valkyrie Prime to bounce away. Joshua did nothing to stop this because it not only bought his poor mech some time, but also bled away some of the force. Nevertheless, this was just a desperation measure, as the Burza Fens was too fast and could easily catch up to the Prime Mech's paltry retreat. The constant beating caused Venerable Joshua's heart to boil. He yearned for the power of an expert mech even more. Why did others like Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice get their turn first while he was stuck piloting a fine but ultimately inadequate machine? Gear mattered, and this was a lesson that Joshua was learning in the hardest way. With the slow but continuous advantages gained by the Burza Fens, its expert pilot gained more and more encouragement, which further fueled his damage output. The axe glowed stronger and stronger as the dwarf who channeled it pumped more will and emotion into his attacks. "No shield is unbreakable. No mech is invincible. World Shatterer!" the dwarven expert pilot roared as he pumped nearly all of his remaining power and reserves into his next strike. When the axe came down like a meteor, Venerable Joshua shivered as he felt a strong threat of death engulfing his body. With his sensitivity towards life, the realization that he might very well die if he continued onwards was incredibly clear. He did something that every expert pilot was ashamed to do. Some were so extreme that they never even allowed themselves to disgrace themselves by taking the coward's way out. Fortunately, Venerable Joshua was not an honor-bound fool or someone who held himself to ridiculous standards. "I'm sorry, guys, but I held this fellow off as long as possible." Since time was of the essence, he did not delay any further and pulled the ejection lever. The escape mechanism of the Valkyrie Prime was much better than that of a regular Valkyrie Redeemer. When Ves initially designed this Prime mech, he invested a lot of effort into maximizing the survival of its pilots. All of that paid off as the cockpit of the Prime mech instantly shot away from the rear of the exhausted Prime mech just as a glowing axe thundered through the already battered chest plating of the feminine mech. Though the Valkyrie Prime did not split in half from this mountainous blow, the wound it suffered from the front cut deep to the point that it had crushed the power reactor and many other vital components. "No! My Valkyrie Prime!" Ves almost shot up from his observer's seat from the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim. "Someone, track the wreck of the Valkyrie Prime as well as any loose equipment and debris that came loose. I don't want to miss a single gram of unending alloy, you hear me? This material is priceless and crucial to building Venerable Joshua's next expert mech." Ves and Joshua silently mourned for the fall of the Valkyrie Prime. Though the Prime mech was destined to be recycled anyway, it was still a great loss to the Larkinson clan to lose it when it could still have contributed to the battle if it remained intact. Without the Valkyrie Prime, the Larkinson clan lost a machine that could hold off the Ves Larkinson. With its dwarven expert pilot flying so high at the moment, many people could already imagine how it could butcher entire mech companies on its own. The damage it incurred so far was slightly serious but did not debilitate its performance, as much as everyone hoped. Ves snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed the Ves Larkinson doing something different. For the first time since the start of the battle, it had begun to attack an ejected cockpit. The Ves Larkinson raised its laser carbine and snapped a few laser beams at the cockpit that Venerable Joshua was riding on. The lasers struck, but they did not deal any apparent damage aside from raising the cockpit's exterior temperature. TCH. This material again! The dwarven expert pilot spat. Since that's the case, I'll just chop you to pieces then. No! This time, Ves really went mad. The Ves Larkinson did not waste any time with shooting its carbine at the cockpit, and instead blasted forward while raising its powerful axe to launch a heavy blow. If this expert mech struck the escaping cockpit with a serious blow, then even if the thin layer of unending alloy managed to hold, the huge kinetic impact might overwhelm the inertial dampeners inside the cockpit and channel an immense amount of force to Joshua's body. Such forces were far beyond what human bodies were capable of withstanding. It was no different from falling out of the window of an office building. Stop the Ves Larkinson at all costs. Venerable Stark, I could really use your help at this moment. I can't. The older female expert pilot spoke with great strain in her voice. The enemy expert mechs are hunting my Amaranto down. My machine isn't resilient enough to expose itself and resist incoming attacks at a priority target. This was one of the design weaknesses of the Amaranto. Ves never regretted the fact that he had too little unending alloy on hand. When it was applied to an expert mech, it practically made it unkillable among its peers. When unending alloy was absent, Ves discovered that his work didn't perform so much better than other mechs in the same class and price level. He became more cognizant than ever that he had been relying too much on unending alloy to turn losing situations into more favorable situations. This was good news, but it was not a systematic advantage that the Larkinsons could continue to rely upon going forward. The dwarven military mech divisions had shown him how the Larkinson army really should be put together. With enough strength and numbers, the regular mech troops under his command must become strong enough to defeat the dwarven opposition without relying on any trump cards. I need to rectify all of this after this battle finally ends. Of course, the Larkinsons still needed to survive and win this battle, and that was becoming a lot less likely as the Ves Larkinson had almost reached Joshua's cockpit. Vengeance for the Molten Hammers! With a single momentous swing, the Ves Larkinson chopped down its axe onto the small and vulnerable cockpit. Chapter 3277 Benchmark Results. Ves enjoyed a grand view of the battle. In a modern battlefield, every element tried to be as connected to each other as possible. Though the quality and quantity of network connections degraded over time due to all of the explosions and energy bursting through space, there were plenty of solutions to ensure that the entire battlefield remained visible to the fleet where the headquarters and the enormous support services of the Larkinson army was housed. There were hundreds if not thousands of operators and officers sitting behind their terminals providing constant support to the mech pilots at the front. Whether it was reminding them of incoming threats, providing individual weak point assessments, or offering tactical advice to mech officers in the field, mech pilots never really fought by themselves. Of course, not a lot of information got passed on by vocal communication. That was a rather inefficient and distressing method of giving mech pilots who were in the heat of battle a heads up. There was so much data of varying degrees of relevance that could be conveyed that overloading mech pilots with too much details became a very real threat. Therefore, most mech armies implemented a better system where a web of heavily encrypted signals and strong, point-to-point connections formed a vast combat communication network, or warnet as it was colloquially referred to. The most distinguishing characteristic of warnets was that it utilized specialized AIs and algorithms to dynamically filter and transfer relevant pieces of data to the correct recipients at the right time. For example, someone engaged in a struggle for survival against multiple expert mechs such as Venerable Dice and Venerable Orphan didn't need to be told of events that happened on the opposite side of the battlefield. The data their mechs received from the Larkinson clan's warnet was almost exclusively focused on providing the Larkinson expert pilots with the various properties and potential weaknesses of their opposing enemies. Even then, the mech pilot might or might not choose to accept the data input. Human bodies, even with implants, weren't inherently powerful receivers, and their ability to process and filter data was never as good as that of a huge mech that possessed plenty of room for advanced processors. Depending on the configuration set by the mech pilot, the mech could transfer as much or as little data to its controller as preferred. This also went in the other direction, as important commanders in the rear needed to obtain the most relevant data without getting flooded by minutiae in order to make the most appropriate decisions. Ves wasn't a professional military commander, and never pretended to be one. He only summoned a few projections that provided him with a strategic view of the lines and maneuvers on the battlefield. He trusted senior officers such as General Vril and the rest of his staff to know what they were doing. Their performance in previous battles did not give him much reason to reconsider his trust. What he really focused on during battle was the performance of his works. As a mech designer, his attention laid squarely on his own mechs and various other battle solutions. From studying the first proper combat action of the Eternal Redemption model to judging the effectiveness of the battle formations evoked by the Penitent Sisters and Sword Maidens, Ves obtained an abundant amount of real battle data that enriched his understanding of his own work. It was great to see his efforts translating into the outcomes he expected, such as with the Eternal Redemption model. When he originally designed this large, fat, and expensive cannoneer mech, there were plenty of doubts whether the concept was sound and if the Larkinson clan even needed a ranged mech that sacrificed mobility and flexibility for high-impact damage and excellent penetration. The Eternal Redemption performed well in almost every front that Ves had aimed for in its design. Aside from the regret that he completed its design before he managed to achieve a breakthrough in luminar weapon technology, the cannoneer mechs with their imposing Saheim ultra-heavy Gauss cannons served as a great counter for the tough but relatively low-mobility mechs favored by the dwarves. However, the views that Ves enjoyed also highlighted the various tragedies and setbacks that his men suffered in battle. His heart ached when he observed the various shortcomings of his Bright Warrior Mark I version be contributing to the defeat or death of the mech pilots who entrusted their lives to his work. It was hard not to take these losses personally. Though the Bright Warrior model still provided many advantages to his clansmen that they wouldn't have easily obtained if they piloted someone else's work, both the good sides and the bad sides of every mech design were on full display today. What especially commanded his attention was the performance of his prime mechs. In previous battles, their strengths had become highly pronounced. Though they weren't equal to the expert mechs fielded by the Friday Coalition and its temporary buddies, the Valkyrie Prime and so on performed admirably against ordinary second-class mechs. This time wasn't the same, though. The Pharaohs entered the battle with 13 expert mechs at their disposal. While the Gauss Baron had been taken off the board relatively quickly, that still left a huge disparity in numbers that had been pushing the expeditionary forces to the brink. It would have been helpful if the Golden Skull Alliance had enough regular mech units to throw at the enemy expert mech, but that was not the case this time. Aside from the ranged mechs of the battle criers, every other unit was fully occupied with containing and blocking the still numerous dwarven mech divisions. The ongoing firefight between the artillery mechs and other ranged mechs had proceeded unabated since the beginning. Ves did not even want to shift his attention to this lengthy confrontation because he would only grow more depressed at seeing his ranged mechs getting picked off over time. The battle at the flanks proceeded unevenly. While the right flank was dominated by the expeditionary forces, the left flank was doing considerably worse as it had not been graced by the sword-maiden battle formation. The largely intact crumble shells were continuing to spin like frisbees while unloading their cannons onto any human mech in the vicinity. Only a single friendly expert mech in the form of Venerable Linda Cross Amphies was there to stop the dwarven expert mech deployed on this flank to overrun the expeditionary fleet's faltering flanking units. There was only so much an expert knight mech could do to support the entire left flank. When avian mechs constantly attacked the Larkinson and Glory Seeker mech units from every direction, and when the Kernbel shells relentlessly broke down every strong formation, the chances of reversing the tide was slim without additional backup. The quality of the mechs and mech pilots weren't at fault here. They just didn't have the numbers and the refined battle tactics and thought-out mech configurations to keep up with a professional military mech division like the Hiverroarers. From a larger perspective, this battle served as a benchmark to the expeditionary fleet's current combat capabilities. Doing well in this benchmark meant that it would likely fare better against the harsh and intense competition in the Red Ocean. Doing poorly against a bunch of stubborn dwarves who occupied a corner in the edge of the galaxy did not reflect well on the preparedness of the Larkinson clan and its allies. The immense scale of the battle along with the high degree of organization displayed by the dwarves diminished the importance of the two remaining prime mechs to a minimum. Nothing needed to be said about the lack of agency of the Shield of Samar. Venerable Janzi was relegated to the role of a bystander most of the time, as the Slug Ranger mechs didn't even deign to waste their firepower on her useless prime mech. Venerable Joshua was a bit better off, as the adequate mobility of the Valkyrie Prime allowed him to take part in the offensive maneuvers of the Penitent Sisters. Yet, in the fighting that took place after the Penitent Sisters pulled off their battle formation, the Valkyrie Prime's performance was distinctly lackluster in scale and impact. Sure, it dominated the scene wherever it fought, but its killing efficiency was not that impressive compared to a real expert mech. Prime Resonance provided Venerable Joshua and his trusted machine a distinct advantage, but the expert pilot could have just relied on pure skill to achieve similar results. Perhaps the only genuine advantage brought by the Valkyrie Prime was that it was so different from the other Valkyrie mechs that it attracted a lot of attacks from the enemy. The dwarves loved to take it down due to the key role it played in the prior battle formation, yet most of their attacks either missed or bounced off harmlessly against the Valkyrie Prime's armor. "At least it's good for something in this battle," Ves muttered. The more attacks the Valkyrie Prime attracted, the less the dwarves were directing them elsewhere. This was pretty much the most important contribution that Venerable Joshua was making at this stage of the battlefield. The expert pilot wasn't satisfied with this. In previous battles, he had played a pivotal role where each of his actions profoundly affected the final outcome. To be relegated to nothing more than a stronger grunt in this massive engagement did not sit well with him. He was still a human, and every human possessed ambition. "I can do more!" The Valkyrie Prime's agency happened to put the hungry expert pilot in a position to come to the rescue of the battle criers as the Burza Fens was laying waste to their mechs. The clash that ensued did not quite go according to Venerable Joshua's expectations, much to the dismay of the expert pilot along with many other Larkinsons paying attention to the Valkyrie Prime's exploits. Now that the short and one-sided duel between the Valkyrie Prime and the Burza Fens ended in a crushing defeat of the former, Ves would have preferred that the occupants of the Shield of Samar and the Valkyrie Prime switched places for this engagement. The mad and dwarven expert pilot of the Burza Fens had nothing else but vengeance in mind. The ghosts of thousands of molten hammer battle comrades haunted him from behind, their lives cut off prematurely after the apparition of a giant human female god reaped their lives as easily as culling a garden of weeds. Fueled by hatred and driven by the need to exact retribution, the dwarven expert pilot's will and emotions were flying so high that his killer axe strike had gained a huge power boost. Anyone who looked at the glowing, power-filled axe would instinctively get the impression that it could shatter an entire planet. While its actual power level was not so exaggerated due to the limited resonance strength of the expert pilot, it still enabled the Berzafens to execute a meteoric strike that was squarely locked on the feeble cockpit that was depending a lot on its meager thrusters to bring it back to safety. As the axe chopped down like a divine guillotine that was set to execute one of the principal agents responsible for slaughtering almost a third of the molten hammer mech pilots, Ves couldn't control himself anymore. No! Joshua! Of all of the expert pilots in the field, Ves could least afford to lose Joshua. Not only was he one of the few Larkinsons who grew up on the same home planet as him, but he also developed a life domain that offered great promises for the future. To see him perish when he was still young pained Ves deeply. He still owed me many decades of useful service. Ves hadn't even gotten a proper return on investment yet. There were so many more wonderful mechs with unique life-based innovations that he could have designed in the years to come. All of the design department's work on the Chimera project would pretty much have to be thrown in the trash if the person it was based upon was no longer in the picture. Ves almost closed his eyes when the axe was just about to strike the fleeing cockpit. Chapter 3278, Dwarven Blood. However, when that earth-shattering axe finally swung down, it passed by without its formidable blade ever striking the thin, unending alloy shell that covered Joshua's cockpit. Though the thick and heavy axe blade missed the cockpit by just a couple of meters, the resonance energy that exuded from the weapon still washed over the side of the vehicle, causing it to tumble and roll aside as if struck by a strong crosswind even though there was no air in space. Still, much to V's relief, the cockpit and the precious expert pilot inside still remained intact. Its tiny thrusters continued to sputter as much as they could to propel the cockpit further and further away. What happened? Why did the Berzafens miss? When Ves directed his attention away from the cockpit and its key occupant that had just escaped a brush of death, the Berzafens oddly did not pursue its chosen prey. Instead, the mech frame looked as if it had been frozen in time. The Axeman mech, which was previously on the move all the time, was drifting on a ballistic trajectory as all of its maneuvering had ceased. As for the dwarven expert mech's dreaded axe, the weapon along with the arm that gripped it were floating away into deep space. Ves blinked and suddenly noticed that an entirely new presence had crept up to the rear of the Berzafens without his notice. He had been so taken by the Valkyrie Prime and Venerable Joshua's predicament that he lost sight of what was happening elsewhere. The Dark Zephyr, which looked a lot more scuffed and worn than from the start of the battle, had managed to sneak up to the enemy machine while its obsessed expert pilot was completely tunnel-visioned on exacting revenge on Venerable Joshua. The expert light skirmisher utilized its sharp blades along with whatever resonance that Venerable Tsusa could muster to perform two key actions. First, the Dark Zephyr exploited an opening created by prior battle crier attacks and cut off the damaged and weakened arm section that held its axe. Second, the Larkinson expert mech stabbed its other knife right in the back of the Berzafens, which not only destroyed the key nodes of the flight system, but also paralyzed many other essential systems. The tip of the knife had stopped just before it reached the rear of the dwarven expert mech's cockpit. Did people ever tell you that you should live and let live? I guess not, Tsusa lightly said. You should have taken a chill pill. Let me give you a lesson why getting consumed in your hatred is not a good idea. He did not delay any further and commanded his expert mech to thrust its second knife deeper. What activity the Burza Fens still exhibited shut down a moment after the Dark Zephyr completed the assassination of an enemy expert pilot. When the expert light skirmisher retreated its knife from the dormant dwarven expert mech's back, the tip of the dark blade was smeared in red. Even dwarves bleed in red, Tusa silently muttered as he completed this solemn little ritual. At this point in the battle, Venerable Tusa was the only expert pilot who had killed his peers amongst the enemy ranks. He not only had the blood of just one dwarven demigod on his hands, but two now after he had ruthlessly shoved his knife through the cockpit of the Burza Fens. Tusa, thanks. Venerable Joshua softly expressed his gratitude from his retreating cockpit. I'll pay you back someday. Tusa's lips curled into a brief grin, distracting him from the magnitude of his actions. You don't need to make such a promise, Joshua. We're Larkin's sons. We always have each other's backs. A sense of brotherly camaraderie passed between the two expert pilots. This was what the Larkinson clan was all about. This was what the clansmen were fighting to preserve. They were not about to let the dwarves take this paradise away from their hands. In the next few minutes, the Dark Zephyr escorted Venerable Joshua's lone cockpit back to the Spirit of Bentheim. Once a squad of living sentinel mechs had come forth to take over this duty, the expert light skirmisher was left without direction for a time. After Venerable Tusa successfully took the Gauss Baron out of the picture, he had taken his expert mech all the way back to the Larkinson fleet and parked it inside the Spirit of Bentheim's hangar bay in order to receive a quick resupply. There was no time to perform any checkups or thorough repairs. He knew that the battle was not going well for the Larkinson clan after the dwarves had shoved out all of its expert mechs into the battle at once. However, just because his Dark Zephyr replenished its energy cells and dumped a lot of accumulated heat didn't mean it had regained its peak battle effectiveness. Venerable Tusa had already expended the majority of his will and mental energy to defeat the Gauss Baron. What happened at the end was especially draining for him. In the midst of desperation, he deepened his connection to his expert mech and resonated with the second design spirit of his expert mech. With the help of the new design spirit that aligned so well with Tusa, the Dark Zephyr managed to borrow some of her powers and become untouchable the moment the Gauss Baron self-destructed in the most violent way possible. I still can't believe that actually worked, Tusa stated. He had been gambling when he tried to call upon Trisk. The little bird-like entity had only been born a handful of months ago and did not accumulate a lot of power in its short time of existence. Yet in the face of Tusa's urgency, Trisk couldn't sit still. The ever-changing bird's spirit expended all of the strength it could call upon and momentarily caused the Dark Zephyr to become untouchable. This state only lasted for a brief amount of time. The expert mech returned to its normal state a second or two later, but that was just enough for the machine to escape the initial destructive blast. Whatever else followed after the Gauss Baron's ruinous explosion was not as severe. The Dark Zephyr's excellent armor easily handled the aftermath, just as designed. Still, its previous exploits not only left its two design spirits in an exhausted and expended state, but also drained almost all of the spiritual energy that had been infused in its unending alloy. Furthermore, Venerable Tusa himself was coping with a headache that continued to impose a greater burden on him, as he had already overstrained himself. It was a miracle that he still managed to circle around and sneak up behind the Burza Fens without its dwarven expert pilot becoming aware of the danger. The Dark Zephyr could be quite subtle in Tusa's hand. This was especially the case now that he managed to deepen his connection with his partner machine after going through a moment of life and death with it. His control over the expert mech had never been greater. Battle is truly the best crucible for mechs and their pilots. After Venerable Tusa finished catching his breath, he reluctantly swept his gaze to the strategic overview of the battlefield. There were many more hotspots where his help was needed. However, He did not blindly command his Dark Zephyr to blast off to the nearest unit that needed backup. He only had a limited amount of resources left to fight, so he needed to pick his battles carefully. Just looking at the other expert mechs clashing head-on against each other made his headache worsen. He wouldn't be able to keep up in a high-intensity body. His expert mech still had enough fight left in it, but the pilot as well as the design spirits had already bottomed out. All three of them needed a lot of rest to recover their combat effectiveness. I guess I'll keep playing the knife in the dark then. It doesn't really make a difference whether I stab my knife from the front or the back of an enemy mech. After Venerable Tusa picked out his next target, he turned around his expert mech and gradually flew away. He wasn't in a hurry to intervene. He knew he had to time his attack attempts carefully so that he could strike when his chosen victims were at their most inattentive towards other attackers. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the battle still raged on. The clashes between the expert mechs still dominated the progression of the battle despite their lack of quantity compared to tens of thousands of mechs occupying most of the battlefield. The high-level duel between Patriarch Reginald Cross and Venerable Orthox de Massey continued to heat up even as their expert mechs were still chipping away at each other's defenses. Neither the Bolvar Rage nor the Gatecrasher looked anywhere close to nearing the end of their flight. The Bolvar Rage's shoulder-mounted positron cannons were the first weapon modules to go. They were fairly exposed and vulnerable, so it was not a surprise that Venerable Orthox managed to eliminate them by launching many targeted attacks at them whenever his expert mech came close. The one-handed hammer wielded by the Gatecrasher did not look as large and imposing as that of the Basharvar, but its mass and various technological and material advantages strengthened its parameters to an unreasonable level. The weight of the Vulcan Empire rests on my hammer. The future of my people strengthens my shield. I am never alone. I fight with the hopes and dreams of Dwarvenkind on my side, and I have become stronger for it. A selfish, power-hungry mech pilot like you will never comprehend what it means to fight for a cause. With this handy hammer, the Gatecrasher was able to dent the exterior of the Bolvar Rage with every solid hit. Its threat was so great that Patriarch Reginald did not dare to endure another direct hit from this weapon. When cornered, Reginald would rather allow his expert mech get bashed by the Gatecrasher's shield than to endure another blow from the Dwarven expert mech's hammer. He wasn't letting his expert hybrid mech get beat up for free, though. Initially, he concentrated on wearing down the Gatecrasher's powerful resonance shield. Reginald relied on all of the weapon systems of his Bolvar Rage, but primarily leveraged the shotgun. They were loaded with shells that contained an updated formula of pellets that worked especially well at draining resonance shields. Patriarch Reginald did not hesitate to expend all of the shells the Bolvar Rage carried in order to wear down the Gatecrasher's first layer of defense. Once the Gatecrasher's resonance shield and energy shield both collapsed after enduring a lot of attacks, Reginald was still a long way from defeating the enemy expert mech. Though the two mechs had already battled each out for a time, the Gatecrasher's extremely resilient physical shield was still going strong. Sure, all of the ranged firepower the Bolvar Rage poured against its surface had caused it to become increasingly scarred and pitted. However, the scanners told Reginald that most of the damage was confined to the upper layers of the shield. He was nowhere close to punching through its depth. This was bad news to the Cross Patriarch because Venerable Orthox was extremely skillful at making sure that its shield was always oriented towards the Bolvar Rage. Only a fraction of the latter's ranged attacks managed to strike the Gatecrasher's mech frame, but these incidental successes were so infrequent that the Gatecrasher almost looked as good as new. What a tough dwarf! After exchanging many blows, Patriarch Reginald gained an increased amount of respect for his opponent. Both the Gatecrasher and its skilled but calm expert pilot handedly resisted every attack in an efficient and effective manner. In fact, the Dwarven expert Space Knight mitigated so much damage that the Bolvar Rage could have easily slaughtered 3 Loter expert mech with all of the attacks it launched up to this point. It almost drove Patriarch Reginald mad from frustration. How much more damage do I need to deal before I can break open this Dwarven mech? Chapter 3279, Pinning Mechs. As a rule, Patriarch Reginald Cross never lost confidence in himself, but there were times when the overwhelming odds against him started to put him in a heavy mood. Space Knights are not my most ideal opponents. That was an understatement. Hybrid mechs were mech types that partially eschewed the specialization route that most mech types pursued. They were considered to be the all-rounders of the mech market, and were usually filed under the other category of mechs. Hybrid mechs boasted greater versatility and more solutions in different scenarios, but all of that came at the cost of pure power. Aside from the Bolvar Rage's chest-mounted positron cannon, none of the other weapon systems it carried were powerful enough to inflict serious damage onto the Gatecrasher's prodigious defenses. Still, despite being restrained by the bad matchup of mech types, Patriarch Reginald Cross did not believe he would lose this duel. The greater adversity and pressure imposed on him due to his various disadvantages only caused him to burst out greater strength and determination. After evading another attack pass from the enemy, the Bolvar Rage spun and quickly fired another quick discharge of plasma that struck the rear and side of the Gatecrasher. Every defense can be overcome, he told himself. I just need to create the openings myself. Yet even as he fought with gusto, he always had to take into account that his Bolvar Rage was constantly expending a lot of energy. In comparison, the Gatecrasher did not make use of any energy-hungry weapon systems. As long as this high-intensity battle continued like this, there was a real risk the Bolvar Rage would tire out long before the Gatecrasher was on its last legs. I can't let my opponent win on attrition. Knowing that Venerable Orthox was trying to earn a slow and steady victory by trying to outlast Patriarch Reginald did not help that much. So what if the Cross Patriarch was aware of the Dwarven hero's intentions? The most scumbag aspect about fighting defensive mechs was that these sturdy machines had all of the time in the galaxy to dance with their opponents. Perhaps Venerable Orthox would have chosen to adopt a more proactive and aggressive strategy if his comrades were having a lot of difficulties winning without him, but for now he did not see the need to take too many risks. Still, he almost lost his mental composure a couple of times when both the Gauss Baron and the Burza Fens got done in by the same enemy expert mech. Even so, Venerable Orthox did not let that dictate his choices. If he began to loosen his defensive fighting approach, he might be able to deal more damage to the Bolvar's Rage, but his Gatecrasher might also expose an opening which his opponent would ruthlessly exploit. He could not allow this powerful expert hybrid mech to get away and hunt down the other Dwarven expert mechs on the battlefield. The Dark Zephyr was only a latent threat now that its expert pilot had expended all of his energy early on. In comparison, the Bolvar's Rage was a much more long-lasting expert mech. Despite its constant weapon discharges and energetic maneuvering, the Cross Patriarch's war steed was still going strong and would remain so for a decent amount of time. Its energy reserves were ridiculously high due to the extreme amount of investment put into the Bolvar's Rage's design. Hybrid mechs were typically characterized by their limited ammunition and energy reserves, but clearly this did not necessarily apply to a high-tier expert mech version of this mech type. I can't let this mech loose on my other comrades. I have to lock him in place at all costs, Orthox vowed in his heart. What he didn't know was that the Larkinsons also hoped for this to happen. It was more preferable for the Golden Skull Alliance if these two top combatants kept locking horns at each other for the remainder of the battle. Though the situation looked bad for the human side, Ves still held a lot more hope for his expert mechs. Their performance so far exceeded that of any other expert mech. The Dark Zephyr had gone ahead and proven the strength of its design and exclusive advantages. It was subsequently the turn of Riot and the First Sword to prove their chops as expert mechs. Neither of the two had it easy at the moment. The Riot was getting beat up from all sides by 3 molten hammer mechs that were driven by angry dwarven expert pilots who also sought to take revenge on the humans for killing their comrades. Venerable Orphan was constantly trying to deflect the attacks coming from the front of her expert mech while making sure that the attacks that landed on the rear did not hit anything important. Though the Riot had withstood getting burned by powerful flames, getting smacked by a heavy hammer and getting chopped by a sharp axe, it still managed to remain up for now. Even its attackers were becoming increasingly more amazed at how resiliently the Riot's inner armor layer withstood all of the attacks. However, it was only a matter of time before the Riot suffered a breach in its defenses. Though the Valkyrie Prime was not comparable to a real expert mech, its unending alloy exterior had eventually succumbed against the unrelenting power attacks of the Berza Fens. The same thing could happen again this time, especially if the Riot was unlucky enough to get smacked a few more times by the Basharvar's incredibly lethal warhammer. "I could really use some backup here, fellows," Venerable Orphan urgently requested for the umpteenth time. Her voice grew increasingly more stressed and desperate after each attempt. "My expert mech is practically falling apart at the seams." When Ves heard the request, he called up the Riot's telemetry and quickly studied its overall condition. "You're doing fine, and so is your expert mech, Venerable Orphan. Try your best and keep holding on. By my estimates, you can still hold on at this rate for at least 10 more minutes. As long as you can buy us that much time, we can accomplish a lot in the other parts of the battlefield. It is crucial that you anchor these 3 dwarven expert mechs in place, though. Don't let them loose." Venerable Orphan violently cursed over the communication channel. "Do you know what $hashtag and asterisk dollar I'm dealing with? These hashtag and asterisk dollar hashtag and dwarves are out for blood, and it's mine that they want to drain first. Why don't you get down here and offer your body up for these dwarves to hashtag and dollar, and at hashtag dollar you up for once? You damn mech designers are such at hashtag and dollar asterisk, at hashtag for expecting us to risk our lives so you can get your jollies off and say oops whenever one of your design mistakes screws me over." Ves swiped his fingers, which muted the direct communication channel to the Riot's cockpit. He was not unsympathetic towards Venerable Orphan's struggles, but there were many more Larkin sons who also needed assistance. While the battle between the tens of thousands of regular mechs were slowly swinging in the favor of the expeditionary fleet, the balance was still too precarious, and could easily be broken if the dwarven expert mechs changed tack. Compared to Venerable Orphan's torture, Venerable Dice was having a considerably better time. Unlike the Riot, the First Sword was a lighter and more mobile mech. With the crucial input of Keddies, the expert swordsman mech was designed to be a rough analog of the strong and athletic bodies of the Sword Maidens. In fact, the First Sword's proportions matched quite closely to that of Dice's proportions. The ratios were highly similar, and the only real difference between their body shapes was that the expert mech looked like it wore a suit of light combat armor. While these design choices meant that the First Sword was not as able to resist as many direct attacks as the Riot, its unending alloy armor system still provided it with a sufficient buffer under these harsh conditions. Right now, Venerable Dice was constantly keeping her expert mech on the move. The harder it was for the 3 expert mechs of the Hiver Roarers to pin it down, the longer it was able to last on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Dice did not hope to accomplish anything extravagant at first. She was already happy if she could just entangle the Paravad, the Morco Mark II and the Domingo Darren so that her fellow Sword Maidens and other comrades could sweep up the weakened Hiver Roarer mechs on this side of the battlefield without any complications. The situation indeed unfolded as she had hoped. The Hiver Roarer expert mechs were initially supposed to bolster the battered and demoralized mech pilots who had just lived through an energy blade storm. However, their inability to extricate themselves from the surprisingly strong and resilient first sword meant that the regular dwarf mech troops lost the protection of their guardian angels. This caused them to become incredibly vulnerable to the sweeping counterattack launched by the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers. "We need backup! Where are the Slug Rangers? Why hasn't our fire support arrived? We can't hold these humans off with our damaged mechs. We need to retreat." "We can't retreat," General Cabrinor said in a stern voice to the beleaguered Hiverroars. "If we vacate this flank, these human mechs can turn around and attack our center units from the side. They'll quickly be able to roll up our formations if that happens. No matter what, hold out as long as you can. Don't focus on winning. Focus on surviving and buying as much time as possible. Your sacrifice has meaning and will be remembered." Though the general's words did not sound encouraging, a fatalistic realization had set on the Hiverroars at this flank. They knew that while their side was not going well for the feral mech forces, the other flank was doing a lot better. As long as they kept the human mechseer busy, they might be able to buy enough time for their comrades on the other side of the battlefield to overrun the humans' weakest flank. Once that happened, it would be the turn of the dwarves to attack the main human forces from the side, thereby creating a turning point that could result in a cascading collapse of the enemy lines. We will hold, sir. Our lives belong to Vulcan. We shall do everything in our power to do him proud. For the Empire! For the true dwarven god! For Feral! The more the dwarves became disadvantaged, the more they woke up and began to put up a stubborn resistance. None of this was more true than with the Hiverroars, who despite all of the setbacks began to draw more strength from their fanatical beliefs as a way to prop up their morale. The Vulcan Empire shall exist for eternity. Witness me, Vulcan! Let me dedicate the blood of these evil human wretches to you, O supreme god of dwarves! Plenty of scenes of heroism played out among the Hiverroars. The damaged and crippled bestial mechs resorted to throwing themselves onto the enemy human mechs just so that other friendly units could exploit the opening they created. Still, the recovered morale among the dwarven mech pilots did not make as much of a difference as they hoped. Solid mechs mattered more than shouting repetitive slogans at each other. When Ves saw the state of the two flanks, he grew increasingly more tense. He gripped his hammer of brilliance tighter as he tried to guess which one would collapse first. If the dwarves managed to gain the upper hand in the left flank, then that would spell disaster for the expeditionary fleet. The opposite was the case if the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers completed their sweep. The end phase of the battle was slowly coming within reach. Ves guessed it would not take long before the decisive moment arrived. Come on! We can't let these dwarves beat us. We can still win! Chapter 3280, Venerable Marek Bolferon. Venerable Marek Bolferon was a new breed of dwarven expert pilot. Due to all of the fighting that took place during the successful rebellion that allowed the upstart dwarves to conquer the Smiling Samuel Star sector, a huge generation of dwarven heroes and statesmen rose up. These dwarves subsequently dominated the newly founded Vulcan Empire for decades to come. Their influence could be felt from every corner, from the establishment of the ambrosia industry to the huge investment in building up a homegrown dwarven mech industry. Every Vulcanite who lived up until today owed everything to the greatest generation of dwarves. They risked their lives, prosperity, and freedom to rise up against the unjust tyranny of misformed humans and their treacherous gods. Many free and happy dwarves held a lot of gratitude to the pioneers who provided them with a life that was countless times better than if they grew up in a typical human-owned mining planet. Indeed, the Vulcan Empire reserved many days to honor a specific occasion, battle, or great figure. The issue was that after many decades of building up a powerful dwarven state, the same leaders were still in charge for the most part. It had long been considered a great honor to serve under one of the dwarves who fought for freedom. It didn't matter whether the dwarf in question used to lead an insurgent cell behind enemy lines or just functioned as a bottom-ranked mech technician. As long as they had anything to do with the great struggle, they received an immense amount of honor and recognition. In many cases, this regard translated to being put in charge of different functions. To be fair, the nascent dwarven state back then was spread too thin. There was a shortage of qualified dwarven personnel, and there were vacancies everywhere that had to be filled at all costs. The people back then weren't picky either. When they lived for years aboard overcrowded starships eating nutrient packs every day, even a tiny improvement was regarded as Vulcan's gift. Times had changed, though. The dwarves who were born decades after the liberation of the star sector were not only better trained and educated, but they were also hungry and ambitious. The newer generation wanted to take charge. "Those old fogies need to get out of the way first," Marek muttered. The biggest frustration the younger dwarves held towards their elders was that their society had become more solidified. The early dwarves hogged all of the good positions and also clung to them for many decades. Their beards may have turned gray by now, but many of them showed no sign of retiring anytime soon. "It's one big corrupt mess." Though Marek understood the need to consolidate the gains made by the dwarves after they successfully booted the tall folk from Smiling Samuel, a lot of time had already passed. The Vulcan Empire not only built up a prosperous economy and infrastructure, but also invested in a huge military machine that was more than ready to bring the light of Vulcan to more regions of space. The children of the revolutionaries grew up listening to the stories of their parents and grandparents. Though the tales contained much hardship and sacrifice, they also conveyed heroism and fighting for a righteous cause. How could the newer generation not want to inherit the mission of the original revolutionaries and take it a step further? If only those stubborn old fools weren't so reluctant to continue the revolution. As far as dwarves like Venerable Marek were concerned, the conquest of Smiling Samuel was just the first step. Certainly, the dwarves in this star cluster had managed to earn their freedom, but how many other dwarves in the galaxy were still slaving under the yoke of the evil humans? Compared to the territory that humans owned, the amount of star systems that dwarves held in their grasp amounted to just a footnote. Great injustices against the dwarven folk were still being committed in many other regions of space. Even if the odds were overwhelmingly in the favor of the tall folk, why were the Vulcan Empire's leaders hesitating all of a sudden? They managed to defeat the humans before, so they could do it again. Now that they had finished building up a strong state, there was no reason anymore to delay the next phase of the revolution. "Vulcan is on our side, so why are you not following his lead?" The great Vulcan was constantly resisting against the evil human gods every day. The protector and role model of Dwarvenkind had fought, bled and suffered at the hands of the tall folk for a much longer time, and still managed to keep up his resistance. However, the divine craftsman couldn't do it alone. There were too many slaves on the side of the tall folk. The dwarven people needed to fight by the side of their patron god in order to liberate their still enslaved brethren throughout the galaxy. Venerable Marek grew up yearning to become one of the blessed and righteous warriors of Vulcan. From young on, his devout parents never stopped telling the great gift that their god had bestowed to their people. Without Vulcan, a free and prosperous dwarven state would have never come to life. Marek was a good boy, so he did not take Vulcan for granted. He sincerely worshipped and centered his entire life around the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship. Several times per day, he knelt in front of an altar and prayed for the divine craftsman's understanding and blessings. His devotion paid off. Whereas many other dwarven mech pilots went on to develop average careers, Marek stood out from the rest even before he graduated from the Mech Academy. He worked harder than almost every other mech pilot in the Pharaoh Provincial Army. Many days, his body ached and his mind had become worn from constant study. Yet he never gave up any opportunity to develop and strengthen his piloting ability because he was on a mission, a holy mission. Vulcan was constantly by his side. Without their god and savior, Mech and many other dedicated soldiers would have never grown strong enough. He was glad to have joined a devout brotherhood of like-minded believers in the dwarven god. He became even more ecstatic when he heard that his mech division would be one of the few who would be starting the fight against the tall folk once again. All of the political power struggles that took place above his head did not concern him. No matter how much those old, corrupted heroes turned villains resisted the continuation of the grand struggle, Vulcan himself had stated many times that the revolution never ended until every single dwarf in this galaxy and the next was freed from the shackles that kept them in captivity. This was Mech's holy mission. After many years of waiting and preparation, the Vulcan Empire was finally going to war again. He was glad he could live in this wonderful time where he had the opportunity to honor and please the great Vulcan while he was still in his prime. Those corrupted old grandpas can't stop us anymore," Venerable Mech fanatically exclaimed. "We shall earn victory on this battlefield and discredit the false notion that Vulcan is a human god." Waging war and shedding the blood of cruel, debased humans was the best way to honor Vulcan. It was how the previous generation of dwarves managed to rise up from slaves to rulers. Now that the oldsters had grown too comfortable with the trappings of power, it was up to younger and more devout dwarves like Mech to take over the torch and lead their blessed people to greatness. Sadly, the grand victory that he was hoping for was not yet in sight. "It's not fair!" Venerable Mech gritted his teeth as he piloted his Paravad against the powerful human expert mech. "The humans have more gods on their side." The lady that brought death and the sword that ravaged his fellow Hiver-roarers showed that the weak humans were too cowardly to fight on their own. After the descent of their gods, they quickly reversed the trend of the battle and made it a lot more even than it should have been. Even so, determined dwarves like Mech did not lose hope. They still had an opportunity to win this battle and make Vulcan proud. They just had to go back to their roots and remember that Dwarvenkind had always been the underdogs. In the past, it was rare for dwarves to start off a battle with an advantage, but they managed to succeed in enough crucial battles to win the war. Perhaps this was Vulcan's test to the dwarven people. If Venerable Mech and his brothers failed to overcome these humans, then they might not be worthy to lead the new revolution. "Watch me, Vulcan!" Venerable Mech roared. "Watch me fight and witness me vanquish this devil mech!" The Paravad glowed brighter as his expert mech channeled his reinvigorated will. The avian expert mech spread its wings to aim its mounted positron cannons at the resisting human machine. Powerful resonance-empowered positron beams struck the sword-wielding expert mech. Though the shots failed to penetrate the enemy expert mech's armor, this was just a warm-up as the Paravad swept straight towards its prey in an attempt to rake the enemy expert mech with its claws. A silent clash took place as the Morco Mark II piloted by a colleague had launched an attack at the same time that forced the enemy expert swordsman mech to defend against the faster dwarven expert mech. "I will peel apart your mech layer by layer until you're reduced to nothing, human!" The sharp claws did not tear into the armor of the expert swordsman mech as he hoped, but the faint grooves on the surface proved that Mech's effort was not in vain. The demonic expert mech could still be destroyed. He just had to be patient and persistent. As his avian expert mech turned around in order to perform another attack pass, Venerable Mech waited for his two colleagues to distract the enemy machine before swooping in yet again. This time, he succeeded in attacking the expert swordsman mech's rear. If the blasted human expert pilot did not lower her expert mech at the last moment, the Paravad would have been able to claw a piece of the flight system. Mech tried his best to control his impatience. The thorny human expert mech couldn't be compared to any other machine of its kind. The evil human gods had been generous to their demonic agents. Wherever this abyssal metal came from, the dwarven expert pilot had no doubt that it had been soaked in the blood of millions of innocents in order for it to gain such incredible strength against material attacks. If you think your unholy armor will avail you, think again. Vulcan's light shall cleanse your filthy mech of sins, and we are his chosen agent. Again and again Marek went on the attack. The expert swordsman Mech was helpless to resist, as one machine couldn't possibly defend against three. The only concerning matter was that Venerable Marek found it a little harder to land his blows with every attack pass. He had the sense that his opponent was growing more adept at defending herself. In some cases, the enemy expert mech turned around and held its extremely deadly sword at the ready. Venerable Marek chose to avoid the heretical masterwork sword. He feared that the sharp claws of the Paravad might not survive a collision against this admittedly impressive weapon. Just looking at the sword made Marek red with anger. Such an exquisite weapon looked as if it had been forged by the most divinely inspired dwarven swordsmith. It was a travesty that it fell into the hands of a human mech. I must reclaim this weapon and dedicate it to our people. Only dwarves deserve to wield this sword. Chapter 3281, Trial by Fire. Getting beat up by three expert mechs was never an enjoyable experience. Venerable Orphan loudly made that known over the communication channel. Venerable Dice was of the same mind, even though she wasn't as vocal about it. This was not what she imagined out of her first true battle as a proper expert pilot. She was still glad that she finally received an expert mech that could fully translate her fighting style and sword techniques. She only had to look at Joshua and Janzi to see what happened to the few Larkinson expert pilots who were left out of the expert mech party. The difference in performance was massive. It would have been nice if they could help lift the burden, she said through gritted teeth as she readied herself for another tricky attack run. The first sword parried a swooping strike from the Morko Mark II while also turning around to mitigate a simultaneous strike from the Paravad. Evil human! Your defeat is inevitable. Vulcan shall smite your demonic mech. Through fire and faith, that invincible armor of yours will not avail you for long. The dwarven expert pilot's constant string of nonsense did not make Venerable Dice's life more pleasant either. But she endured the vitriol for one important reason. She needed to know as much about her opponents as possible. Without understanding their mindset and emotions that drove them to fight, it would take a much longer time for her to determine an appropriate strategy. Everyone can be defeated as long as I figure them out, she reminded herself. Just as Venerable Marek Bolferon patiently waited for opportunities to land a blow on the first sword, Venerable Dice also bided her time in order to wait for an opportunity to grasp her chance. She was highly cognizant that the unending alloy armor plating of her expert mech was the only reason why she was able to hold off three opponents at a time. She could even opt to make risky counterattacks if she thought that the dwarven expert mechs weren't respecting her threat. Still, there was a limit to everything, and the resonance-empowered attacks inflicted by the dwarves hit much harder than any other attacks. From the claw strikes of the Paravad and Morko Mark II to the relentless Gauss rounds pouring from the Domingo Darren, her first sword was enduring attacks at a much higher frequency than she was designed to withstand. If the armor wasn't being worn away, then the internals were sustaining constant shocks. The only consolation was that none of the Hiver-Roarer mechs hit particularly hard. The Domingo Darren was the only expert mech that posed a greater threat. With double Gauss cannons in every gun port, its punch might not be the highest, but the firing rate was relentless. If Venerable Dice wasn't so afraid of ruining her mech sword, she would have raised it and propped it up so that her expert mech could use its broad, flat side as a makeshift shield. However, the thought of using Ketty's great masterpiece that had been made with love and passion did not sit well with Dice. A sword was meant to cut and stab, and this one was even more so to a serious swordswoman. Failure was not a valid excuse to tarnish the purpose of a great weapon. As far as she was concerned, she was on a timer. She needed to figure out a way to reverse this adverse circumstance while she continued to resist the ongoing onslaught. If she waited too long for the situation to change, then the idiot dwarves would eventually get their way and fell her expert mech. Though she hoped to gain aid from the other Larkinsons in the battlefield, it didn't appear the clan had any to spare. Venerable Tusa was the best possible option, but he was no longer as sharp and fresh as before. Dice was afraid that the three Hiver Roarer expert mechs would turn on the Dark Zephyr and wear it down with far greater ease. Though the Dark Zephyr excelled in speed and agility, the Paravad and the Morco Mark II didn't score low in these categories either. The Morco Mark II was probably fast enough to keep up with the Dark Zephyr. Once the dwarves managed to corner it somehow, the Dark Zephyr's thinner armor and worn state would last only a fraction of the amount of time. I need to solve this problem myself. Venerable Dice was not a stranger to getting outmatched. From the beginning, the Sword Maidens often had to outfight superior opponents. Though not every battle against domineering pirates turned out well, she and her sisters learned how to cope with pressure and shape their belief in their own strength. Inferior mechs and numbers never scared the Sword Maidens. If battle against superior foe couldn't be avoided, then people like Dice trusted in their own skill and swordsmanship to grasp victory with their own hands. It's been a long time since I last felt this way. Getting singled out by three enemy expert mech woke up a dormant yearning in her heart. The long months of peaceful training sessions had dulled her blade. No longer. Now that she was thrown in a battle for her own survival and the continuation of the Larkinson clan, she was slowly getting back in her element. In the past few years, her greater strength and progression compared to the rest of her sisters singled her out as a champion. The more power she gained, the more the Sword Maidens looked up at her. This made her feel responsible for their safety and prompted her to become their spiritual leader even if she wasn't in their chain of command. Yet leadership did not come naturally to her. She was nowhere comparable to Commander Lydia, who built up the Sword Maidens step by step by relying on her own vision, judgment, and hard work. Dice was a hunter at heart. Prior to the Sword Maidens getting accepted into the Larkinson clan, she regularly went on hunting trips. The frontier beyond civilized space featured plenty of untamed planets where alien environments bred strange and dangerous exobeasts. They were even used as graduation tests for the Sword Maidens a long time ago. Every fully fledged Sword Maiden had to hunt at least one exobeast on their own with just some basic clothes on their back and their trusty swords at their side. Keddies had completed this test, and so did Dice. The difference between the two was that Dice grew addicted to the experience. The tracking of her prey, the wait for the right opportunity, and the glorious confrontation where she sought to stay alive against powerful creatures made her feel more alive than ever. The accomplishment she gained from vanquishing an exobeast that weighed many tons and could easily crush her body flat with a single blow was indescribable. She rarely gained the same degree of stimulation when she fought against enemy mechs. It just wasn't the same as human opponents used their brains to compensate for their lack of power. Dice didn't enjoy the mind game aspect of fighting against other humans. She much preferred to fight against opponents who forced her to rely on her instincts and her skills to overcome her challenges. In this battle, she began to feel some of those dormant desires returning from hibernation. The effect was even stronger due to the fact that she was fighting against bestial mechs instead of humanoid mechs. As the difficult struggle continued to progress, Venerable Dice increasingly had the illusion that she was fighting against a pack of three ferocious exobeasts instead of mechs piloted by people like herself. The more she felt this way, the more she developed the urge to hunt them down like she had done many times in the past. From the moment she started to see her current opponents as prey rather than peers, her piloting style underwent a subtle and indescribable shift. After so much time had passed where the Sword Maiden expert pilot was engaged in high-intensity combat, she had become a lot more familiar with the first sword. Sure, she practiced with her expert mech before, but performing maneuvers under calm practice sessions was never as good as getting thrown in a trial by fire. Under the threat of death and worse, Venerable Dice pushed herself as hard as possible so that she could refine and master her control over the first sword. The dwarven expert pilots were cruel taskmasters. They exploited every mistake she made and ruthlessly taught her a lesson whenever she became overconfident. However, with the help of her dwarven tutors, she rapidly managed to flesh out her new post-expert mech fighting style and become more effective at piloting the first sword. This showed in the way she managed to evade more attacks and created more opportunities for her to make a counterattack. Once she seriously began to snap attacks at her opposition, the Hiver expert pilots had become a lot more alarmed. "Evil witch! You don't deserve to use that masterwork mech!" She smirked. The angrier the dwarves became, the better she was doing. The dwarven expert mechs weren't blind to what was happening either. Though Venerable Marek was content with the progress that he and his fellow dwarven expert pilots had accomplished, they were still far from breaching the first sword's defenses. "The human expert pilot is getting stronger. We need to achieve a breakthrough." "Then go in deep. I'll lead the way." Venerable Marek realized that he was fighting against an inexperienced expert pilot who still had much room for improvement. If that was the case, then playing it safe was no longer the wisest strategy. He had to finish this fight as quickly as possible in order to strangle his opponent when she was still manageable. The switch happened abruptly. Just as Venerable Dice became accustomed to the rhythm of the enemy attacks, now she was back to fighting for her life as the Paravad issued hit-and-run attacks in favor of applying constant pressure. It was as if she was being attacked by a giant bird that was out for blood. The Paravad assailed the first sword with a combination of claw and beak attacks. Sometimes, the avian expert mech smacked the humanoid expert mech with its wings, more for distraction than to inflict damage. It took everything that Venerable Dice had and more in order to fend off the aggressive assault. Venerable Marek was a talented mid-tier expert mech who possessed an abundance of skill. With the Paravad assaulting the first sword madly from the front, the other two expert mechs focused on attacking from the flank and rear. "Taste the power of dwarven engineering!" Claws and Gauss rounds pounded the areas where Venerable Dice couldn't muster up an adequate defense due to the necessity of keeping the raging Paravad at bay. The expert swordsman mech was getting hit at a faster rate. All of the shaking and rattling from receiving powerful blows was probably not doing the internals any favors. Already Venerable Dice could tell that more and more components were switching from green to yellow conditions. Though this was not necessarily a cause for alarm, the margin for error became smaller and smaller. Those stressed components could easily start malfunctioning if they continued to endure concussive shocks. As the dwarven expert mechs kept piling on the pressure, Venerable Dice continued to release more sweat as she tried to keep her mech in working condition. At one point, something within her boiled over. The hunter was never supposed to be the hunted. The prey that were trying to take her expert mech down were but mere bestial mechs that possessed limited, rigid movement restrictions that should still be exploitable to an experienced hunter. "I see your weakness!" Venerable Dice shouted as she adopted a bloodthirsty grin. The first sword turned and parried the next attack of the Paravad with exquisite timing. While the expert mech piloted by the hero of the Hiver Roarers tried to recover quickly, the decapitator swung true and managed to slice off half of the wing of Venerable Marek's proud machine. With the excellent sharpness and power of the masterwork mech sword, the Paravad's armor stood no chance. "Impossible! How can this incompetent human harm my beautiful expert mech?" Chapter 3282 Hunting Mechanical Beasts. Who was the hunter, and who was the hunted? For a long time, Venerable Marek and his fellow Hiver-Roarer expert pilots thought that they held the upper hand. Sure, the infernal human expert mech possessed nigh unbreakable armor, but by Vulcan's will the dwarven expert mech was sure to vanquish this evil foe. "It's just like playing those virtual games back when we were young," Venerable Marek told his teammates. "The boss fights aren't actually that hard. They just take so long because the bosses we're trying to kill are too tough compared to regular enemies." This might be true, but the battle taking place at the moment was no game, and Venerable Dice was not a rigid, AI-controlled character who attacked according to strict instructions. She was an expert pilot as well, and she was more than tired of depending on unending armor to keep her in the fight. The essence of her fighting style was never about tanking damage. It was about evading attacks, outmaneuvering her opposition, and relying on skill to gain advantages during violent exchanges. The bestial mech she was fighting against initially threw off her fighting rhythm. She trained and fought a lot against other human and humanoid opponents. Whether it was trying to outduel a fellow sword maiden in the sparring ring or trying to gain the better of Venerable Orphan in the few times they had the opportunity to cross weapons at each other in their expert mechs, Venerable Dice always associated mech piloting with human-like opponents. Bestial mechs did not wield traditional weapons such as swords and spears. Instead, their weapons were inbuilt and came in the form of claws, teeth, and other natural armaments. The only times Dice fought against opponents who utilized this kind of weaponry was when she was on the hunt. She never thought about matching blow for blow against exobeasts who relied on the lethality of their body to win because the difference in physical might was far too great. It was different now. After getting attacked by the Paravad and the Morko Mark II too many times to count, she thoroughly understood their attack and movement patterns along with the habits of their expert pilots. Though it was nearly impossible to regain the initiative in the face of constant attacks, a chance still existed. This was how she managed to pull off her first proper counterattack against the Paravad. Just as Venerable Marek was shocked by the sudden explosion of aggression from the human expert mech, the first sword did not let this successful attack become the extent of its turnaround. "I smell weakness." The first sword did not pursue the Paravad that had momentarily backed off after incurring a hit on its wings. Instead, it rapidly rotated along its axis and launched towards the Morko Mark II. The other dwarven expert pilot expected the first sword to follow up on its initial assault on the Paravad. The avian expert light skirmisher therefore swept closer in the hopes of assailing the expert swordsman mech from behind. Though the sudden turnaround was not within expectation, the Morko Mark II was not a light mech for nothing. It slowed down and veered to the side in order to stay out of the reach of the human expert mech's big and deadly-looking sword. The pilot of the Morko Mark II did not expect the first sword to charge up its masterwork sword with energy within a second and swing its blade, causing the surprisingly long and cohesive energy blade that extended out of its tip to cut off one of its claws. "What technique is this?" The Morko Mark II hastily flew away while leaving one of its claws behind. This was a significant loss because unlike the larger and heavier Paravad, the Morko Mark II did not carry a lot of weapon systems. For a time, the injured avian expert mech kept its distance and harassed the first sword by firing its wing-mounted light positron cannons onto its surface, paying special attention to the armor sections that had already been damaged by previous attacks. It was not a quick way to take down an unending alloy expert mech, but the dwarven expert pilot did not want to get close to a frighteningly powerful opponent who could potentially chop his lightly armored expert mech in half with a single blow. "Watch out for this expert mech! It's not only insanely tough, but its attack power is also high." The realization that the first sword was able to launch highly damaging counterattacks caused the dwarven expert pilots to adjust their approach yet again. They were not stupid beasts who fought purely on instinct after all. Their dwarven heads heated up as they all did their best to figure out a new winning formula to this fight. Venerable Dice did not intend to wait until they finished their thoughts. She was a woman of action and took advantage of the breathing room she gained for herself to hunt down her first expert bestial mech. After briefly surveying the condition of the Paravad and the Morco Mark II, she opted against pursuing the two injured avian expert mechs. Even though their armor was inadequate against the Decapitator's unnaturally sharp blade, they were too fast and mobile for the first sword to catch up. Instead of wasting her time by futilely trying to play cat and mouse with them, she opted to go for a different prey. The first sword adjusted its course and then blasted off towards a bestial expert mech, but it wasn't one of the two that had been occupying most of Venerable Dice's attention. Her expert mech was flying straight towards the Domingo Darren, the spinning expert turtle mech that had constantly been bombarding the first sword with hard-hitting Gauss rounds. Most of the internal damage that the expert swordsman mech incurred was due to getting hammered from a distance all the time. Unending Alloy was much more able to cope with the positron beam weapons employed by the Paravad and Morco Mark II, so they were not as threatening at the moment. Previously, Venerable Dice never saw an opportunity to get close to the annoying Domingo Darren, but now that both of the avian expert mechs had backed off, she possessed a small but crucial window of opportunity to make her attempt. Get after the human expert mech! Don't let it get close to the Domingo! The Domingo Darren already noticed the threat and started to fly backwards while continuing its rotation. Its Gauss cannons continued to spit out fire, both so that the reaction force could push it away even further and also so that the Gauss rounds impacting on the first sword would slow its advance. In practice, the difference it made was marginal. Venerable Dice smelled blood and would not give up until she paid back the Domingo Darren for all of the knocks it inflicted on her new expert mech. Venerable Marek and his colleague urged their avian expert mechs to catch up to the first sword in order to dissuade it from attacking the Domingo Darren. Though the expert turtle mech was not as helpless against melee attackers as the crumble shells, close quarters combat was not its home ground. Marek did not want to take any risks when it came to an abnormal expert mech that punched way above its class. Since both the Paravad and the Morco Mark II were mobility-oriented expert mechs, they caught up well in time. The Morco Mark II could have launched its attack faster, but it was too risky to approach the first sword by itself, so it took the time to circle around and time its attack with the Paravad. Go! It only has one sword! The two damaged but still operational bird mechs launched their attack runs at the same time, thereby putting Venerable Dice under quite a bind, but only for a moment. Even before the two avian expert mechs began their simultaneous attack runs, she had already been trying to connect and resonate with the Decapitator. She was not a mech technician, so she did not understand the finer mechanics of what a masterwork weapon could do. However, she was a swordswoman, and she knew a good sword when she saw one. She had already fallen in love with the lovely blade created by Kedis even before it was finished. With all of the time she spent on practicing with the first sword, she had already developed a good bond with the Decapitator. Now that she needed its power the most, she urged herself to go deeper and resonated with it at the same time she began to accumulate power for one of her sword techniques. The Decapitator responded eagerly to her outreach and resonated with her will. Both of them wanted to destroy the bestial mechs that sought to rob the mech sword from Dice's hand and give it to the dwarves. Just the thought that some dwarven expert mech would defile the Decapitator by holding it in its grubby hands was intolerable to Dice, the first sword and the Decapitator. The three elements united together and resonated as a single whole, causing not just the sword but also the expert mech itself to glow with power. "Stop that human expert mech now!" Venerable Marek shouted as he sensed that the threat level of the first sword had doubled. Venerable Dice smirked. Too late. By pouring more power into her mech and its sword, Dice became so energized that her entire body felt electrified. The only thing that could have made this moment better was if her physical body was able to wield the sword as well. Her sights along with the sights of her expert mech focused squarely on the Domingo Darren that was still attempting to create more distance while flying like a spinning saucer. My sword hungers for prey. Let your mech become the first beast it slays. Sword of Lydia! Upon finishing this cry, the glow around the first sword and its weapon expanded into a giant great sword. At the same time, the expert mech gained a sudden boost of speed towards the Domingo Darren. After overloading the flight system for a few seconds, Venerable Dice exerted her will once more, causing the resonance energy that took the shape of a giant glowing great sword to propel forward at a much greater speed than the first sword itself. What? That's the same sword energy that previously ravaged our ranks. This was a big and costly sword energy attack that not just any expert mech could unleash. It was incredibly strange that the first sword was able to launch such a powerful energy attack without relying on the appropriate resonating materials. Venerable Dice couldn't have channeled it properly with just her expert mech if not for her increased mastery in piloting her new machine. The new sword style she developed after absorbing the systematic swordsmanship tradition from the Heaven's Word Association was also important. The third reason why she was able to launch such an awe-inspiring attack at such strength was because the first sword was also a prime mech. Though its unending alloy plating had not absorbed much energy from Dice, she always deposited a little bit of herself during every practice attempt. Though the energy only amounted to a couple of Vs worth of spiritual energy, it was enough for Venerable Dice to successfully execute one of her personal sword styles through the medium of her expert mech. The giant blade remained surprisingly cohesive even as it traversed a hefty distance. Though the Domingo Darren did not blindly fly straight but also attempted to evade to the side, the Sword of Lydia energy attack advanced far too quickly and managed to pierce through the right side of the expert turtle mech. A large amount of metal shards flung into space as the glowing sword had punched through the resilient exterior armor of the Domingo Darren and destroyed the twin short-barreled Gauss cannon systems that was situated on this side. The expert turtle mech's spin immediately grew unstable as it suffered significant structural damage. Though Venerable Dice had exhausted much of her remaining energy in order to launch this intensive sword technique, she did not intend to leave her job half-finished. You're mine! The Paravad and the Morco Mark II launched bold and risky attacks in order to buy time for the Domingo Darren to retreat, but Venerable Dice squeezed all of the swordsmanship she had in her body to cope with the distractions. She skillfully utilized the decapitator to parry the claw attacks from the Paravad while ignoring the scratches inflicted by the single bird claw of the Morco Mark II. Eventually, the first sword caught up with the Domingo Darren, which was just starting to gain control over its trajectory. Unfortunately for the Dwarven expert mech, it had lost crucial time in which it could have used to maintain a distance to the enemy machine. My sword will not be stopped by a shell! With a single chop of the glowing decapitator, the weapon's extremely sharp blade cut straight through the top of the Domingo Darren's armor. Chapter 3283, Domingo Darren. Venerable Dice managed to outmaneuver the Hiver Roarer expert pilots. With the Paravad and the Morco Mark II constantly on the first sword's back, the Larkinson expert mech not only managed to avoid their blockade, but also strike a pair of blows onto the Domingo Darren, the expert mech version of the crumble shell. As the powerful range support component of the trio of Dwarven expert mechs, the Domingo Darren played a crucial role in the team. Just like their regular mech counterparts, the Domingo Darren was responsible for providing range fire support. This crucial expert mech compensated for the lack of offensive power of the avian expert mechs, and worked great at putting an opponent in its sight under constant pressure. Indeed, Venerable Dice had long built up quite a lot of resentment for the damned Domingo Darren. Her sentiments were similar to the friendly mech pilots who had sought to destroy the spinning crumble shells only to get intercepted and blocked by the multitude of other Hiver Roarer mechs. Now that she managed to disable a fourth of the weapon systems of the expert turtle mech, and shove her blade through its thick shell shortly afterwards, the sudden expert mech fight took an abrupt turn in the other direction. Despite being outnumbered by 3-1, the three dwarven expert pilots had the illusion that they were the ones who were in trouble. They had already fought against the human expert mech enough times to learn how frightening it truly was. The first sword couldn't be measured against other second-class mechs. Its armor system not only provided it with a huge buffer, but its extremely sharp and hefty blade gave it as much teeth as a high-tier expert mech. Though the dwarves believed that venerable Orthox de Massey should be able to overpower the first sword, there was only one high-tier expert pilot in the feral punitive fleet, and he was currently fighting for his life against a human high-tier expert pilot. "This can't be happening," Venerable Marek uttered in disbelief even as he resonated with the flight system of his Paravad in order to reach his beleaguered battle comrade faster. "Why is this demonic human mech so strong?" For a moment, he thought that Vulcan had forsaken him and his fellow dwarves, that the great dwarven god had found the pharaohs unworthy. That doubt came and went in an instant. Marek's will was not so easily shaken. His belief in dwarven supremacy was ironclad and his faith in Vulcan was absolute. No matter what the evil human gods had sacrificed to create this unholy monster of an expert mech, the sword-wielding abomination wielding a stolen dwarven masterwork weapon must be slain in order to make everything right and prevent the tall folk from destroying the dream of freeing dwarvenkind across the galaxy. An overwhelming urgency swept across Venerable Marek's body. His entire will burst out, causing his entire expert mech to glow bright with power. "Faster! I must go faster!" The Paravad rushed forth at an even greater pace as Marek did not hesitate to burn his will to give his expert mech a greater acceleration boost than it had ever achieved. Marek did not even realize that his resonance strength had reached a new record. It was only now that he no longer looked down on his opponent and truly recognized the threat of his enemy that he felt pressured to draw on his unused potential. This was not an odd phenomenon in expert pilots. They were highly talented individuals who possessed the potential to gain infinite power. However, it was rare for expert pilots to be able to stimulate their drive and yearning for greater strength in times of peace. Only a hard-fought battle was able to force both regular mech pilots and expert pilots to activate their unused potential. When their lives and the lives of their comrades were on the line and when their causes and convictions were at stake, that was when heroes stood out from the rank and file. Now, Venerable Marek was one of many expert pilots in this battle that had grown in power if not always in mentality. Under his control, the Paravad became the incarnation of a predator bird as it rushed forward with great momentum. Different from before, the avian expert medium mech did not lead with its razor-sharp claws. Though their underside mounting provided the Paravad with a large measure of safety when it performed its attack runs, it was insufficient in applying a high amount of physical force. They were most suited to perform hit-and-run attacks which had only yielded marginal results so far. Against an expert mech with cheat-like armor, such attacks no longer sufficed for Venerable Marek. It was for this reason that he decided to lead with its sharp and pointy beak first. The strongest weapon system on the Paravad was not its claws, nor its wing-mounted positron cannons. Its actual killer weapon was its beak, which was not only made out of extremely dense and hard alloys, but also contained a special resonating material that provided this weapon system with a lot of punch. The only downside of employing this weapon system was that Venerable Marek had to build up a lot of momentum in order to charge against his opponent with as much physical force as possible. The greater the speed, the greater the collision. The greater the collision, the more devastating the Paravad's beak became. As the avian mech raced forth with its wings folded to a narrower profile and its forward-pointed beak glowing in a bright silvery corona, Venerable Marek truly felt that he had become the Paravad for a moment. "Hold the enemy in place!" Don't let him escape, Venerable Mech urged his comrades. This was one of the weaknesses of the Paravad's all-out charge. When it sped forward with such great momentum, it lost nearly all of its maneuverability. Similar to the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Paravad was a marauder mech that possessed a versatile fighting style. It could adopt a cautious and elusive approach if Mech wanted to remain cautious, but it could also go all out and perform a high-risk maneuver that yielded an incredible payoff if it succeeded. Venerable Dice wasn't blind. Even though she invested most of her attention towards hacking through the shell of the Domingo Darren, she already accounted for the quick reprisal of the avian expert mechs. She didn't expect the Paravad to advance with such an exaggerated degree of speed and momentum. The enemy expert mech's wool-infused beak exuded a particular sense of danger. Her expression turned sour. Though she had already driven her sword through the Domingo Darren's turtle shell several times, she could tell that none of her attacks dealt fatal damage to the expert turtle mech. Its defenses were high, and its internals were more robust than she thought. It didn't help that the internal architecture of this turtle mech deviated a lot from a general mech. Dice thought that she had driven the decapitator through the cockpit or the power reactor with every deep stab, but it turned out that the blade damaged nothing except some structural components, ammunition belts, and other secondary components. These blasted turtle mechs! The designers of the Domingo Darren had taken full advantage of the unique properties that turtle mechs possessed. Unlike a regular human expert mech, there was no particular reason why the power reactor and cockpit needed to be mounted on the upper torso, and why the mech engine should be placed around the pelvis section. Its internal space was just one spacious bowl which could fit any kind of configuration. The turtle mech's relatively simple physical requirements provided mech designers with all kinds of choices that they would never be able to make if they designed a more restrictive humanoid mech. When Ves paid attention to this fight, even he became impressed by the Domingo Darren's design concept. These turtle mechs look stupid, but they're actually powerful and tricky to fight against. It's no wonder that the Hiverorers have turned them into a core part of their mech roster and combined arms approach. Ves was so taken by the possibilities that turtle mech opened up that he developed a desire to design one himself. Compared to other bestial mechs such as tiger mechs, Ves did not need to study any non-human physiology and mechatronic theory. They were highly analogous to shuttles but were far better armored and controlled. Like her husband, Gloriana studied the expert turtle mech as well, but was not as charmed by it. The lazy design offended her sensibilities. Its ungainly bulbous shape possessed no hint of femininity. She didn't pay much attention to this at the moment. Instead, she narrowed her eyes at the footage and sensor readings of the Domingo Darren. At first glance, she assumed the Domingo Darren was just a direct expert mech upgrade from the crumble shell. However, when the first sword breached its armor and exposed some of its internals, she began to spot parts and systems that should not belong to a defensive ranged mech. After spending a few more seconds on analyzing the new data, her eyes widened. She activated an emergency command that directly connected her to Venerable Dice. "Get away from the Domingo Darren's shell! It's a trap that can entangle your mech!" The dwarven expert mech had already revealed its true nature halfway through her explanation. The bulbous turtle's hull split apart into segments that extended outward in an attempt to grapple and clamp down the first sword. Venerable Dice had never lowered her vigilance, though. She always maintained respect for her opponents and already remained on guard against unexpected surprises. The Domingo Darren had always appeared too one-dimensional for an expert mech. Seeing its shell unfold into a giant clamp only mildly took her by surprise. With the instincts honed through many hunts against dangerous organisms, Venerable Dice already commanded her expert mech to blast off and escape whatever trap the dwarves were trying to pull. Her quick thinking allowed the first sword to distance itself from the Domingo Darren with plenty of time to spare, but her sense of threat never subsided. The first sword was still in the danger zone. What? When the Domingo Darren's segmented shell failed to chomp its prey, its dwarven expert pilot did not show any disappointment. You can't get away! Numerous large modules in the inner structure of the Domingo Darren began to glow while consuming enormous amounts of power. A huge magnetic attraction force came to life that acted onto the first sword's metallic frame. The Larkinson expert mech's flight slowed down several times, but this wasn't all. The Domingo Darren detached its huge clamping mechanism and launched it forward. This time, the clamp successfully trapped the expert swordsman mech in its jaws. Though the first sword attempted to cut at its bonds, it had only been able to cut off a single tooth before the clamp immobilized its arms. The humanoid expert mech possessed no leverage to wield its enormous sword. The weakness of the humanoid mech form became very evident now. The first sword was designed as a pure expert swordsman mech and possessed no integrated weapon modules. It possessed no tools at all to destroy the clamping mechanism that prevented its frame from flying away and kept its limbs immobilized. No! Ves shouted in alarm as this drastic turn of events took place. The first sword needs help. Where's the Dark Zephyr? Venerable Tusa is currently supporting the opposite flank, sir. What about the Amaranto? Venerable Stark is still locked in a firefight against the Slug Rider expert mechs. Damn it, why haven't we sent the Shield of Samar or other mechs to free up the Amaranto? Ves demanded. We tried and it didn't work. The other Slug Ranger mechs are constantly supporting their own expert mechs. Our range contingent has no choice but to fight back against them in order to prevent a wipeout. Then what else is left? Chapter 3284, Righteous Charge. The Domingo Darren resembled a crumble shell on its surface, but actually hid a second purpose. From a professional standpoint, Ves admired the imagination and commitment of the lead designer of this bestial expert mech. Not everyone was willing to design a mech that essentially turned it into a giant decoy that just screamed "Get close to me" and hit me up close, only for that to be part of a nefarious plot to trap and immobilize an enemy expert mech. It was not a design concept that fit an expert mech optimized for duels and solo engagements. It could only ever be employed when it fought alongside other friendly expert mechs. The Domingo Darren's trapping elements were large, robust, and almost impossible to break out of for a typical humanoid mech. The insanely high defense factor of the first sword's unending alloy armor system was not capable of bailing Venerable Dice out this time. The clamping mechanism was well designed and did not have to rely on punching its sharp teeth through the surface of an enemy mech in order to keep hold of its catch. The hunter and the hunted had exchanged roles yet again. The first sword exerted as much forces as its limbs allowed, but the kind of state it was in at the moment was similar to a human being bound by rope. If the rope was just hanging around, then anyone with a sword could easily chop it in half as long as there was enough room to move. However, when the rope was bound tightly around a person's arms and torso, then there was no easy way for a person to break free. The amount of force it needed to exert from its arms was way too insufficient compared to the strength of sturdy rope. Ves didn't need to perform any supplemental calculations with his implant to be certain that the first sword could not free itself from this unorthodox trap. Even though Venerable Dice was not resigned to this situation, and tried out various different tricks by resonating with her expert mech, the first sword simply didn't possess the options that could break the clamp holding it in place. Any other Larkinson expert mech won't fare better either, he realized. When he substituted his other expert mechs in the same position, he did not think the results would be any different. Neither the Riot nor the Dark Zephyr would be able to escape from this kind of trap. The only exception in the expeditionary fleet was the Balvo's Rage. The Hyder expert mech not only possessed greater mechanical strength due to the virtue of its high-quality materials and components, but also possessed numerous integrated weapons that could output considerable damage if it wasn't able to employ its handheld weapons. Ves had grown too complacent after he witnessed the stellar performance of unending alloy in mech combat. What happened to the Valkyrie Prime proved that expert mechs that excelled in attack power could still breach it under specific circumstances. Special measures such as the secret trapping mechanism of the Domingo Darren could screw over an unending alloy expert mech without needing to overcome its hard shell. That was the job of other dwarven expert mechs. At least that's not unreasonable. The Domingo Darren could only do so much. Its design revolved completely around its Gauss cannons, its strong defensive shell, and the trapping mechanism it held in reserve against cheeky melee attackers who thought they could slay a turtle by getting close enough. The expert turtle mech's cannons weren't even able to fire at its trapped prey. The cannons, which were half exposed due to the removal of the upper shell, didn't possess high elevation angles and weren't capable of firing straight upwards. Even so, the first sword was in place and could no longer maneuver freely. This turned it into a perfect target for any follow-up attack, and the first one had already arrived. The first one to arrive was not the Paravad that had already built up a formidable charge, but the faster and lighter Morco Mark II that had already gone a step ahead. Though the avian light mech lacked the raw power of its larger and heavier brother, it could still deal quite a lot of damage as long as it built up enough speed, which it had already done. The Morco Mark II instead surged forward while leading with its remaining intact. Its dwarven expert pilot resonated strongly with the limb, causing it to channel a will driven by hatred, desperation, and an overwhelming urge to break the unbreakable. The attack happened in an instant. In one moment, the Morco Mark II was blazing towards the trapped first sword with great intensity. In the next moment, the avian light mech had already passed by, its claws showing clear signs of damage, but its expert pilot was more than satisfied. It turned out that the Morco Mark II managed to rend one of the arms of the first sword. Though the damage wasn't critical, the ugly tears and the damaged mechanical parts represented the first true battle damage the expert mech suffered. Ves winced at the sight. He could already tell that even if the arm remained to the rest of the frame, Venerable Dice could forget about exerting any force with the crippled limb. It was metaphorically holding on by a thread at the moment. Up next was the Paravad, which had built up so much momentum that there was a high chance that it could punch through the chest armor of the first sword. Would Kitty's proud work be the first Larkinson expert mech to fall in this battle? This became a very real possibility, as Ves tried his best to figure out a solution. He briefly directed his attention to the other assets on the battlefield. The remaining sword maiden mechs were too weak to do anything. The battle criers were already out, and so was the Valkyrie Prime. The Dark Zephyr state was too awful to match up against any of the Hiver-Roarer expert mechs, not that it mattered. Venerable Tusa was doing his best to prevent the heavily disadvantaged left flank from collapsing. The Eye of Ilvain could have done something if it activated its new battle network, but time was way too short, and its regular firepower was not strong enough to free the first sword or substantially damage the enemy expert mechs. The Amaranto, which Ves had regarded as the best option to provide support for the Larkinson clan's other expert mechs, was being heavily suppressed by the enemy. Even without the Gauss Baron, the Slug Rangers did their absolute best to keep the Masterwork expert rifleman mech out of play as long as possible. The dwarven opposition recognized the great threat of the Amaranto, and decided that it could not be allowed to fire its potent luminar crystal weapon against a vulnerable target again. The help it provided to the Dark Zephyr was just one of many instances where Venerable Stark managed to play a crucial role in the loss of a powerful asset. If the Amaranto was allowed to attack other powerful enemies across the entire battlefield, then that would heavily suppress the activities of the dwarven expert mechs. No one aside from Venerable Orthox wanted to get sniped by a potent ranged mech that had the potential to inflict crippling damage with a single hit. The suppression on the Amaranto was frankly unreasonable and put it under no less pressure than the riot. This was yet another consequence of getting embroiled in a fight where the enemy came with larger numbers. The ferals simply had more options at their disposal and could employ multiple solutions to the same problem. In contrast, Ves and the rest of the expeditionary fleet was left with agonizing choices as they had to make difficult trade-offs that supported one friendly mech unit at the cost of leaving other beleaguered mech units to their own devices. No miracle happened this time. No mech pilot or expert candidate broke through at an opportune moment that could save the day. In fact, several mech pilots from both sides had broken through during this engagement. The odds that at least one of them were able to push themselves beyond the limit was quite respectable. The problem was that they didn't always last that long. Just like regular expert candidates such as Vincent Ricklin, anytime the Warnet detected a mech that performed way above the norm, the AIs would perform a thorough analysis before concluding that the high-performing machine was either piloted by a promising talent or an actual expert candidate. No matter the results, such mechs piloted by strong mech pilots were always targeted with great prejudice. The goal was to eliminate them before they did anything that could reverse a losing trend or strengthen a winning hand by doing something as outrageous as breaking through. Though the effort put into eliminating the talents identified by combatants or AIs was great, the cost would have been much greater if they waited until the targets in question broke through and wielded forced resonance to devastating effect. This is true war. Such sights weren't common in other battlefields. In the Komodo War, where the role of expert pilots was especially crucial, both sides did their best to strangle each other's talents and expert candidates in their cradle. When Ves briefly studied the list of Larkinson expert candidates, he noticed that a couple of names had already been crossed out. The dwarves generally didn't waste their time on shooting down ejected cockpits, but it was a different matter if there was a high likelihood they held expert candidates or talents that had the potential to become more. Ves felt guilty for not even noticing them as they fought for the Larkinson clan, only to die before the expeditionary fleet had even reached the Red Ocean. He reminded the kindness exuded by Lieutenant Hector Larkinson of the Living Sentinels. He was one of the few true-blood clansmen who seemed alright, and would have been a fine addition to the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. He was not as sad about Tamarin Larkinson's passing. Though he displayed great heroism as he fought against the vengeful Molten Hammers alongside other fellow avatars, his stance on putting true-blood Larkinsons on top of everyone in the clan was an undesirable political stance. The stubborn night mech pilot would have become a major obstacle to Ves if he broke through. Now that he was taken out of the equation, that was one less issue to worry about. The only displeasure Ves felt towards his passing was that the Larkinsons didn't gain any replacements that could fill up the missing slots. Less expert candidates meant less expert pilots in the future. Though Ves was not in the mood to design more expert mechs after he completed the current round of design projects, he reconsidered his stance after seeing the consequences of bringing too few expert mechs to a battle once again. We need to do a better job of protecting and nurturing our expert candidates. At this time, the Paravad had reached its end run. After taking sufficient time to build up a formidable amount of momentum like a Lancer mech, it had circled around until it faced the rear of the first sword. Now, its sharp and highly charged beak thrust forward with the mass and speed of an entire mech behind this attack. It's coming! A silent collision that lit up the optical sensors took place. So much energy had been released that a lot of other sensors failed to make sense of the situation at the moment. This blow was the culmination of Venerable Merek's desire to fell the evil human expert mech. In his will, no human armor was impervious or unbreakable. With dwarven power and Vulcan's blessing, the dwarven expert pilot was convinced that his righteous charge struck true. It took a few seconds for the interference to clear up so that everyone could see the aftermath of the devastating charge attack. Chapter 3285 You Are Your Work. When the Paravad drove its powerful beak into the first sword, the Warnet lost connection to the first sword. This was a bad sign and usually served as a prelude to the confirmation of the fall of a mech. V's heart had sunk. He knew that it was too unrealistic to keep pulling rabbits out of his hat. After using up one trump card after another, the Larkinson clan's deck had become a lot emptier. An overwhelming sense of guilt and loss overtook his mind. Unlike the deaths of a couple of Larkinson expert candidates whose names and faces he barely remembered, Dice was a true friend. He did not do right by Venerable Dice and the original Sword Maidens. He relied a lot on their strength to save his clan and his own hide, but did not provide them much aside from the benefits that other Larkinsons already enjoyed. The first sword was finished late in the current round of design projects, so Venerable Dice only had a fraction of the time that Venerable Tusa enjoyed to thoroughly familiarize herself with the strengths and weaknesses of her expert mech. It was no surprise that Venerable Tusa's performance exceeded that of any other Larkinson expert pilot. With a head start of around half a year, he not only mastered all of the performative nuances of the Dark Zephyr, but also had plenty of time to build up a deep accord with his expert light skirmisher. On top of that, he also spent much more time in growing his resonant strength. True expert mechs were so much more conducive to the development of an expert pilot than a prime mech. Dice, he sighed. VS could not imagine what Kedis was going through at the moment. The loss of yet another original Sword Maiden was another painful loss to someone who already lost a lot of sisters in previous battles. Not only was losing Dice a great personal loss, but it also negated much of the effort put into designing and fabricating the first sword. The expert swordsman mech was actually her first swordsman mech that she designed and realized by employing her own design philosophy. No mech designer wanted to spend all of that blood, sweat, and tears to create a fine mech for a specific client only for the machine to fall in its first battle. VS had already designed enough mechs to not become affected by such a setback, but he was quite concerned whether Kedis would also be able to take this blow without affecting her passion and enthusiasm for mech design. In the worst-case scenario, this tragic loss might turn into an enduring ache for her that would weigh her down for the rest of her life. As the interference finally cleared up, VS and many other people in the expeditionary fleet looked carefully at the result of the Paravad's powerful charge attack. The fact that this dwarven expert mech lost its hard beak in its strike attempt did not look encouraging. How much of the first sword is left? VS clung to his hammer as he watched on with a mixture of dread and hope. The first sword, it's alive! It's still intact! Everyone who had the attention to spare looked shocked. The first sword, while still bound by the clamping mechanism of the Domingo Darren, was still in the same condition as it was before. Aside from the ugly arm wound inflicted by the Morco Mark II, the first sword did not exhibit any other major signs of damage. The back armor which the Paravad had targeted with its beak was still in good condition. Though it was a bit banged up due to getting hammered by the Domingo Darren's Gauss cannons, it did not feature the large and fatal cavity that VS had expected out of the Paravad's collision. VS looked puzzled. What happened? It didn't take much looking to find the answer. Floating just before the first sword was the decapitator. Previously, the sharp and powerful sword was rendered useless due to the captive state of the first sword. Since the expert mech's arms were clamped down along with the rest of its frame, Venerable Dice wasn't able to swing the weapon at all. Its fingers which still gripped the weapon weren't strong enough to swing or heave the large and hefty blade around. So how did it move out of the first sword's grip, and what did it do to rescue the expert mech and most likely its pilot? Ves took a good look at the floating blade that exuded a very different vibe when it was held in the first sword's hands. Sharp? He recognized that sharp and distinctive vibe right away. The decapitator possessed its own unique character, of course, but now Ves had the impression that he was looking at a supersized version of Ketty's Bloodsinger. This is impossible! Ves resisted the urge to rub his eyes as he stared widely at the blade. It turned out that Sharpen not only crossed the distance of many kilometers to possess the decapitator, but also channeled enough power to block the Paravad's incredibly powerful charge to the point that it actually bounced back while losing its beak in the process. How? The sheer amount of improbable and impossible events that took place boggled his mind. A number of very clear rules had been broken in this brief event. First, how could Sharpe exceed the maximum range that companion spirits were able to move away from their principals by a magnitude of so many kilometers? Blinky couldn't even go past the few compartments aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. Second, how was the first sword able to stop many tons of worth of mech in its tracks, and without suffering any significant counterforce in return? How could the weapon empowered by Sharpe wield such a disproportionate amount of power by itself? At the very least, the decapitator should have smacked onto the surface of the first sword when it was rammed by the Paravad. Third, how was the sword even able to move by itself? Sure, Kitty's personal weapon was able to fly around, either on its own or with Sharpe directing its flight, but that was because the handle and sheath incorporated powerful low-profile gravitic modules that allowed the handheld weapon to float. No such system was incorporated in the decapitator. Ves still remembered its design schematics, and he had personally witnessed Ketty's putting it together step by step as she channeled all of her passion. Though it incorporated a small amount of electronic components, none of them were large enough to be able to lift the enormous blade, let alone wield it as if it was held by an actual mech. Impossible! Ves uttered again as he tried his best to make sense of the situation. After repulsing the Paravad's fatal charge, the decapitator did not remain idle for long. It turned its blade and swung backwards in a remarkably simple motion. The swing did not possess much force, yet effortlessly sliced through half of the clamps that held the first sword in place. If Ves had any doubts that Sharpe was present in the decapitator, they had all been laid to rest. On a hunch, Ves activated a live feed that provided him with a view of the main design lab. Ketty's! She was not sitting behind her terminal like the other mech designers. Instead, she had stood up and practically dominated her entire corner of the design lab by channeling her will. She held her Bloodsinger in her hands and lifted her head up as if to gaze straight through the structure of the Spirit of Bentheim so that she could track something at a distant part of the battlefield. The power that exuded from her body looked as if she was expending a huge amount of power. Indeed, just after the decapitator finished cutting enough bonds, Sharpe's influence disappeared from the weapon, causing it to turn inert again. It had done its job, though. The first sword was no longer as immobilized as before. It was able to squirm and free up a single limb with caught hold of the floating decapitator before using its blade to hack the remaining clamps that kept the expert mech lock. Soon enough, Venerable Dice had managed to free up her precious expert mech from the weakened grasp of the Domingo Darren. What happened was so improbable that many people were still in shock at this time. Not even the dwarven expert pilots were able to process what had happened. Ketty's! In the design lab, Ketty's had retrieved a much depleted companion spirit. She had drained so much of her energy and will in that crucial moment of time that there was hardly anything left in her. She collapsed onto the deck, causing considerable alarm among the mech designers and guards. She had to be put on an emergency floating stretcher, and be carried to the nearest medical bay. With several guards escorting her in person, Ves slowly let go of his concerns for her health. While the freed and rejuvenated first sword tentatively resumed the fight against the three Hiver-Roarer expert mechs, Ves kept thinking back on what Kedis had managed to do and how it was possible for her to extend her spiritual reach at such a great distance. Is it spiritual projection? This was a possible answer, but not a satisfying one to Ves. Distances, like any other physical property, were kind of funky in the spiritual realm, so theoretically it was possible for him to exert his influence a lot further than his natural range in the material realm. Yet even that had limits, at least he thought so. However, Kedis didn't have his spiritual sensitivity, and shouldn't be capable of navigating the spiritual realm in the first place. Something much different is at work, I think. He frowned deeper. Eventually, Ves put together a simple list of facts. First, Kedis is both a sword master and a mech designer. She possessed the powers of both. Second, the Decapitator is a masterwork mech sword which she has personally designed and fabricated with all of her heart and passion. Third, Sharpa is capable of channeling different sword styles, but most particularly the one it was born with, which happens to center around sharpness. When Ves put these facts together, he made a number of highly unusual and potentially mind-blowing inferences. Take the first point, for example. Mech designers were able to extend the influence of their design philosophies to their works. This was why all of the Larkinson mechs out in space were alive and experiencing growth on a spiritual level. However, what if the mech designer did not just possess a design philosophy, but also a force of will? Was the latter able to piggyback off the former and extend onto a work of the originator's own making as well? This isn't a sufficient explanation. With his control over spirituality, how could he not have discovered such an amazing interaction himself? He could have projected a part of himself to any of the mechs that bore his touch, and give them boosts of power whenever he was willing to make an effort. This brought him to the second point. What made the Decapitator different from many O'Hare products was that it was a masterwork product. Though it was not a mech, to Kedis its sword-like nature was even more significant. No one in the Larkinson clan was able to design and forge swords better than her, period. If a masterwork sword of her own making allowed Kedis to treat it as something similar to the Bloodsinger that was by her side, then that had massive implications. And she certainly did channel her power through her masterwork sword, or otherwise Sharpa wouldn't have been able to cross half the battlefield, which broke many assumptions that Ves had made about spiritual interactions. Ves tried to figure out the key point that made this possible. He quickly settled on the qualities of a masterwork. He understood very little about what masterworks actually were, and what concrete benefits they brought over other products. Now, he suspected that he uncovered a great secret that most mech designers were clueless about. What are masterworks exactly? What kind of property could enable Kedis to reach so far and channel her power through the Decapitator? After making a lot of different theories, Ves stopped at an explanation that sounded incredibly illogical but nonetheless appealed to him as a creator. What if masterworks are an extension of their creator? A living extension, maybe? He didn't know why he came to such an unreasonable, unsubstantiated guess, but it was an explanation that resonated with his mech designer heart. This theory could explain everything that just happened. If the Decapitator was not just a very well-made product but also a crystallization of someone's spirit and design philosophy, then it would not be inaccurate to state that a masterwork truly carried a significant component of its creator. There's a very simple way to test this crazy guess. Ves fiddled the controls of his projection feeds and activated a new feed that showed the current state of the Quint. Just like other living Sentinel mechs, it was currently hanging back while firing its rifle at any dwarven mechs that were doing their best to reach the expeditionary fleet. When Ves looked at his second masterwork mech, he raised his armored hand and channeled his spiritual energy while trying to reach out to the quint. I am my work, and my work is I. Connect. He felt a response that could only have come from a mech. Chapter 3286. A New Model of Masterworks. A bomb went off inside Ves as he made a completely new realization about Masterworks. He had always known that what he figured out, and what he had been told about Masterworks was never the full picture. The MTA's obsession of Masterworks made it clear that they were definitely more remarkable than what Ves currently knew about them. He just didn't know in what way. Now, Ves had the suspicion that he managed to peel a layer of mist today. The astounding instance where Kedis, who was situated far away from the thick of action, managed to cross a large distance of space and directly allowed Sharpet to descend on to the decapitator. Not only that, but she also managed to wield the giant mech sword as if she was holding it in person. So many incomprehensible and reality-defying events happened in this brief sequence that Ves would probably break his head before he figured everything out. The powers shown by Kedis belonged to her and her alone, so trying to copy her exact same methods was futile. However, Ves was still able to gain a lot of inspiration from seeing her perform something that Ves had never imagined. He had created masterwork mechs before but never thought he could connect to them as if they were a part of his own self. Kedis was different. She was much worse than him in the field of mech design when it came to experience, knowledge and practicality, but she possessed one great strength that genuinely received his admiration. She had a great feel for swords. Her extreme dedication towards swords and swordsman mechs was reflective of how much she was willing to set aside just to concentrate on her narrow interests, and she was rewarded for that sacrifice by developing an incredible degree of understanding, intuition and passion for her chosen calling. Such a great confluence of strengths and advantages had the potential of producing innovative new results. Only someone with an extreme mindset as hers would think of connecting with one of her best pieces. The fact that she actually succeeded caused Ves to take his former student a lot more seriously. He had always looked down on her a little bit due to her younger age and gap between progression, but now he was feeling similar to how Master Willix must be regarding him sometimes. So this is what it's like when the student surpasses the master. Ves did not feel any jealousy or displeasure at Kedis' success. Ves already developed a large and extensive toolbox of his own. Anything that his student made could also be adapted into his own toolbox if he wished. This was exactly what he was trying to do at the moment. He had always yearned to empower his mechs and find a way to contribute further to battles between mechs. If he could do what Kedis had just performed, he would no longer be relegated to the role of tech support. Certainly, his current duties were not inconsequential. As one of the few journeymen in the fleet, his insights of mechs and technology reached a high level. He had already made a real difference by passing on his insights on the strengths of his own mech designs and the weaknesses he spotted in the mechs used by the opposition. That's not enough, though. Ves was a Larkinson, and there was fire in his blood. He might not be able to pilot a mech in battle, but if he had a more direct way of contributing to a battle, then he would definitely embrace it without a thought. This was not the time to indulge in his fancies, though. Mechs were still being torn apart as the battle continued to rage. The living sentinels were no longer able to remain on standby and had all been deployed to fight the advancing dwarves. The battle between the different expert mechs grew more intense. The Balvos raged and the Gatecrasher fought even harder against each other despite the progressively worse battle damage they incurred. The first sword was on a vengeance against the trio of dwarven expert mechs that had almost succeeded in pulling off their trapping scheme. The Amaranto's fragile frame showed various degrees of damage as it teamed up with the shield of Samar to resist the simultaneous onslaught of two Slug Ranger expert rifleman mechs. The Dark Zephyr and the Amphies were trying their best to resist the bestial expert mechs supporting the much more formidable left flank of the dwarven mech force. Each of these flashpoints were crucial to both sides. The balance was so fragile and precarious that just a single change could have massive implications. Neither the expeditionary fleet nor the dwarven fleet could afford to lose any of the individual clashes. As long as one of them tipped over, a cascade might result that could trigger a complete collapse to the disadvantaged side. The bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim had become busier than ever as the vessel's shield generators had reached their limits, and her hull sustained various degrees of battle damage, some worse than others. Hundreds of damage control parties were running around to put out fires, throw away hazardous debris, and recover bodies from collapsed compartments. A heavy weight pressed on his heart. We might lose it all. It only takes one spell of misfortune to make our suffering 100 times worse. He did not want to fall in this forsaken dwarven empire. He hadn't reached the Red Ocean yet. He was nowhere close to realizing his design philosophy. His daughter hadn't even been born yet. She was supposed to have a wonderful life ahead of her. How could he possibly allow her to fall in this stupid, backwater star sector? Just the thought of something happening to his precious daughter caused his breath to hitch. There was no greater motivation for someone to fight for than to ensure the life and happiness of their own child. Parental love was what drove his own parents to exile themselves to the Nixian Gap. Though Ves didn't need to do something so drastic, he must at least do his own part to ensure that nothing would ever happen to his baby. I need to come up with something quickly while the battle hasn't deteriorated beyond salvaging. After he initially focused on the quint and came into contact with his masterwork in a way that he had never done, Ves became subsumed by different theories. He had no idea whether his assumption that masterworks were extensions of their creators was true. It could be that other mech designers such as Kedis looked at these great works in a different way. Ves just adopted this particular model because he was a life-oriented mech designer. No matter what was the case, this happened to be a model which worked for him. The moment he adopted this new model of masterworks, the way he saw and interpreted them had changed. He no longer treated them as discrete works that had little to do with him after he delivered them to his clients. They were transcendent creations that not only represented the best of what his craftsmanship had to offer, but also encapsulated his design philosophy to its highest potential. He could sense the active nature of the quint even though he did not look further into the details. Sentinel Commander Casella Ingvar was in the middle of a fight, and was leaning heavily on the quint to support her. The degree of cooperation he sensed from them was deeper and more extensive than anything he had seen. What a great mech! Ves sighed as he admired his own work. He was a bit clueless on how to empower it, though. When Ves tried to transfer his spiritual energy over to see if that helped or anything, he ended up with no noticeable results. First, transferring spiritual energy to the quint was difficult due to the distance. The bond he held with the masterwork version of the Bright Warrior model was not that strong. As an experiment, Ves briefly tried to connect to his other masterwork mechs. Let's see how they are doing. He was able to connect to the Amaranto without much trouble since it was in the same fleet, but he wasn't able to reach out at all to his remaining 2 masterwork mechs. They're too far away. If he concentrated hard and tried his best to reach out his senses, he might be able to detect a faint trace of the devil tiger and the little angel. He could vaguely tell that both of them were located in the same direction, which happened to point straight towards the Komodo star sector. Aside from that, there was nothing he could do. My ability to sense them will probably grow worse with distance. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to do this when I've reached the Red Ocean. Obviously, there were limits to this technique. They might loosen if he advanced to senior or higher, but that was too far away. Right now, Ves needed to figure out what he could do as a journeyman. He spent an entire minute trying out different ideas. Most of them did not yield any improvements. The quint was like a sieve where all of the spiritual energy he sent out was just flowing through it as if it was not able to make use of this gift. This was not dissimilar to what happened if he did the same to a mech that was standing right next to him. He made a number of conclusions based on this outcome. Even if I can connect to my masterworks, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. I don't have a way to convert my juice into useful work. It was like holding a battery. The object itself could contain enough energy to power the Amastendera, but without a real energy weapon or some other method to make use of the available energy, a battery alone was not capable to defeating a powerful enemy. I don't have any good offensive techniques, he realized. Much of his spiritual research and development was oriented towards creation and mech design. His toolbox was filled with productive tools, but only a handful of them could be employed as weapons, which weren't adapted to mech combat. An even greater problem is that the quint isn't acting as an open channel to my abilities. Everything he tried to send to the quint was getting dumped into space before dissipating. Due to these failures, he tried to think back on how Kedis managed to effectively project her power to one of her masterworks. Unlike Ves, Kedis was also a sword master. This was an extraordinary combat profession and one that shared clear commonalities with expert pilots. As a result, the Sword Maiden Mech Designer was able to leverage her will and unleash unimaginable strength. Ves wasn't able to do this, but thinking about Kedis' example caused him to develop an interesting idea. Kedis has a sword, but I have a cat. One of the many elements that stood out from his former student's feat was that she did not control the decapitator directly, but somehow sent Sharpa over to possess the weapon. Though Ves initially had a lot of doubts about how Sharpa was able to displace itself so far away from Kedis without breaking her mind, his new model and theory on masterwork creations was able to supply him with an acceptable explanation. If a masterwork is an extension of its creator, then it should be able to anchor a companion spirit. This was a major conclusion that could change a lot. Perhaps Ves wasn't as helpless as he thought. Blinky! Mro! Wake up, you lazy bum. We're in the middle of a battle right now, and it's time for you to make a contribution. Mro! You heard me, Blinky. It's off to battle for you now. Mrowo. Chapter 3287, Dwarven Suppression. When Ves came up with the brilliant idea to dispatch Blinky to one of his masterwork mechs, he immediately thought that it had a high chance of working. Though Blinky was not a clear offense-oriented companion spirit like Sharpa, the spiritual cat possessed his own unique strengths and abilities. The only factor that Ves needed to be careful about was whether it was useful and appropriate to dispatch Blinky to one of his masterworks. The first interfacing attempt between Venerable Orphan and the riot came to mind. If Ves rashly inserted a strange cat in a mech that was fully occupied with supporting its mech pilot in battle, disruption and disharmony might result. So before Ves tried to send Blinky out, he first had to make a choice. Should I help the Quint or the Amaranto? Both had their good and bad points. The Quint was a more developed living mech. It was also a relatively weak mech, so that a fixed boost of power would result in a greater amplification of performance. With regards to compatibility, Ves didn't anticipate too many problems. The Quint was a more idealized version of the Bright Warrior Mark I version B, both of which were overseen by the Golden Cat. Blinky's relationship with Goldie was pretty good, so the latter shouldn't mind whether her little brother intruded in one of the mechs under her purview. Still, what kind of impact will result from allowing Blinky to inhabit the Quint? Ves wondered. Although the Quint was a powerful modular mech platform that enjoyed several powerful upgrades since it was made, its foundation was still based on an ordinary bright warrior. If Blinky's was able to increase its strength, how well would it perform? Ves seriously doubted that it would suddenly become as strong as an expert mech. It is more realistic to assume that its performance will probably reach the level of a prime mech. Was an additional prime mech in the Larkinson army's lineup useful? Yes, but not that much. His Valkyrie Prime and the Shield of Samar might be able to play a greater role in smaller battles, but with tens of thousands of mechs doing their best to smash each other to pieces, the power level of a prime mech was still too inconsequential to make a difference. Of course, the story would be different if Casella Ingvar broke through. In his brief moment of contact with the Quint, he sensed a lot of strength and will from its mech pilot. The ongoing struggle was slowly polishing the expert candidate's will, bringing her closer and closer to apotheosis. Can I give her a little push? Ves didn't know. There was a chance that he was able to create an opportunity for Casella Ingvar to break through, but this was just a guess. He never tried anything like this before and was quite reluctant to mess with the mental balance of one of his key personnel. It would have been a different story if Iman Ingvar was still piloting the Quint, he muttered. Iman was just a regular expert candidate who did not play a major role in the Larkinson army. His sister was another story. Ever since Casella Ingvar took over the mantle of commander from Magdalena Larkinson, the younger leader went on to become a successful and popular leader of the Living Sentinels. Many of her subordinates looked up to her, so any adverse outcome would have a disastrous effect on the morale of the Mech Legion. There was also another reason why Ves was reluctant to perform his new experiment on the Quint. I'm not sure whether Commander Casella can handle the power that Blinky can bestow to her and her mech. Compared to this dubious choice, Ves felt a lot more confident about dispatching Blinky to the Amaranto. It was his most recent masterwork mech, and he still remembered much of its details, including how its luminar crystal rifle worked. The Amaranto was also an expert mech that was expressly designed to channel extraordinary energy and abilities. Its tolerance for them was very high, and Ves did not have to worry about exceeding its fault capacity if Blinky got to work. There were also downsides to this choice. Blinky might not be strong enough to provide a substantial boost to the expert rifleman mech. The Amaranto also had less in common with Blinky. The only shared DNA they possessed was that they were both designed and made by Ves, and they also shared a connection with the illustrious one. Oh well, they're on the same side, so they must be able to get along. The future of the Larkinson clan is at stake. Since time was short, he did not doubt his choice any further and began to establish a connection to the Amaranto. Just like with the Quint, now that he regarded the masterwork expert mech as a living extension of himself, he developed the impression that he was touching another part of himself, though in a very diminished way. The exact mechanics behind this interaction continued to stimulate his thoughts, but he did his best to suppress his inquisitive desires. This was a time of action, not research. You're up now, Blinky. Go out and do something useful. Mro. Blinky's objections were irrelevant. No matter how much his companion's spirit wanted to stay behind and just let the Larkinson soldiers win this battle on their own, Ves just metaphorically picked his cat up by the scruff of his neck and threw the purple spiritual cat into the Amaranto. At this time, the Amaranto was still engaged in a fight of its life. Its armor was chipped and damaged from getting hit by numerous pieces of debris. Some of the more ugly marks were made by glancing blows from the powerful Gauss rifles of the dwarven expert mechs. Abominable human mech! Only dwarves are allowed to make masterworks. Your existence must be erased. The Gauss Baron must be avenged. Venerable Devia Stark did not let herself get affected by the senseless words of her attackers. The fanatical Slug Ranger expert pilots had been berating her since the start of their attack on her, but still hadn't managed to destroy her machine entirely. She had to work hard to keep her mech in working condition, though. If she just fought against a single dwarven expert mech, she would have been able to defeat it by using the graveyard as cover. That wasn't possible now that she was attacked by two expert ranged mechs at the same time. The cooperation between the Slug Ranger expert mech pilots was good. They maintained a healthy distance from the Amaranto and each other while constantly firing their empowered Gauss rounds at their target. Since the two enemy expert mechs were oriented at different angles from the Amaranto, there were many instances where her cover was made invalid. Even if the Amaranto was able to block the attacks of one expert rifleman mech huddled behind the hull of a ship, the other enemy machine simply had to go around and gain a clear line of sight of its target's vulnerable sides or rear. The Amaranto would get in deep trouble if that happened because the defenses of her mech frame simply wasn't good enough to withstand even a single powerful attack from its two opponents. Venerable Stark was forced to reposition the Amaranto ahead of time in order to avoid exposing its weak sides to one of her current foes. This not only wasted a lot of time, but also constrained the amount of time she was able to fire her rifle. I can't support the other Larkinsons in my current state. This was exactly what the dwarven expert pilots were trying to do. Even if the Amaranto was acting way too cautiously to expose itself to their sights, it was constantly on the run, giving it no chance to contribute its firepower to the other parts of the battlefield. The suppression of the two enemy expert mechs also prevented the Amaranto from launching solid attacks on them both. The Slug Rangers obviously weren't new at this, and had developed a good method to suppress a powerful ranged threat. The reason why the dwarven approach worked so well was because the Larkinson expert mech was never designed to withstand hits with its lackluster armor system. The relative fragility of the Amaranto constantly forced it to borrow the whole structure of starships in order to resist attacks in its stead, but that was not an ideal solution. In fact, the Amaranto had taken advantage of the graveyard's defenses so much that the defensive salvage vessel could not take any further attacks. Venerable Stark, please base your defense on our other starships. The attacks launched by enemy expert mechs are too powerful for the graveyard's hull to resist. Our capital ship urgently needs more breathing room to perform damage control functions. Please use the following list of ships as your defensive aids. They're not as resilient as the graveyard, but their loss is more tolerable. The instructions from High Command forced Stark to reposition her Amaranto to other vessels. The sub-capital ships of the Larkinson clan turned into sacrificial barriers as the Amaranto used their large but flimsy structure to buy more time at the cost of accelerating the destruction of valuable assets. The dwarven expert pilots had no qualms about tearing apart the starships of their enemy. I need more backup, she said as she continually dodged the Gauss rounds that were fired in the Amaranto's direction. It was not as if General Verl attempted to help out. However, the regular mechs that were sent to attack the enemy expert mechs were either shot down by the dwarven expert mechs or attacked by other dwarven elements. The Shield of Samar, which arrived later, had helped for a time, but the dwarves quickly found out that the prime mech was little more than a mobile obstacle. Venerable Janzi had very little to offer in a battle of this level. Her Space Knight could easily withstand the attacks of the enemy expert ranged mechs, but she was unable to do anything that could help in defeating the opposition. Venerable Stark was forced to move her expert mech away from the Shield of Samar after a time. The dwarves were constantly paying attention to this firefight. General Kebernor's well-founded fears towards the Amaranto drove him to counter every plan that General Vul attempted to enact in order to free up his strongest individual ranged asset. Only a powerful external factor could break this stalemate, and Ves hoped that Blinky was strong enough to meet the threshold. The transition was rather abrupt. In one moment, Blinky was settled nicely inside V's head. In the next moment, The spiritual cat had the illusion of being squeezed through a very long and narrow straw before ending up in the spiritual space of the Amaranto. Mro. Fortunately, the Amaranto did not react violently to the arriving guest. Ves had already warned the living expert mech in advance. Strange. Ves began to see double as he had the impression that he was in two places at once. His perspective from the Amaranto was severely limited, though. The expert mech was currently filled with power as Venerable Stark actively resonated with the machine in order to keep up its battle performance. Blinky did not feel comfortable after being affected by Stark's powerful and resentment-filled will. Mro. As a stranger to the Amaranto, Blinky seemed to fall out of place. Both the expert mech and the expert pilot were already concentrating fully on keeping themselves alive. How could the intruding cat possibly lend a hand to them under these circumstances? Ves had an idea. Venerable Stark, he said over a priority communication channel. I may be able to help you break this stalemate, but I will have to do something new and unprecedented. Don't be surprised if your expert mech suddenly gains power. No matter what happens, try your best to roll with the changes and see if you can leverage the added power that I'm trying to bestow. Are you willing? I don't have any other choice, the older woman said as her stress levels continued to rise. Then let's begin. I think you can probably feel a cat somewhere in your mech. Try your best to welcome him and avoid hindering him as he tries to help. There's one change you must do, however. And that is? Switch the attack phase of your rifle to kinetic beams. Though Venerable Stark had many questions, she decided to trust Ves. She switched the attack phase crystal that was currently active from a positron beam crystal to a kinetic beam crystal. Done. What else? Ves began to grin. Get ready! Chapter 3288, powered by Ves. Blinky was not a regular cat. He was the Star Cat, a spiritual entity split from V's own essence, and given a life of his own. He was simultaneously an autonomous existence, as well as an extension of his source. All of this meant that Ves could choose to keep himself separated from his companion spirit, or to embody Blinky so that the lines between them blurred. Right now, Ves was only partially embodying his cat. Blinky was able to wield the powers of his own body the best. If Ves took direct control, he wasn't sure if he was able to channel his companion spirit's various strengths effectively. There were still substantial differences between a spiritually sensitive human and a spiritual existence that was literally designed to manipulate and digest energy. He first instructed Blinky to leverage his abundant spiritual energy reserves to empower the Amaranto in some way. Just as expected, this didn't work. If it did, Ves could have rode in the cockpit of any expert mech and just supplied it with a huge amount of spiritual energy to amplify its performance. Spiritual energy is not a good medium to empower an attack anyway. The reason why high-ranking mech pilots were able to pair so well with powerful mechs was because of will and resonance. They leveraged a different power system that was much more suited for combat applications. In contrast, the spiritual abilities that Ves and by extension Blinky were able to utilize were much more helpful in the design lab or mech workshop. It's a good thing that creation isn't Blinky's only strength. Ves smirked. Since the companion spirit's birth, Ves only paid attention to Blinky's productive capabilities. Being able to supply a huge amount of spiritual energy that was compatible with him on demand, along with being able to form a design network that connected different mech designers together, provided a huge amount of utility to his mech design activities. This was obviously not going to be relevant on this occasion. Ves wasn't directly capable of boosting the performance of an existing mech with his spiritual abilities. So he turned to Blinky's other strength. Upon his silent urging, his companion spirit began to draw power to another facet of his abilities. The shrunken Warclaw crystal embedded onto Blinky's forehead began to glow as he activated it. As best as Ves had learned and figured out, this mysterious alien crystal served as a resource and a focus for a different type of energy that was very rare in human civilization. The Alshir race took advantage of the energy their tyrannical bodies were able to channel and subsequently dominated a significant portion of the galaxy. Now, Ves wanted to do something similar, though he and Blinky were obviously much clumsier when it came to harnessing Warclaw energy. First, Blinky needed to draw the energy from an existing source. Though the Warclaw crystal possessed a reserve of it, Ves did not believe it was enough. The most abundant source of Warclaw energy happened to be his own body. The volatile energy cycle generated and sustained by his Jutland organ had long been useless to Ves. In fact, it even posed a hazard to his health, as excess Warclaw energy could lead to a dangerous buildup that might one day explode his own body. Yet now that he was about to make an attempt to channel it into an expert mech, he was worried he didn't have enough to achieve a sufficient result. "Well, it's not as if I can do anything about it. I am only able to make do with what I have," Ves shrugged. Getting Blinky to siphon the Warclaw energy stored in his body when the cat was in a different location was difficult. However, owing to the companion spirit's inseparable bond with Ves, the additional Warclaw energy eventually ended up in Blinky's crystal organ through an unexplainable method. The huge injection of Warclaw energy caused Blinky to take on a different vibe. His purple starry body began to glow brighter and also gained a more mighty aura. "Blinky! Don't keep all of that energy for yourself. You need to channel it into the Amaranto somehow." Mro. How the hell was Blinky supposed to do that? He was an energy converter, not a magical cat that came straight out of a cartoon. Ves knew this and tried to work together with his companion spirit to channel all of that Warclaw energy in the Amaranto without blowing it up. He had a hunch that the expert mech's rifle was the key. Several different entities connected together and tried to work out a solution to channel Blinky's powerful energy into the crystalline rifle of the expert mech. An unheard event took place where a mech designer, his companion spirit, a living expert mech, and its expert pilot simultaneously bonded together to achieve a single goal. Unfortunately, none of them knew how to channel Warclaw energy into an effective application. They lacked the expertise to know what to do with it. Even Blinky, who developed several crude applications on how to use it, was not able to direct it towards the Amaranto's weapon. Ves realized he needed additional help. "Illustrious one! Give us a hand!" He drew over the Luminar design spirit. The Amaranto bloomed in several different lights as the Illustrious One's presence grew more active and extended his influence to Blinky. Under the Illustrious One's direction, Blinky was able to find the correct method to channel the Warclaw energy he accumulated to the Luminar crystal rifle. The weapon, which had always been glowing in different lights, suddenly grew brighter as a powerful sense of might emanated from its crystal construction. The distraction was so great that the two dwarven expert mechs assaulting the Amaranto sensed the threat. The naked threat exuded by Warclaw energy could not be hidden. Launching a surprise attack was out of the question for Venerable Stark. Several seconds passed as she attempted to find a window of opportunity to shoot at the Amaranto's attackers, but the Slug Ranger expert pilots had become a lot more vigilant in response to the obvious power-up that the Amaranto was experiencing. The dwarves expended a lot more effort into making sure that the Amaranto would not have any opportunity to fire its gun at them. As long as Venerable Stark attempted to snap a shot at one of her two attackers, the enemy would also have a clear shot at the fragile Masterwork mech. "I can't get a clear shot!" The Amaranto's rifle was brimming with a different kind of power, but Stark did not experience any benefits from it. In fact, if the rifle kept bottling up all of the Warclaw energy, it might reach its limit soon. Ves began to think quickly. The best solution was to leverage other assets such as the Shield of Samar to act as a barrier, but the Dwarven expert pilots already countered those attempts. The fact that General Verl did not dispatch any further assets to free the Amaranto signified that the Larkinson army really couldn't spare any further help. The Amaranto had to save its own skin. In desperation, Ves came up with a stupid idea. He considered it stupid because it was not an efficient application of Warclaw energy. He didn't want to resort to it, but he saw no other choice. As long as it was effective, he was willing to pay a price. Just like Keddy's, he whispered. Ves quickly communicated his plan to all of the other entities. Blinky, Venerable Stark, the Amaranto, and the Illustrious One all became aligned with him and readied themselves for something completely unprecedented. Here goes nothing! Ves closed his eyes and drew out more Warclaw energy from his body. Blinky's Warclaw crystal thrummed with power, so much so that the cat desperately tried to offload as much of it to the Amaranto as possible. With the Illustrious One there to help and regulate this volatile and potent energy, the Warclaw energy did not go out of control. Instead, it began to surround the Amaranto into a strong shield for a small instant. The entire expert mech exuded so much light that it was as if a new star was born on the battlefield. However, only Ves knew that this state could not be maintained for a long time. Shielding a small cat-sized entity like Blinky was incomparable with trying to shield a full-sized mech. The enormous difference in scale demanded such a huge expenditure of energy that the supply would probably run out in a couple of seconds. Stark! Ves shouted as he felt as if his vitality was literally being drained away. His internal energy cycle was growing so weak that it even showed signs of collapsing. Venerable Stark did not waste any time. She put her complete trust in the remarkable energy shield that had formed around her expert mech and abandoned all attempts at trying to evade attacks. 2 resonance-empowered Gauss rounds almost instantly slammed into the Amaranto's new shield. Though the shield immediately lost a lot of power to the point where it was about to collapse, it had done its job. By abandoning all pretense of evasion, Venerable Stark was able to spend enough time to bring the Amaranto's glowing crystal rifle to bear on the slightly slower of the 2 Dwarven expert mechs. She resonated with both her expert mech and its rifle, causing her to develop a strong feel for the properties of Warclaw energy. After she locked her target with her sights, the Dwarven expert pilot felt an immediate threat. Yet no matter how much effort the Slug Ranger expert mech tried to dodge or block the incoming threat, there was no way that Venerable Stark was going to let her opponent off after bullying her for so long. Die, dwarf! A huge explosion of light engulfed a quarter of the battlefield as an enormous burst of energy and light exploded from the giant beam that fired from the Amaranto's rifle. When the beam disappeared as soon as it became visible, a large portion of the battlefield fell silent. The Slug Ranger expert mech that got struck by the Amaranto was completely dead. Venerable Stark's aim struck true. Though the Dwarven expert mech managed to move slightly to the right from where she aimed, this was not enough to avoid the blow. The Warclaw-enhanced kinetic beam not only punched through the Dwarven expert mech's resonance shield, but also slammed through the frontal armor of the right torso. The attack did not stop there and continued to drill straight through the internals of the expert mech before exiting from the back. This wasn't all. The enormous kinetic force that burrowed straight through the Dwarven expert mech's frame also spread out to other parts of the inner torso. It was as if a violent tornado had ravaged the entire insides of the enemy expert rifleman mech. The cockpit, the power reactor, and almost every other component was completely crushed or shredded apart. The poor dwarven expert pilot didn't even have any time to eject from his doomed machine. Many friendlies and enemies fell silent as they witnessed this awesome display of might. Though the Amaranto had already showed an impressive level of performance before, it took too much time and other resources for the Amaranto to fire a full-powered beam. Now, it only took a short instance for it to fire a kinetic energy beam that exceeded that power level. Of course, what all of these gaping observers didn't know was that all of that power didn't emerge from nowhere. Ugh! What a huge drain! Ves felt as if his mother had sucked his body dry of energy. The only reason he didn't collapse to the deck was because his armored body was already sitting on a chair. However, the Amaranto expended such a great proportion of available Warclaw energy that he felt utterly drained. He immediately pulled Blinky back into his mind and commanded his companion spirit to do his best to generate as much Warclaw energy as possible in order to fill up his shortfall. When Ves managed to regain a bit of strength, he observed what was happening now that Venerable Stark had one less enemy to worry about. It was as if she had gotten rid of her shackles. Though the Amaranto had lost its extraordinary power boost, the remaining dwarven expert pilot was no longer able to suppress the Amaranto. "I know your weakness," Venerable Stark hissed as she was fully invested in paying back for all of the grief she suffered. "You couldn't beat me when you had a buddy. You're even less of a challenge now that you're by yourself." Now that she didn't have to worry about getting flanked, she was fully able to use a nearby subcapital ship as her fortress. No matter how many shots the enemy expert mech fired, all of its powerful attacks sunk into the structure of the Larkinson vessel without posing any threat to the Amaranto. She didn't even bother to switch firing modes. She resonated with her crystal rifle and fired a weaker but still impressive kinetic beam that slammed straight into the enemy expert mech. Metal debris exploded from the dwarven machine as its entire chest armor had been caved in. Though the expert mech was still operational, the powerful impact locked up some of its systems long enough for the Amaranto to fire a follow-up shot that landed straight into its damaged chest. This time, a larger shower of debris exploded into space as the entire upper torso of the remaining Slug Ranger expert mech disintegrated into pieces. Despite expending so much energy, Venerable Stark only became more encouraged by the quick kills. The Amaranto gained more momentum and gained a much more aggressive aura. "The Amaranto is truly unleashed!" Ves, General Verl, and many other people knew that the Feral Expeditionary Fleet had no more assets left to keep the Amaranto in check. The elimination of 2 of their expert mechs happened so quickly that General Cabrinor hadn't even been able to issue emergency orders to adjust to this adverse turn of events. Before this battle, Devia Stark never held any animosity towards the dwarves. She even sympathized with them due to their tragic history. Now, all of her sympathy towards them was gone. At the very least, she developed an undying hatred to the Vulcanites who thought they had a right to kill humans without a cause. "You dwarves are no different from the Sandmen," she issued her verdict. The moment she made this comparison, she already sentenced the dwarves before her to death. Now that it was truly unburdened from enemy attacks, the Amaranto instantly began to intervene in the battles between other expert mechs. Her next targets? The dwarven expert mechs that had almost pushed the heavily damaged Riot to the brink. Chapter 3289, Disconnected. The battle in Fordilla Zenta had reached a new stage after the Amaranto quickly got rid of the 2 Slug Ranger expert rifleman mechs in quick succession. Almost no one was able to adjust to this rapid turn of events in time. Both the expeditionary forces and the dwarven soldiers respected the masterwork expert mech a lot. In fact, the latter dreaded the Amaranto so much that they fully dedicated 2 of their expert mechs to suppressing it when they could have been more useful elsewhere. Though the calculations of General Cabrinor and his staff were on point, they never expected the Amaranto to possess an unreasonably strong energy shield and kinetic beam discharge. The sensors registered a huge amount of anomalous data. The kinetic beam was something completely foreign to the dwarves, and the dual empowerment of resonance and warclaw energy produced an astonishing amount of firepower that the Amaranto's first solo kill could never resist. The expert mech fell unjustly as far as the ferals were concerned. It had done so well in pressuring and cornering the Amaranto for a long time. The dwarven expert pilot not only made sure to never let Venerable Stark take a proper breath, but also anticipated many of her moves and ploys ahead of time. The characteristic dwarven toughness of the Slug Ranger expert mechs were not for show. Compared to other expert mechs, the dwarves generally built their dwarf-statured machines shorter but much more robust. Paired with a slightly oversized flight system, the dwarven expert mechs turned into surprisingly effective duelists who excelled at taking down enemy expert ranged mechs. The only major shortcoming of the Slug Ranger's take on the expert rifleman mech was that it did not allocate enough capacity on bolstering its offensive power. The caliber of the Gauss rifles were lighter than they could be in order to make sure the machines carried enough ammunition and energy cells to last a fairly long time. Of course, this lack of firepower was relative. Other than performing a bit inadequately against heavy-armored expert mechs, their damage potential was more than sufficient enough to defeat other powerful machines, including the lightly armored Amaranto. By Vulcan's bushy beard! Our expert mechs! A dwarven voice despairingly said. How can the Slug Rangers fail so badly all of a sudden? First they lost the Gauss Baron by a single expert light skirmisher, now they lost 2-1. They're dragging us down! The overall state of the battle hadn't changed yet, but everyone knew that this sudden turn of events would have a highly profound influence on the rest of the large and complicated battlefield. The careful balance that existed before could potentially be broken at any time. This was the oppressive nature of a powerful offense-oriented rifleman mech. Even if the Amaranto continued to remain at the near, its unparalleled firepower and precision meant it could participate in any other duel between mechs in this open battlefield. The pressure that Venerable Stark's expert mech exerted on the dwarves was so great that many of their great machines were already fighting more cautiously than before. Look at them reign in their arrogance! Commander Melker smirked for the first time in a very long time. Get ready, men! This is the time to turn the tables against the dwarves. They've been picking on us for a long time by relying on their superior numbers. Now let's see how they will fare when they're on the back foot. The expeditionary forces moved quickly to switch to a more offensive posture. While there were still plenty of strong and sturdy dwarven mechs left on the battlefield, the morale of their mech pilots had taken a lot of hits. During all of this fighting, the human mech forces had yet to lose a single expert mech. Sure, the Dark Zephyr, the Riot, and the First Sword had all lost most of their battle effectiveness and were all in bad shape, but their resilient and largely intact unending alloy exterior caused the dwarves to have the impression that the human expert mechs were still in good condition. In contrast, the ferals had started off the battle by bringing twice the amount of expert mechs but already lost 4 of them. This was a disastrous result that caused many Vulcanites to doubt the strength of their own expert mechs. Were the enemy expert pilots that much better than their dwarven heroes? Had the Vulcan Empire been lying to them about the superiority of dwarven craftsmanship? How else could the dwarven expert mechs fall so easily? The contrast in performance between the resilient human expert mechs and the sudden failures of the dwarven expert mechs was too shocking. General Verl had always paid close attention to the behavior of the dwarven soldiers. He clearly sensed the wave of doubt and confusion spreading throughout the feral mech forces. He immediately sensed a great opportunity. He opened a communication channel to Calabas right away. General? The spymaster asked. Do it. I want to see as much confusion as possible. Roger that, sir. Calabas closed the communication channel and smirked. I've been waiting for this. It's finally time for us to party. Squeak! Arnold responded as he laid lethargically on a floating cushion next to his owner's throne in the command center of the blinding Banshee. Commence Plan A. Take down their Warnet! She ordered. The Black Cats had remained so low-key during this battle that everyone forgot about them. Though they provided various forms of intelligence support, they never showed any teeth. Instead, they bided their time and kept building up their preparations. It was not as if the Black Cats wanted to do more, but their ability to interfere and disrupt the enemy's military-grade command and communication systems were limited. The Molten Hammers, the Slug Rangers and the Hiver Roarers were well-funded and well-rounded mech divisions that had all of their bases covered. Their counterintelligence and virtual security experts were all professionals who not only did their best to protect their own systems, but also attacked the various virtual networks of the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers on a constant basis. It was not easy for the Black Cats to sabotage the Dwarven mech fleet. Fortunately, the Feral Provincial Army possessed one fatal weakness. They brought less cats than their opponents. As soon as the Black Cats went into action, a large amount of disruption erupted from the Dwarven fleet. The Great Ram, the Limogo Distat and the Roost simultaneously experienced information warfare attacks that somehow bypassed all of their security measures. Data centers blew up, command centers became disconnected, and various backup systems failed to active properly. Though not all of the crucial command and control systems had been affected, many essential processing and data analysis systems glitched out to varying degrees. Coordinates were erroneously shifted by as much as hundreds of meters. Many ranged volleys went wide before the Dwarven ranged mechs woke up and stopped acting in coordination with Central Command. Dwarven mech units received false orders from their supposed superiors. This caused them to open up holes in their defensive lines or prevent them from overrunning a weakened human position. Human mech units weren't being registered on the Warnet, thereby giving the Dwarven tacticians a false impression of the state of the battlefield. Units being sent to stop a single human mech company were instead being overrun as there were actually 3 times as many enemies in those positions. Chaos erupted across the Dwarven lines as all of these sabotage measures took effect. The Dwarven Warnet, which had previously been responsible for making tens of thousands of Dwarven mechs work in lockstep with each other, had suddenly turned into a giant liability. Why are we getting all of this junk data? Our flagships have gone crazy. Forget about the instructions from the rear. We're on our own now. Cut off your connection from the Warnet, and don't accept any transmissions from the fleet until the techies have fixed their miss. The unreliability of the Dwarven Warnet and the lack of proper communications from their superiors caused many mech units on the battlefield to fall back to local control. Though this did not affect their direct battle strength, they lost their ability to act according to a greater strategy and position themselves where they were most needed. In addition, their compromised morale took yet another plunge as the Dwarven mech pilots felt as if they were increasingly losing control over the situation. If that was not enough, the blinding Banshee finally showed off her own capabilities. Though many clans criticized the acquisition of a dedicated capital-grade espionage ship, Calabast was determined to lay those voices to rest today. The thin, needle-like hull of the blinding Banshee began to expand as hundreds of ECM arrays unfolded along her hull. The ship poured a lot of power in them, causing them to project a powerful interference field that engulfed the Hiver Roarer mech units that had previously been doing well on the expeditionary fleet's left flank. Our channels are blocked. Our backup networks are getting flooded with false data. How did they manage to solve our encryption? The momentum of the dwarven mech divisions had been completely stalled at this time now that even their most successful units were unable to press their advantages. The sabotage wasn't total, though. Calabas never anticipated that this act of sabotage would confound the dwarven security experts for long. After 2 minutes of fumbling, the dwarves quickly restored most of the functionality of their warnet. They largely did this by leaving their flagships out of the equation. The damage was already done, though. The dwarves no longer trusted the warnet as much. The 3 flagships that had turned into a liability were unable to provide any support, which was very inconvenient since they not only hosted the most competent and authoritative personnel such as General Kebranor, but also contained the most processing power and the most extensive databases. The replacement warnet that the dwarves managed to put up simply wasn't the same, and it showed. The unsung hero responsible for sabotaging the 3 flagships wasn't in a condition to admire his handiwork. Among the huge amount of debris that was drifting away from the battlefield was a certain mechanical pet. Meow! Meow! The cat silently cried out. Lucky's misfortune harness was in bad condition right now. A portion of its left side had shattered and many places also showed signs of melting. One particularly powerful blow even went on to damage Lucky's resilient tiger-striped body. Though his Rorica's bone-infused structure was already trying to restore the damage, the cat was woefully short of energy to accelerate the process. The stealth shuttle that had quietly transported him behind enemy lines and allowed him to hop onto the crucial dwarven flagships were nowhere to be seen. The dwarven fleet had eventually sussed out the stealth shuttle's presence and shot it to pieces, leading to the deaths of all of its crew and the involuntary space walk of the only cat aboard. Though Lucky possessed limited means of moving in space, it was wholly inadequate in a huge and expensive battlefield in space. What was even more troublesome was that the active combatants were slowly moving further and further away from the battle debris. Meow! Though Lucky already transmitted a distress signal to the Larkinson fleet, who knew when they were able to pick him up. In the worst-case scenario, the expeditionary fleet might get beaten or find itself in a hurry to leave the star system. Even if he was not an organic creature who would die when exposed to space, he didn't want to drift outside the star system and spend millions of years crossing hundreds if not thousands of light years of distance while encountering absolutely nothing while in deep space. Lucky would rather defect to the dwarves than drive himself crazy from isolation. Mio! If the cat gained much better maneuverability in space, he wouldn't need to rely on other vehicles to move himself around. He definitely needed to remedy this shortcoming in the future. Chapter 3290 Terror at a Distance. The Golden Skull Alliance had inflicted yet another blow to their dwarven foes. The timing of the massive information warfare attack of the Black Cats was just right. Under the steady leadership of leaders such as General Kebranor, the dwarven mech forces could have mitigated the adverse consequences of losing 2 dwarven expert mechs in quick succession. For example, the dwarven general could have ordered hundreds of slug ranger artillery mechs to abandon all of their priorities and focus solely on suppressing the Amaranto. The dwarves could have dispatched a large suicide force of Hiver-Rora's mechs to bypass enemy lines and attempt to eliminate the Amaranto up close at great cost. They could have even allocated other expert mechs to suspend their current mission and chase after the Amaranto despite letting off other human expert mechs. General Kebranor belatedly realized that he had made a crucial error. I should have ordered more of our expert mechs to eliminate the enemy masterwork mech. If one of our Molten Hammer expert mechs had joined forces with the Slug Ranger expert mechs, the 3 should have easily completed this task. In fact, this was his plan from the beginning. He first requested 3 expert mechs each to gang up on the Riot and the First Sword since they were closer and needed to be eliminated as well. In any normal circumstance, an offensive expert mech would never be able to survive longer than a couple of minutes when they were assaulted by 3 machines of similar strength. An expert mech's defenses simply couldn't withstand so many attacks, or so the dwarves thought. General Kebrinor and his entire staff never imagined that the 2 seemingly ordinary human expert mechs boasted armor plating that was much more formidable than the exterior of a heavy mech. A 2-minute chore turned into a slow and grueling quagmire that lasted more than 20 minutes. The performance parameters of the 2 human melee expert mechs were so unreasonable that the molten hammers and hiver roarers couldn't even risk pulling away some of their units. With the ability to resist most blows with very little consequences, the Riot and the First Sword could easily switch to aggressive fighting styles that traded blow for blow. That would have led to a chain reaction of setbacks that was not worth the trade-off. Even with this unexpected surprise, General Kebrinor still thought the situation was under control. As resilient and threatening the human expert mechs turned out to be, they were constantly being worn down by the steady and persistent dwarven expert mechs. At least, that was what he thought. It was not unusual to make miscalculations in battle. What was more important was to build up a tolerance for failure and have plenty of contingency plans ready should a situation go south. However, before General Kebrinor could issue a proper response to the unleashing of the Amaranto, the Great Ram, the Limogo Distat and the Roost all turned into liabilities, causing them to get disconnected from the Dwarven Warnet. The remaining Vulcanite officers throughout their fleet were scrambling to pick up the slack, but their plans, vision and competence were nowhere near as comparable as the highly qualified command staff aboard the sabotaged flagships. This outcome was actually the true reason why General Vaux wanted to make the Black Cats take action at this time. If they pulled off this move any further, then the momentary disruption in command and control wouldn't have led to any further consequences. Yet now that the Amaranto no longer had nearby threats to worry about, the momentary loss in coordination also affected the coordination of the Dwarven expert mechs. She also didn't have to worry about any Dwarven commanders ordering the enemy expert mechs to charge her position anytime soon. Though the affected Dwarven expert mechs were still able to keep in touch with nearby friendlies, they could forget about cooperating with more distant units. The stage had been set for the Amaranto's proper introduction. Without the interference of the Gauss Baron and the other expert mechs of the Slug Rangers, Venerable Stark finally found an opportunity to vent all of the grievances that she had built up towards the dwarves. The impressive Masterwork expert mech bloomed in rainbow colors as Venerable Stark drew on her fury in order to make up for her earlier expenditures. Though she had already exhausted much of her will and mental focus to endure up until now, her mind was unbreakable, and her desire to achieve her goals drove her to never step back. Her eyes bloomed as her connection with her mech caused her to clearly spot the thousands of targets that were ripe for the taking from her perspective. Of course, she didn't need to waste her time on eliminating the enemy's rank and file. Her attention drew towards the Molten Hammer expert mechs that were assailing the riot. At this time, Venerable Orphan had almost bottomed out her strength. Her expert mech endured several punishing attacks that were aimed precisely at its vulnerable joints. As a consequence, the riot had lost both of its legs, its entire right arm and several components of its flight system, all in a span of a few minutes. Its mobility, force exertion and many other combat parameters had dropped to the point where its end was not long in coming. It was admirable how the riot still managed to put up a fight despite its rapid deterioration. Venerable Orphan adjusted to the adverse circumstances as much as possible, and was still able to pose a limited threat even if her expert mech only had a single arm left to wield its spear. Seeing that the Slug Ranger expert mechs had failed to take down the Amaranto, the attackers of the riot became a lot more desperate to finish off their target. As long as the Molten Hammers were able to take down this incredibly annoying and resilient mech, they could advance towards the Amaranto and contain it again. Yet before the dwarven expert pilots could do so, the Amaranto finally made its move. Moments before, its crystal rifle muzzle briefly switched from expert mech to expert mech. It was as if Venerable Stark was shopping for groceries. Eventually, she set her sights on the mech that posed the greatest and most acute threat towards the riot. It was not the fire mason, which had caused the riot to heat up a lot and even burned some of its exposed components. It was not the Bashravar, whose massive hammer had forced the riot to sacrifice its legs in order to prevent getting struck in a more crucial area. Instead, Venerable Stark locked her sights towards the Trementine, the dwarven axeman mech that had the potential to cave in the riot's heavily damaged exterior with one more blow. It only took a short amount of time for Venerable Stark to set her target, resonate with her luminar crystal rifle, and fire a powerful kinetic beam towards the Trementine. "You're not hitting me!" the expert pilot of the axe-wielding machine shouted as his mech instantly jerked aside. He had already been paying attention to the Amaranto's movements. As soon as his instincts screamed a warning, he had immediately aborted his expert mech's attack run in order to perform a quick evasion maneuver. The Trementine even turned around in order to expose its strongest frontal side towards the Amaranto in the distance. Along with holding its axe flat so that its wide blade functioned as a makeshift shield over the chest, there was virtually no chance that a moderately powerful attack from a ranged expert mech would be able to overcome its defenses. "I'm a molten hammer. I'm not afraid of getting hit." Yet, much to the dwarven expert pilot's surprise, the Trementine hadn't been struck from the front. Instead, his cockpit began to blare an alarm as his expert mech told him that it had incurred serious damage. When the dwarf tried to find out where his mech got hit, he discovered that a third of the Trementine's flight system had shattered. The consequences were immediately obvious. The Trementine lost a lot of flight power, causing its acceleration and other movement characteristics to fall to the point where it was barely able to move faster than the much more sluggish Bashravar. What happened? It turned out that just before Venerable Stark pulled the trigger, the Amaranto's rifle seemingly shifted to another target that was in another direction. The faint beam that fired from the crystal rifle initially looked as if it was indeed striking at a distant target, but for some inexplicable reason its beam had curved and nearly instantly struck the Trementine's exposed flight system from the sides. This was a major setback to the Trementine. If the enemy expert mech attempted to attack the dwarven expert axeman mech from the front, then only a portion of its frontal armor would have sustained damage. Yet because the kinetic beam bypassed the front and managed to strike its much more vulnerable flight system at a tricky angle, the Trementine experienced an immediate loss in initiative and battle effectiveness. "Thanks, Stark," Venerable Orphan sincerely said as she tried her best to keep her shambling riot alive. "Could you do me a favor and cripple the fire mason as well? This damned expert striker mech is cooking my internals to a crisp." A flamethrower-wielding mech usually didn't pose much of a threat to well-armored machines. However, their ability to damage other mechs jumped by a huge margin as soon as the armor of their targets had been breached. Venerable Stark obliged by taking careful aim in order to fire a second shot. The Firestorm's expert pilot somehow figured out the Amaranto's intentions. A dark cloud hovered over the dwarven expert mech as it pulled back and tried to go on the defensive. This was much harder than it sounded due to its inability to shield against attacks from an angle. No matter how the Firestorm changed its orientation, against a beam that could literally bend by up to 45 degrees, it was impossible to keep its flight system out of the enemy's firing line. Several minutes passed. The Amaranto continued to glow brightly, yet Venerable Stark exhibited an admirable degree of patience despite her desire to slay these murderous dwarves. After 14 tense seconds had passed, Stark finally spotted an opportunity. The Amaranto's rifle quickly adjusted its aim before firing a light beam that struck the Firestorm's still intact resonance shield dead ahead. The Riot hadn't managed to land any attacks on the Firestorm, so Venerable Stark was forced to strip away this layer first. Once the Firestorm became exposed, Venerable Stark fired her Luminar Crystal Rifle yet again, this time damaging just 15% of her target's flight system. Even though the impact to its mobility was much less impactful this time, the Firestorm's mobility and evasion characteristics had dropped to the point where Stark found it to be an even easier target than before. "I'm not letting you go!" The Amaranto did not rush to fire its rifle at its maximum firing rate. Instead, Venerable Stark patiently resonated with the Luminar crystal weapon in order to make sure she hit true and hard enough to achieve concrete results. After several more follow-up shots, the Firestorm's flight system was hit from so many different angles that it only retained 40% of its original mobility. It became increasingly harder for the Amaranto to cripple the alert expert mech's flight capabilities entirely, but Venerable Stark never thought about finishing off an alert opponent. "The Molten Hammer expert mechs are different from those of the Slug Rangers," she reminded herself. The expert melee mechs were built slower and tougher. Venerable Stark and her expert mech would have to expend a lot of energy in order to penetrate their frontal armor. She didn't know how many more shots she could fire in her current condition, but she didn't think she could go on endlessly. In order to achieve the greatest impact on the battlefield while expending as little resources as possible, she decided to focus solely on crippling the enemy expert mech's mobility. As long as all of them became as slow as a snail, they effectively posed no threat anymore. The expert mechs would be floating uselessly in space, unable to catch up to any enemy units or move to a more favorable position. The Amaranto's ominous rifle swayed towards the Bashravar. "It's your turn now." Chapter 3291, Open Targets. In the later stage of the battle, the balance had shifted decisively in the favor of the Golden Skull Alliance. After losing numerous comrades, the Dwarven expert pilots endured one setback after another. During the time when the Warnet was taken down, the enemy expert mechs received no backup and little support from other friendly dwarves. Certainly, several nearby Dwarven mechs attempted to come to the rescue of their heroes and use their own frames as a barrier against the deadly firepower of the Amaranto, but it was all in vain. Even though these hindrances gave Venerable Stark a bit of trouble, it was nothing that she could handle. She just slowed down her firing rate and took more time to resonate and charge her powerful weapon. The bright and powerful beam it fired when the crystal gun had accumulated a significant amount of energy was so unreasonably powerful that it was easily capable of punching through most mechs while still retaining enough power to damage another machine. Throughout her one-sided firing spree, Venerable Stark kept the Amaranto's weapon in its kinetic beam setting. She found it to work most effectively in dealing significant structural damage to the more vulnerable components of the Dwarven expert mechs. The laser and positron beam mode were not good at inflicting a large amount of immediate damage. The slicer beam mode excelled in penetration, but much of its energy was concentrated far too narrowly for Stark's liking. The kinetic beam was different. It was a beam that hit like a solid slug. Its penetration characteristics were rather moderate, but as long as it struck anything vulnerable like the components of a flight system, a lot of kinetic energy transferred over and shattered many other components besides the elements that had been directly struck by the beam. It was the perfect beam type to cripple the flight systems of enemy expert mechs. While other ranged expert mechs such as the ones deployed by the Slug Rangers were only able to fire their projectiles straight forward, the beauty of the Amaranto was that it was not confined to a single firing angle. The opticonium that Master Willix had integrated into the Luminar crystal rifle was finally showing its value as Venerable Stark actively resonated with it for the first time. Although it cost Venerable Stark a fair amount of energy and time to activate the beam-bending resonance ability, it was worth it every time. Soon enough, the Amaranto had single-handedly changed the outcome of the fight between the Riot and its three attackers. Venerable Orphan grinned and laughed at the pathetic state of her opponents. "Ha ha! Look at you now! Your stumpy wings have all been clipped! How does it feel to pilot a crippled mech? Oh, are you angry, Shorty? Then come at me if you can. Just don't take too long. I don't have all day to exchange blows with your slow-ass snail's mech." In a battle environment with no solid land or surface anywhere in the immediate surroundings, any reduction in flight capabilities was highly impactful. Space-borne expert mechs usually boasted superior mobility for that reason. Aside from heavy mechs such as the Bashravar, every other expert mech was capable of keeping up with other fast mechs or moving quickly from one side of the battlefield to another side. Yet now that Venerable Stark dealt with the three Molten Hammer mechs, the frustrated dwarven mech pilots could do nothing as their heavily damaged prey steadily flew back to the Larkinson fleet without fearing any further reprisal. An escort of friendly space knights even covered its back so that enemy artillery mechs wouldn't be able to exacerbate the wounds of the riots. The Trementine, Bashravar, and Fire Mason fell into a similar predicament to the one that Lucky was suffering from. Though the expert mech still retained limited flight capabilities, what little they had left was not adequate enough to pose a threat to the human expert mechs. The sight of these three impotent expert mechs looking ready to attack an opponent, but unable to move fast enough to get close to any of them, was downright surreal. The Larkinsons and their allies laughed at the sight. Their confidence boosted even further when they saw that the Amaranto had effectively neutralized three powerful expert mechs, including the fearsome Bashravar. The latter's reinforced flight system withstood a lot more damage than the other targets, but the Amaranto's firepower was simply too much. It performed exactly as Ves envisioned. Though his body felt weak and Blinky had practically turned comatose due to channeling so much Warclaw energy, he was incredibly pleased to see that his work was finally performing well in the circumstances where its value was the greatest. He had long imagined how much impact an expert rifleman mech could have when it was designed with extreme firepower in mind. The earlier situation where Venerable Stark had to keep her expert mech alive while being hounded by two dwarven expert mechs showcased the downsides of his design choices. Now that the Amaranto was no longer suppressed, it finally had the opportunity to display its strengths, and it immediately made a difference. The only other intact dwarven element that could stop the Amaranto from supporting other friendly expert mechs at a distance was the Gatecrasher. The offensive Space Knight was one of the most effective counters of the Amaranto. The Gatecrasher's all-round defenses were still formidable even after getting battered by the Balvo's rage, so whether it was attacked from the front or rear, a ranged expert mech would never be able to cripple it fast enough before the Gatecrasher had charged over. However, when Venerable Orthox Damacy tried to disentangle his Gatecrasher from its current duel and charge over towards the enemy fleet, Patriarch Reginald Cross refused to let the old dwarf leave. "You're mine!" he cried as his Balvo's rage surged forward and swung its axe in a threatening motion that forced the Gatecrasher to cease its advance. The Cross Patriarch was completely obsessed with beating the Gatecrasher. He did not allow other friendly units to interfere with his duel and made sure that his opponent had no choice but to meet his challenge. How could Venerable Orthox care about this stupid duel, though? Unlike Reginald, who had completely lost sight of everything else, the old dwarf had constantly been paying attention to the progression of the battle. When he saw that it had taken a turn for the worse for the dwarves, the war hero realized that he needed to do something quickly or risk allowing the continuous setbacks to trigger an adverse chain reaction. "Get out of my way!" he roared as his Gatecrasher exploded with power. The powerful expert Space Knight seemed to have found new strength and channeled most of it to its flight system. The gatecrasher gained an instant boost of acceleration and was just about to fly out of the reach of the Balvo's rage, only for the expert hybrid mech to get in the way while firing all of its weapons. Patriarch Reginald was even willing to risk a collision in order to keep the gatecrasher in place. With the constant interference from the Balvo's rage, Venerable Orthox was rendered with no other choice but to continue its duel. His heart wasn't in it, though. His duty as a protector compelled him to do more for his comrades, and getting pinned down by this persistent but extremely difficult human expert mech was not doing his fellow Vulcanites any favors. While this went on, the Amaranto proceeded to snipe the mechs attacking the first sword. The expert swordsman mech was in a better condition than the riot. After Kedis and Sharpa had assisted it at a crucial time, the first sword entered into the same stalemate against its opponents as before. Venerable Dice wanted to do nothing more than to defeat the Paravad, Morco Mark II and the Domingo Darren, but her condition and the condition of her expert mech wasn't the best anymore. The same applied to her opponents. All three dwarven bestial mechs incurred significant damage, and their expert pilots had also strained their wills and energy to get to this point. To Venerable Stark, the exhausted Hiver Roarer expert mechs had turned into sitting ducks. Even before the Amaranto aimed its rifle at the right flank, the Paravad and Morco Mark II had already pulled back from the first sword in order to beat a steady retreat. The damaged Domingo Darren also attempted to pull back. However, it was in a sorrier state than the other expert mechs as its shell was incomplete. Compared to the tough and hardy Molten Hammer expert mechs, the defensive capabilities of their Hiver Roarer counterparts did not impress Venerable Stark. She didn't even bother to employ the beam-bending resonance ability this time. You're first. The Amaranto fired a powerful kinetic beam that struck the Domingo Darren. Though the expert turtle mech had cleverly oriented its relatively undamaged underside towards the Amaranto at an angle, the kinetic beam was not a solid projectile that could be bounced off with ease. The bottom of the Domingo Darren was not as resilient as its top, so the kinetic beam managed to deliver a powerful impact that destroyed most of the layers that protected the expert mech's internals from damage. To its credit, the Domingo Darren reacted quickly and changed its orientation to the side. However, this did not deter Venerable Stark from attacking. The Amaranto fired a couple more shots, each of which smashed through different parts of the mech. Its gun ports, its underside and other vulnerable openings incurred serious damage to the point where the Domingo Darren eventually lost power and shut down. Seeing that there was no hope left, the dwarven expert pilot ejected from the doomed expert mech. Venerable Stark let it go as she had already moved her sight to another target. It took 8 rapid shots and 1 powerful shot to cripple the Morco Mark II. The avian light skirmisher did not boast much armor to begin with, and it was already damaged in previous bouts. The reason why Venerable Stark had to fire that much was because the Morco Mark II was still fast and agile enough to evade most of her shots. It was unfortunate that the avian expert mech's evasive parameters were not comparable to the Dark Zephyr. To someone that focused most of her efforts on increasing her accuracy and her ability to read her opponent's movements, the Morco Mark II might as well be a medium mech in her eyes. The Paravad was a lot trickier for Venerable Stark to immobilize or disable. Venerable Marek Bulferon was the most skilled expert pilot among the Hiver Roarers and was able to confound Venerable Stark's aim by making unpredictable movements that were much more mature than what Venerable Tuss was able to perform. This was the benefit of greater skill and experience. Still, no matter how much Venerable Marek pushed his evasion capabilities, it only took one failure to collapse his scheme. After firing a steady cadence of shots, the Amaranto finally managed to nail the Paravad's flight system with another bent kinetic beam. Though the Paravad had cleverly angled its bird frame so that its underside was facing the deadly ranged expert mech, Venerable Marek learned, just like his other dwarven colleagues, that his measure ultimately failed to stop the inevitable. No! The Paravad's loss of mobility made it a lot more vulnerable to follow-up shots, which was a fatal outcome to any mech that relied on evasion to stay alive. As the proud expert mech of the Hiver-Roarers was enduring continuous hits, Venerable Marek did not wait until the Paravad was close to falling apart. With a regretful sigh, he pulled the ejection lever as well. Another dwarven expert pilot had been taken off the board. How many dwarven expert mechs are left? Someone wondered. In just a brief amount of time, the overbearing Amaranto had taken 6 more enemy expert mechs out of play. This was such a shocking result that even the Larkinsons themselves were rendered speechless. The Amaranto seemed to be inexhaustibly lethal. Both its firepower and endurance had made a profound impression on both sides. So this is the might of a masterwork expert mech? General Cabrinor, who had largely been reduced to a spectator aboard his sabotaged flagship, could only shake his head as he learned of this result. Maybe Vulcan is on their side after all, he whispered. None of the dwarven officers around him possessed enough confidence to refute their superior's argument. Chapter 3292, Tipping Point. The Feral Provincial Army started off with a total of around 30,000 mechs and 13 expert mechs. The attacking Vulcanites had every reason to be confident. They were fighting on their home ground, their fleet was tight and condensed to just their combat vessels. The professionalism and development of their military mech divisions exceeded that of any private armed force, and they were led by old, veteran war heroes who achieved great success in defeating enemy humans in the past. Yet, the Ferals miscalculated. Not every enemy human force is the same. Some of them were better equipped than most. Others had a lot of friends who could not be provoked. As for the Golden Skull Alliance, the Larkinson clan alone was a giant anomaly in itself. The apparent strength it possessed on the surface was a complete smoke screen. The infamous clan hid one surprise after another. From the inexplicable battle formations that wiped out thousands of molten hammer mech pilots at once to the unending alloy armor plating that made the Larkinson expert mechs nearly unkillable, all of these unexpected surprises caused the dwarven battle plan which previously looked so ironclad to crumble apart. Though General Cabrinor and the other dwarven officers added plenty of assurances to their plan, they realized far too late that they had not respected their human opponents enough. The final and most crucial miscalculation which caused the entire dwarven offensive to falter was the unexpected burst of strength from the Amaranto. Without any warning and without any sign that the expert mech contained any powerful component that could explain where its strength had come from, the radiantly glowing expert rifleman mech drew from an unknown power source and overpowered the expert mechs assigned to contain this extreme threat. Now, this masterwork expert mech, which had always exerted a lot of dread towards the Vulcanites, was completely unleashed. Its subsequent actions conformed with General Cabrinor's worst nightmare. In just a relatively short span of time, the Amaranto removed 8 dwarven expert mechs off the board. That was more expert mechs than what the humans fielded from the start. The dwarven general did not even have to look at the list in order to know which ones were gone. The Molten Hammer started off with 4 expert mechs, but now only the Gatecrasher was left. Slug Rangers lost 3 out of 4 expert mechs. The remaining ranged expert mech which had been taking part in the successful offensive at the enemy's left flank had retreated back to the fleet in time. The Hiver-Roarers brought a lot of expert mechs as well, but it had lost 3 of its proud machines as well. The remaining bestial expert mech that had been so pivotal in pushing the other flank had no choice but to retreat as well. There was no cover in open space, and using the frames of existing mechs as shields was just delaying the inevitable. The Great Ram was not connected to the Warnet anymore, but her sensor suite was still powerful enough to keep track of the changes on the battlefield. It became clear that once proud feral mech forces no longer possessed a viable road to victory. In fact, if the remaining surviving expert mechs threw every other consideration aside and initiated a suicide assault against the Amaranto, there might have been a chance to salvage this situation. Unfortunately, the other feral commanders were unwilling to make this choice. In absence of central command, they made a conservative choice as they lacked the stomach to make the hard choices that were necessary to win against powerful humans. They did not wish to gamble their remaining surviving expert mechs and expert pilots, and recalled them before they too fell victim to the Amaranto's tyrannical firepower. Was it the right choice? Many dwarves had different ideas about it, but from the moment the surviving expert mechs removed themselves from the battlefield, General Kebranor knew that his side had unquestionably lost control of the battle. The surviving dwarven mech units were still putting up a good fight against their human counterparts. Previously, the flank where the Amphies and the Dark Zephyr had been trying and failing to prop up the hard-hit Larkinson and Glory Seeker mechs only needed a single push before the Pharaohs conquered this side. Yet the sudden retreat of 3 dwarven expert mechs robbed the remaining successful Hiver-Roarum mechs with their strongest form of support. The morale of the mech pilots plunged while the Amphies and Dark Zephyr were unleashed as well. Though the 2 human expert mechs were in bad shape and their expert pilots had already exhausted much of their strength, they did not have to do much in order to reverse the situation. The Dark Zephyr bypassed every enemy avian mech and rapidly sunk its daggers through the surfaces of every crumble shell it came across. By now, the Larkinson clan had thoroughly managed to figure out the internal layout of this enemy mech model. Venerable Tusa was always able to stab in the places which guaranteed an instant kill. I might not have the guts to fight another round with your expert mechs, but killing your turtles is as easy as going on a walk. Venerable Tusa taunted as he did his duty, not hesitating to overstrain his will to project greater strength. Where's your courage now, dwarves? The Amphies did not brazenly plunge behind enemy lines. The Cross Clan's expert space knight had already taken a considerable beating in an attempt to stall the 3 dwarven expert mechs that had just run away. Therefore, instead of doing anything, Venerable Linda Cross chose to fly her mech alongside friendly units and supported them while they launched their counterattack. Her expert mech still held its battered and half-crumbled shield up front, while throwing out its chain's word at various Hiver-Roarum mechs within reach. Not a single dwarven machine was able to withstand the unnaturally high force transmitted by this remarkable weapon. They all shattered apart as if they were struck by a giant hammer. None who oppose our Cross Clan shall escape our retribution. Without the support of the spinning turtle mechs, and with the continued rampage of the Amphies and the Dark Zephyr, the remaining Hiver-Roarum mechs lost a lot of their bite. Like a deflated balloon, the dwarves not only lost all of the advantages they previously accumulated, but also showed a tendency of breaking. The mass confusion, the rapid reversal in fortune, the higher-than-expected casualties and early retreat of their remaining heroes all pushed the remaining dwarven mech pilots to the brink. It was a testament to their training and their commitment to their service and respective causes that they did not break on the spot. Stubborn dwarves. General Vo frowned as he watched the situation unfold from the graveyard's command center. They just won't break. He was happy that his forces finally managed to gain a decisive advantage in this battle, but that did not mean he was ready to lean back and sip his favorite drink. Many clansmen could still perish while they attempted to secure their victory. The fact that most dwarven mech pilots hadn't broken from all of the pressure was the biggest issue weighing on his mind. He believed that if the dwarves really got desperate, they might do something desperate, such as trying to destroy the Larkinson fleet at all costs or dragging down as many human lives with them as possible. Verl decided to open a private channel to Ves. Congratulations, General. Ves smiled. We made it through. Don't be so quick to celebrate yet, sir. The general immediately cautioned. The pharaohs can still do a lot of damage to us. They still retain over 10,000 mechs that can all do a lot of damage to our fleet. Ves understood what Vro was worried about. His tired smile dropped in response. What are you suggesting, then? It depends on what you wish to accomplish, sir. What is the objective that you are striving for? Do you want us to take revenge on the pharaohs that have launched an unprovoked attack on us? Or do you want to preserve as much of our lives and battle strength as possible and maximize our chances of escaping the Vulcan Empire? Though General Vro's questions offered Ves two seemingly equal choices, his underlying message was clear. Though Ves and many other Larkinsons were incredibly angry at the pharaohs and wanted payback for all of the comrades that had fallen over the course of this battle, was exacting their vengeance truly important at the moment? Ves did not want to risk his freedom and survival. There were still well over 10,000 dwarven mechs left. Even in a situation where they were at an absolute disadvantage, they could still destroy a lot of mechs and ships if they were truly pushed into a corner. Also, take a look at the gatecrasher, Vril slowly said. Do you think that venerable Orthox will just stand by while seeing his fellow dwarves get slaughtered? Ves narrowed his eyes as he observed the gatecrasher showing an increasing amount of desperation in trying to get rid of the Balvo's rage. As someone who was highly sensitive towards life and emotions, he could sense the growing urgency from the formidable high-tier dwarven expert mech. A sinking feeling emerged from his stomach. Are you saying? Do you know why high-tier expert pilots are so feared? General Vril helplessly smiled. It's not just because of their individual combat effectiveness. The true reason why opponents dread their appearance on the battlefield is because there is always a risk that a losing engagement might provide them with the stimulation they need to break their final bottlenecks. I don't think I should tell you what the consequences will be if Venerable Orthox undergoes his second apotheosis. The emergence of a brand new ace pilot would change everything. Not only was an ace pilot supremely powerful in a way that Ves couldn't even properly describe, but the other dwarven mech pilots whose confidence had nearly reached their lowest point would suddenly regain their full morale. Even if the Golden Skull Alliance managed to block or defeat the newly ascended ace pilot at great cost, the maddened dwarven mech pilots that threw themselves onto their human opponents could inflict massive damage to the expeditionary fleet. Ves had many important goals in mind. Crushing his current opponents until there was nothing left was not one of them. He and his clan wouldn't gain anything meaningful out of persecuting the Pharaoh punitive fleet. Instead, they would just suffer a lot more preventable losses and even give their opponents a chance to reverse their losing struggle. The Larkinsons experienced many times when opponents pushed them to desperation, only for that to be the catalyst of a miraculous breakthrough or the unveiling of a desperate and extremely dangerous countermeasure. In fact, that was exactly what the Vulcanite soldiers had done to the Larkinson clan. Their insistence on annihilating the entire human fleet left Ves and his clansmen with no choice but to go all out and employ much of their trump cards. Though the dwarven mech forces looked as if they had nearly exhausted all of their options, they still had a few cards left to play. Sir! A censor officer yelled. The Great Ram and several other dwarven fleet carriers have begun to increase their acceleration. They are overloading their propulsion systems. Ves immediately switched to a view of the dwarven capital ships in question. Each of them were in the process of disgorging escape pods, shuttles, and other vehicles en masse. There was only one particular reason why the large and expensive fleet carriers exhibited this behavior. They're attempting to ram our fleet. The Great Ram is on a collision course with our flagship, while their other fleet carriers are on track to ram into the Hemington Cross, the Indigo Tremor, and several other friendly capital ships. What's their ETA? The closest time until impact is 9 minutes. The fleet carriers are dumping all of their cargo and supplies to reduce their mass, and their engineers are overloading their propulsion systems to a ruinous degree. The decisions made by the feral commanders showed that they recognized their impending loss. In order to create an opportunity to evacuate as many dwarven lives as possible, they did not hesitate to sacrifice their proud capital ships. "These damned dwarves!" Ves cursed. Chapter 3293 Shameful Dwarf. The stubborn dwarven soldiers were driving Ves crazy. On one hand, he admired their bravery, their discipline, and their willingness to keep fighting under unfavorable circumstances. On the other hand, these were exactly the qualities that caused the Larkinsons and their allies to keep losing mechs and lives even after the outcome of the battle was unlikely to change. The feral punitive fleet even decided to send their capital ships on a suicide charge in order to create an opportunity for the dwarven soldiers to escape from the battlefield with their lives intact. The Great Ram was one of those vessels. Her command center had become a lot more somber than before after General Kebernor issued the order that would likely doom the vessel. The various officers and operators all faced their leader as he addressed them for the last time. "Our courier vessels are ready to load our most crucial personnel in order to evacuate them from this star system," he announced. "Our expert pilots, our engineers, and our other talents must be preserved. As for the remainder of our personnel, they will have to take their chances on our combat carriers." The dwarves no longer sought to achieve victory. Instead, they attempted to minimize their losses as much as possible. The greatest priority lay in the personnel that represented the core of the three mech divisions. The Molten Hammers, the Slug Rangers, and the Hiver Roarers did not want to be erased from existence after this battle. The surviving expert pilots who either managed to retreat in time or managed to return alive after ejecting from their expert mechs shouldered a great burden of propping up their mech divisions while bearing the shame of a catastrophic defeat. General Kebernor did not have the mind to pay attention to the stigma that would likely haunt the fleeing survivors for the rest of their lives. As someone who had lived through the worst of the original rebellion, he cherished the lives of his fellow dwarves a lot more than preserving their illusionary honor. Though some of their fleet carriers possessed dual FTL drives that allowed them to transition out of the star system in an instant, the current chaos on the battlefield created too many gravitic disturbances that made it impossible for them to escape. Any ship that wanted to enter FTL travel had to distance themselves from the action, and that was impossible to accomplish for the capital ships. They were far too prominent to the enemy. The vengeful humans would never let them go, so the dwarves decided to use these great ships as decoys in order to allow hundreds of dwarven combat carriers to split up and run in many different directions. It was unlikely that the human force would be able to chase after so many sub-capital ships and take them all down in time for them to finish cycling their FTL drives and successfully making it out of the Fordilla Zentra system. This was what the dwarves were fighting for. If they did not do everything in their power to stall the advancing humans, then there was a great likelihood that no feral soldier would be able to make it out of this battlefield. "The Vulcan Empire shall never fall as long as it has enough soldiers to defend its sovereignty," he told his men. "I never wanted this outcome to happen, but dwarves like us are never graced with luck. The way for us to survive is not to stubbornly fight to the last man, but to preserve the essence of our strength so that our dwarven state is not deprived of all of our soldiers." This was why, as soon as secure communications had been restored with the rest of the fleet, he ordered his forces to prepare for an all-out counterattack just so that they could maximize the chances of evacuating their key personnel. General Kebernor looked down onto the deck. "This is the cruelty of warfare in space. The winner usually gets everything while the loser risks total annihilation. We can't settle for half measures. We must cut our losses and make use of any assets that will be lost to the enemy anyway." He sighed as a bot floated towards his position. The sturdy bot began to do something that shocked all of his staff. The bot shaved off his giant, majestic gray beard. The beard that conveyed so much authority and prestige to the old war hero was pretty much a national treasure to the Vulcanites. To see the famed and celebrated general shave off his entire beard was a mark of shame was that so consequential in Vulcanite culture that several dwarves even came close to fainting. No! General, stop! This isn't your fault! General Kebrenor did not command the shaving bot to stop. He ruthlessly kept his head still as the bot not only cut off his impressive facial hair that pooled all the way to the deck, but also held his broad and masculine chin still as the bot shaved it clean. The simple change caused General Kebrenor to look almost unrecognizable to the servicemen. A clean-shaven dwarf was an extremely rare sight in Vulcan society. Only the most detestable failed dwarves would ever go as far to remove their beard to this degree. The fact that the general went as far as cutting off his mark of honor and accomplishment signified that he was taking full responsibility for this defeat. The general kept looking down. The once proud beard that had graced his body for decades lay dead on the deck as if it was a fallen war banner. The shaving bot picked up the beard and moved over to a younger dwarven officer. Please bring my beard back to headquarters and tell High Command that I am sorry. Though the dwarves around the respected dwarven general tried to persuade him to come with them, Kebrenor adamantly refused. Someone must take the fall for this defeat, and I will not allow any of you to bear the greatest fault, he retorted. Even without a beard, he was still a legend in the Vulcan Empire. I am old and have already done my part for my people. There is little more that I can do to help our state in the times to come. Let me make one final contribution before it is too late. Nobody was able to sway the old general. The staff eventually left the command center and joined many of the other crew in evacuating from the ship. The great rams slowly emptied to the point where only stubborn old fools and personnel who played an essential role in keeping the fleet carrier on a collision course were left. Just as the beardless old dwarf settled into his command chair in order to face his impending death with dignity, the opposing humans changed their approach. Much to the surprise of many ferals, the enemy human mechs no longer advanced as aggressively as before. Previously, they held the upper hand. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, and Crossers had all suffered badly in the previous phases of the battle. Now that the demoralized dwarves had lost a lot of strength, the human mech pilot rapidly pressed their advantage in order to make sure their enemies did not make a comeback. The restraint also applied to the expert mechs of the human forces. The riot had already retreated to the Spirit of Bentheim, but many other powerful machines still had enough fight left to butcher the vulnerable dwarven mechs. Yet upon receiving a surprising order, the Dark Zephyr, the First Sword, the Amphies, and the Conavis Mare all ceased their advance and remained static as they allowed the befuddled dwarven mech pilots to pull back their machines without getting hounded. What is going on? Why have they ceased their counterattack? I don't care. Let's just thank Vulcan for giving us a break. Why have humans stopped? Not even the Amaranto continued to fire its incredibly lethal crystal rifle. After the dwarven expert mechs had mostly cleared the field, Venerable Stark no longer fought as intensively. However, even the Amaranto's regular, most efficient shots were still able to down a single regular mech with ease. The Amaranto had mostly directed its firepower towards eliminating the remaining artillery mechs of the Slug Rangers. The Steel Rain Mech Regiment had sustained steady losses throughout the entire battle but managed to bombard many human to pieces as well. As long as the Steel Rain no longer existed, the Eye of Elvain would be able to bombard the enemy carriers with impunity. The Slug Rangers simply didn't have any other ranged solutions left to destroy the surviving Transcendent Punishers. Yet in a time where the Amaranto should have made maximum use of its firepower supremacy, it had put down its rifle and went on standby. Although the fighting between the two forces had stalled in every part of the battlefield, there was one clear exception. The Gatecrasher and the Bolvar Rage were still going at it. Patriarch Reginald Cross ignored every message transmitted to his expert mech. He only cared about a single goal, and that was fighting his current opponent to the death so that he could find his chance. Even though the Cross Patriarch had not experienced any breakthroughs as of yet, the furious battle against Venerable Orthox had allowed him to advance his battle methods further and push his limits to the point where he had slightly managed to exceed his previous performance. Patriarch Reginald was so addicted to these gains that he never thought about stopping. His constant aggression was continually pressuring Venerable Orthox to fight back with equal fervor lest he fall against this powerful human expert pilot. Despite this ugly exception, the remaining mechs no longer continued their struggle. Soon enough, a familiar sight appeared into view. The giant projection of Ves armored in his unending regalia and holding a very distinctive hammer appeared in front of the expeditionary fleet. This time, the surviving dwarven mech pilots no longer jeered at the sight. They were all tired, defeated, and even afraid of their lives. Though not many of them took the armored human's claim that he was Vulcan seriously, their mental states were so low that the more traumatized and less stable of the dwarven soldiers began to develop weird thoughts as they watched the giant projection. Soldiers of the Vulcan Empire, you have fought bravely and with honor today. Even though I do not agree with your cause, I respect your willingness to fight for your state, province, and beliefs. You are true soldiers and I admire your willingness to fight to the end. I encountered a lot of human trash that don't possess a tenth of your courage. Ves began in a generous and forgiving voice. The dwarves expected to hear gloating from the human pretender. They didn't expect the pretend Vulcan to speak in a different way from all of the stories they heard about evil and violence-loving tall folk. I think there has been enough fighting for today, Vulcanites. There is no need to sink to our lowest points. Our fleet just wants to survive and leave this state in peace. We aren't interested in your destruction. Don't forget that you started this battle on your own accord. Think about the cause you are fighting for. Are you truly fighting for the right reasons? It was clear what Ves was trying to do. Many dwarven senior officers already recognized that the human leader was trying to erode the fighting will of the dwarven mech pilots. Are we attempting to launch an attack on your planets? That's absurd. We're not an invasion force and we are far too weak to pose a threat to your state. What you are actually trying to do is to advance the goals of a select group of politicians who want to profit out of your misfortune. Is it truly worth it to fight and die to the bitter end just so that a cabal of Vulcanite leaders can take advantage of your deaths? You are not protecting the Vulcan Empire when you have chosen to fight against us. You are endangering it instead. Previously, a lot of dwarves reacted to the giant human projection with deficiency or denial. It was different now. Ves no longer tried to question the beliefs of the devout feral soldiers and instead appealed to their reason and desire to live. He was a lot more persuasive this time. Chapter 3294, Cooling Temperature. Part of the reason why Ves was so persuasive was because he truly believed in his words. He was not putting up an act, nor did he try to channel Vulcan by putting on a mask. He was too tired of that. His stunt with Blinky caused him to become mentally and physically drained. In fact, he was in an uncommonly sober and calm mood after his emotions became dull due to his current state. If he retained a lot more energy, then he might have been inclined to order his troops to keep pushing their advantage and to pay back the dwarves tenfold for the losses they inflicted on the Larkinson clan. As it was, Ves did not see any purpose to that. Destroying all of enemy mechs would yield nothing except for useless salvage and satisfying some pointless urges. Destroying or capturing the enemy ships also yielded little use. Though Ves and his clan were always hungry to acquire more combat-oriented capital ships, it was impossible for them to get what they wanted today. The dwarven fleet carriers were probably filled with traps and didn't even offer ceilings that went high enough to accommodate tall folk. Ves fully agreed with General Vo that their goals lay elsewhere and that there was little to gain from persecuting the feral punitive fleet anymore. They achieved the basis of victory at this point. Ves did not think about continuing his ill-advised trip to the Paramount Province anymore. Compared to doing the system a favor, he much preferred to preserve his life, his clan, and his fleet. He could figure out another solution later. First, he had to bring the expeditionary fleet out of the Vulcan Empire as fast as possible. His giant projection made a compelling case to the dwarves, but it was time for them to make their choice. Well, what have you decided, dwarves? We humans are willing to give you a reprieve, but not if you insist on continuing this fight. If you agree to a ceasefire, we will not only let you disengage without any further attacks from us, but we will also let you retrieve your fallen and trapped soldiers from the various wrecks. Of course, you must extend the same courtesy to us. If you agree, then pull back your mechs and ships. A tense mood descended over the battlefield. Many human and dwarven mech pilots had fallen into thought as they tried to remain as alert as possible. This temporary pause in hostilities could easily resume if one side or the other began to open fire again. You have 30 seconds. Ves spoke to whoever was in charge in the enemy fleet. If you don't order your fleet carriers to slow down and abort their suicide charge, then we will not mind slaughtering more Vulcanites for no good reason except for your stubbornness. Choose well. After he issued his message, everyone waited and prepared for the response of the dwarves. At this stage, no dwarven mech pilot chose to defy the humans out of their own initiative. Even the most fanatical believers of the dwarven god cult were too shocked and traumatized by the successive blows to their confidence and beliefs. Some of them even started to wonder whether they had been believing in the wrong version of Vulcan all along. The power displayed by the mechs of the Larkinson clan were truly unreal. They had never seen anything like the mechs deployed by this strange human organization. I'm tired. We can't win anymore. Let's just go back. Wait for instructions. It's not up to us to decide whether to throw in the towel. As the dwarves waited for their superiors to make a choice, the humans were still on guard. The mech pilots of the expeditionary forces had already gained a measure of their opponents. The ferals they fought against were tough and stubborn soldiers who never gave up easily. There were plenty of human mech pilots who wanted to punish their opponents for attacking their fleet and killing their comrades, but there were even more who had grown tired of the killing. They hoped that the dwarves would make the most prudent choice. After 20 seconds had passed since Ves last spoke, the dwarves finally showed their response. Their surviving dwarven mechs all drew back at once. Some of the more damaged machines that weren't as mobile as before were being helped by more intact mechs. More remarkably, the feral fleet carriers all cut their forward acceleration and even began to turn away from the expeditionary fleet, thereby causing them to undergo a slow turn that made it impossible for them to continue their ramming course. Even the great ram, which looked ready to put her giant head to use, had moved away from trying to ram the spirit of Bentheim head-on. Perhaps the observers who were eager to see the two animal-headed capital ships collide against each other were disappointed, but many people on both sides felt a lot of relief. Though the dwarves never transmitted any official correspondence to the expeditionary fleet, their actions rang loud and clear. Now that their forces had all drawn back, it was impossible for them to pose a significant threat to their opponents anymore. Considering the current situation, the Golden Skull Alliance held a decisive firepower advantage. The Slug Ranger Mech Division had been savaged to such an extent that there was no way they could stop the Transcendent Punishers, Eternal Redemptions, and other human-ranged mechs from bombarding much of the Dwarven fleet and mech units to pieces. The Amaranto alone served as a powerful deterrent to the dwarves. This powerful and seemingly inexhaustible masterwork expert rifleman mech not only posed a lethal threat to all of the dwarven expert mechs, but could easily bring its prodigious firepower to bear against other dwarven assets such as their surviving artillery mechs, or even their starships. It's over, Commander Melker sighed in relief. Indeed, Commander Casella smiled. Many other Larkinsons and humans expressed clear relief at this rather boring but welcome ending to the battle. The MTA mech pilots who had been trying their best to survive while all of the madness took place around them had practically collapsed into their piloting seats. Finally! Jessica Quinton let out a deep breath. These Larkinsons are too crazy, but at least they still know when to stop. General Verl was relieved as well. He already predicted that VS had a high chance of succeeding in his attempt to persuade the Pharaoh punitive fleet to end hostilities. It was the most logical choice that best served the interests of the Pharaoh provincial army, and it was also a decision that the demoralized dwarven soldiers wanted the most. They hardly had any fight left in them, and pushing them to sacrifice their lives for their state would be a futile gesture. Commence search and rescue, he ordered. Don't focus too much on picking up salvage. We don't have the ships and cargo space to carry all of the valuables anymore. Prioritize the rescue of our trapped but living mech pilots, and the evacuation of any heavily damaged starship that is no longer space-worthy. Speed is of the essence. Our situation can turn around in an instant if a second hostile dwarven force arrives, so make sure that we are always in a state to transition out of this star system with our core vessels. Only one more fight had to be resolved. VS, General Vull, and many leaders in the expeditionary fleet knew that Patriarch Reginald Cross could not be easily restrained. This was why they opted to go for this approach without expressly consulting the Cross Patriarch. The effect of seeing both sides cease fire and backing off from each other was profound. Now that the combatants had switched over to performing search and rescue activities, the temperature in the battlefield had cooled even further. The battle fever generated by tens of thousands of mechs trying their best to destroy each other was no longer present. This made it a lot harder for the two high-tier expert pilots to maintain the same degree of urgency and desperation as before. Venerable Orthox de Massey quickly cooled down as he saw that many of his comrades might not perish on this worthless battlefield after all. A sense of peace, resignation, and contentment overcame his mind that caused him to care less about overcoming his current opponent. What did it matter if this hateful human expert pilot wrecked his gatecrasher and took his life? Just like his old friend General Kebranor, he was more than willing to sacrifice his life if that was what it took to appease the angry humans and satisfy their desire to take revenge. As long as enough of the dwarves he vowed to protect would still be able to return home with their lives intact, he would not die unjustly. The gatecrasher no longer fought as intensely as before. It slowed down and put up less of a fight as it became increasingly clear that Venerable Orthox no longer needed to go all out to save his fellow Vulcanites. "Kill me if you want," he transmitted to the Bolvar Rage. "I don't care anymore. If you want my head so badly, then I'll give it to you on a platter." Patriarch Reginald, who had previously been so engaged in this peak duel against an opponent that was equally as powerful as him, frowned as he sensed the diminishing fighting will from his opponent. The resonance affecting the gatecrasher grew weaker and weaker until the damaged expert mech no longer exhibited any form of empowerment anymore. In this state, the expert mech's performance was no longer amplified in any way. Reginald could easily defeat the dwarven expert space knight if it remained in this powerless condition. TCH. There is no glory to be found in this duel anymore. Patriarch Reginald felt sick to his stomach as he saw that his chance was being denied to him. He felt unfulfilled in a way that momentarily caused him to harbor a lot of resentment towards the Larkinsons who must have been pushing for an end to the hostilities. However, as his temper cooled down and his powerful will no longer dominated the entirety of his mind, he began to remember his responsibilities as the patriarch of the Cross clan. When he looked up how many Crosser mech units had survived and how many of them were taken out of action, he looked a bit pained. More brothers have died. Patriarch Reginald was no longer in the mood to fight, especially when everyone else had already ceased hostilities. He allowed the gatecrasher to turn around and fly away without any further interruption on his part. The two high-tier expert pilots observed each other's machines as they moved further and further apart. Eventually, the Bolvar Rage raised its axe. Good fight. I never want to see you again, Venerable Orthox responded. As time went by, it became clear that neither side had any intentions of breaking the unwritten ceasefire agreement. Some of the dwarven and human mechs no longer retreated back to their surviving motherships. Instead, they lingered on the battlefield in order to assist with the search and rescue efforts. Some carefully took hold of wrecked mechs and dragged them back to their fleet. Others carefully pried open the ruined frames of fallen mechs so that their cockpits gained enough clearance to eject. In some cases, ejected cockpits that sustained damage or mech pilots who somehow managed to float in space with just their piloting suits had to be picked up as well. A shuttle even went out on its way to pick up an aggrieved Lucky. Meow! The injured gem cat complained as his shivering body settled on a padded chair. When the cat got back to the ship, he intended to ask for a huge amount of compensation from Ves. The mission that he performed and the risks that he took was way too much this time. Meow! Chapter 3295 Opportunistic Salvaging. With temperatures cooling, the post-battle activities proceeded smoothly. Neither side let down their guard, but neither of them had a reason to continue hostilities either. The dwarves were not entirely unwilling to die for their cause, but they didn't want to throw away their lives for abstract gains when the alternative was much more attractive. Even the strongest believers in the dwarven gods suddenly learned that keeping hold of their precious existences in the face of all-out warfare was a far higher priority than proving their zeal. Ves continued to stay on the bridge as he observed the search and rescue operation unfolding before his eyes. A lot of Larkinsons had already died, but there were more who were trapped or injured who could still be saved. All kinds of mechs and shuttles were strung out across the debris field, which stretched for quite a distance. Several combat carriers even had to travel all the way towards the other end in order to facilitate the retrieval of personnel in a timely manner. The Larkinsons also did more than picking up lost clansmen. Ves paid special attention to the salvaging operation. Though his fleet had lost a lot of ships and therefore a lot of cargo capacity, he did not let off picking up high-value debris. Make sure you pick up every scrap of unending alloy or pieces of our expert mechs as possible. Ves transmitted his command directly to the salvaging parties for the 7th time. Our strongest scanners have tracked each and every fragment of unending alloy that has broken loose. Don't return until you have swept them all up to the last dust particle. This was a highly inefficient command, but Ves didn't care. There were only so many mechs, shuttles and other vehicles that could be allocated to salvaging missions, but even a single finger's worth of unending alloy was far more valuable than picking up 100 bright warrior wrecks in his eyes. One of the many lessons he learned from this battle was that he and his clan developed an over-reliance on unending alloy. This strange material that originated from the Nixian Gap possessed both top-notch defenses and enabled an extra form of resonance. The combination of these features resulted in such a huge amplification of performance for his expert mechs that the expeditionary fleet simply couldn't have won this battle without its existence. He only needed to compare the performance of the Dark Zephyr, the Riot, and the First Sword to the expert mechs fielded by the Cross clan or the Pharaoh Provincial Army. The performance gap is too wide. Though the three unending alloy expert mechs were designed with mid-tier performance levels in mind, each of them had actually approached the level of a high-tier expert mech in real battle circumstances. This is quite impressive. There were two caveats, though. First, the performance parameters were too uneven. Second, their pilots were still inexperienced and underdeveloped compared to most of their peers. When Ves tried to imagine a matchup between his current expert mechs and genuine high-tier machines such as the Bolvar Rage or the Gatecrasher, he would have to put his bets on the latter two. Perhaps their defense might not be so exaggerated, but their performance was almost uniformly high, which effectively translated into no exploitable weaknesses. The fact that the duel between Patriarch Reginald and Venerable Orthox lasted so long with either of their expert mechs incurring critical damage was a testament of their battle prowess. Well, even if my expert mechs can't beat the likes of the Gatecrasher, at least they're better than the average. That counts for something, he muttered. The Larkinson clan didn't have enough expert mechs relative to its total size. The best way to strengthen the champions of the Larkinson army was to strengthen their expert mechs as much as possible, and unending alloy was an excellent means in that regard. Ves wasn't worried about the performance of his unending alloy expert mechs at the moment, but that might change over the years as they got into more scraps. This battle had already showed that unending alloy was not invincible. While it was too difficult for regular mechs to crack this material, the same did not apply to expert mechs. Their ability to empower their attacks with true resonance caused them to acquire reality-defying properties. This was the most effective way to break the unbreakable. Expert mechs and expert pilots are too unreasonable. Therefore, each battle in which an unending alloy mech incurred battle damage was another instance where their armor coverage diminished. The Riot lost 3 limbs and incurred a lot of other battle damage. It was likely impossible for the salvaging parties to pick up all of the scraps of unending alloy that got loose. The Valkyrie Prime was also in an awful condition. Considering that an expert axeman mech hacked it apart, there were bound to be a lot of shards that had flung loose. If they blended with other wrecks or battle debris, then there was a significant chance that the Larkinson fleet's sensors lost track of them. It was too troublesome to scour the entire debris field just to search these missing scraps. This was especially the case when they only had a limited amount of time. Ves glanced at the timer and saw that the expeditionary fleet didn't have nearly enough time to complete all of the post-battle operations that should be done. The Larkinsons had to concentrate on their greatest priorities and leave many other goals behind. For example, there was no way his clan could pick up all of the broken Larkinson mechs. There simply wasn't enough time to salvage them and hull space to store them in. None of the Larkinsons forgot that they were still operating on hostile turf and that they were not welcome in these parts. In contrast, the Vulcanites owned the entire space and could dispatch large salvaging fleets to sweep up all of the valuable salvage at their leisure. This was also why the Pharaohs did not bother to perform too many salvaging operations. Their fleet largely comprised combat vessels, and they had neglected to bring their logistical ships. As the two sides continued to retrieve the people and goods that they prized the most, a slight moment of tension arose when numerous Larkinson salvaging parties attempted to pick up the remains of dwarven expert mechs. Ves specifically had to instruct General Verl to claim the valuable dwarven expert mechs. "Are you sure you want us to do this, sir?" Verl frowned. "We beat them fair and square. We aren't leaving the Vulcan Empire empty-handed. Although I don't have much use for the wrecks, their materials are still valuable. We shouldn't lack high-quality materials. I know, but I won't say no to more. Who knows whether those dwarven mechs contain any specialty products that aren't available anywhere else? Just grab as many as you can, General. The dwarves won't kick up a fuss. They're afraid of us. They're not going to restart a battle that they will surely lose just because we're claiming our rightful spoils. Besides, just look at the battlefield. The damned pharaohs can gain a lot more broken salvage from our fleet and mech forces. At least this way we can obtain a measure of satisfaction. Though General Vull did not think it was wise to provoke the dwarves in this manner, he reluctantly instructed the salvaging parties to pick up the broken dwarven expert mechs that were still ripe for the picking. It began with the enemy machines closest to the fleet. Several shuttles escorted by a squad of replenished avatar mechs proceeded to the 2 Slug Ranger expert mechs that had been keeping the Amaranto in check for a long time. The crews aboard the shuttles secured and brought back the smaller fragments while the avatar mechs took hold of the broken expert mechs themselves before steadily dragging them back to the Spirit of Bentheim. Sir, the pharaohs are lodging a complaint. They are protesting our theft of their expert mechs. Ves dismissively waved a hand. Tell them to stuff it. If they want to stop us, then they're welcome to pick up their weapons again. He was confident in his judgment that nothing would come from the enemy fleet, and he was proven right. The feral mech soldiers were mentally beaten, and their numbers were no longer sufficient enough to crush the tall folk. The Amaranto had returned for a quick resupply and flew back into space in order to make it clear that this nightmare from a distance was more than ready to go for a second round. When it became clear that the dwarves didn't intend to do more than lodge complaints, the Larkinsons became more scrupulous. Multiple reinforced salvaging parties fanned out and began to approach their targets as fast as possible in order to beat their dwarven counterparts. Different wrecks and major chunks of broken parts quickly fell into the hands of the Larkinson clan. At the end of this brazen operation, the salvagers brought back the remains from the Burza Fens, the Paravad, the Morco Mark II, the Domingo Darren, as well as the aforementioned Slug Ranger expert mechs. It's a pity we missed out on the Trementine, the Basharvar, and the Fire Mason. Ves regretfully shook his head. The 3 Molten Hammer expert mechs that previously ganged up on the riot had never fallen. Venerable Stark merely crippled their mobility on account of their high defense parameters. When the ceasefire was announced, the numerous friendly Molten Hammer mechs had approached the crippled Dwarven expert mechs and helped drag them back to the Dwarven fleet. Still, getting 6 out of 13 high-value prizes doesn't sound so bad, Ves muttered. The utility of those expert mech remains wasn't so big to him, though. He still had a couple of broken Friday Man expert mechs in storage that he had never really touched. Now, he was about to dump more broken expert mechs into his storage bays. I should really think of a way to make use of them, he muttered. Several hours quietly went by. The Golden Skull Alliance slowly completed its rescue and salvaging operations. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, and Crossers also sorted out their fleet in order to make sure that they moved all of their personnel and important assets to the starships that were still space-worthy. The Larkinsons had to abandon and scuttle many of their ships. Ves winced when he saw that his fleet eventually had to say goodbye to over 60 subcapital ships. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan also had to bid farewell to around 20 or 50 ships respectively. Well, we still have enough carriers left to accommodate our surviving mechs, so at least that's not a concern. After making sure they scuttled every ship that was still reasonably intact but not space-worthy, the expeditionary fleet finally departed the Fordilla Zentros system without any further interruption. Aside from the Pharaoh fleet, only a couple of other starships remained in the system. Aboard the Dented Coin, Olivier and Utha Persham along with the rest of their crew had remained in shock long after the battle had concluded. The director of the Persham Chamber of Commerce sat next to his daughter as they watched a rerun of the raw battle footage. We managed to broadcast this footage to the galactic net without hindrance, right? Olivier shakily asked her daughter. She nodded. Yes, father. I'm not sure whether we made the right choice. The things we have seen, if I don't know any better, I would have seriously thought that the human clan leader was truly Vulcan. He is Vulcan! Olivier shouted as he grabbed onto the shoulders of his daughter. His eyes went wild with fervor. He's just like the god described in the old stories. Just look at the miracles performed by his mech forces. Just look at the supreme craftsmanship of that colorful expert rifleman Mech. Those aren't the works of mortals. Only a god can bestow so much power on second-class mechs. Otha looked at her father, as if he was an idiot. You're crazy! That's a human boy. He wasn't even born when Vulcan first enlightened the first dwarven rebels. There's no way this makes any sense. The means of a god are unimaginable for humble mortals like us. I'm telling you, my dear, Olivier shouted before despair marred his face. We have been graced by our god, but our fellow Vulcanites were simply too blind to realize the truth. Now we have driven him away. What a disaster! The middle-aged dwarf couldn't imagine what might happen now that the Vulcan Empire had unwittingly spurned their god. Chapter 3296, Battered but Unbroken. Meow! Hey, what gives, Lucky? Meow, meow, meow! Lucky flew over and smacked his hard tail against V's head on a continuous basis. The injured gem cat had been holding back his resentment for a long time that it felt good for him to vent his frustrations this way. Stop that already! What did I do to you anyway? Meow, meow, meow! Hey, you managed to get out okay. Meow! You know I would never abandon you. I would have found some way to pick you up no matter how the battle proceeded. Meow! Lucky hissed for a final time before he dived through the deck to get away from the source of his misery. Ves shook his head to rid himself from the sting of the tail's slaps and tried his best to direct his attention back to the matter at hand. Though the damaged and reduced expeditionary fleet had successfully managed to leave the Fordilla Zentra system, their flight from the smiling Samuel Star sector was far from assured. Just like back in the old days, the Larkinson fleet operated under yellow alert conditions. Every serviceman had to wear a hazard suit or combat suit, while the civilians at least needed to wear vac-suits at all times. During the previous battle, these protective, vacuum-sealed suits had saved hundreds of lives. In times when the Larkinsons didn't know when the dwarves were able to launch another attack, it was highly prudent for everyone to wear sufficient protection. At the very least, the sight of every crew member wearing combat-oriented garb instead of their normal uniforms kept the Larkinsons in an alert state of mind. As much as many of them wanted to unwind, grieve, or process the battle that they had just survived, this was not the time for them to let down their guard. The expeditionary fleet was still behind enemy lines. This was also one of the topics that Ves was about to discuss with his core advisors. Since Larkinson was busy at the moment, and Ves didn't want to waste any time on irrelevant details, only a couple of key figures attended the small meeting this time. The projections of General Vull, Calabast, Ministers Shadarin and Chief Minister Magdalena appeared around the conference table. Each of them were still clad in their protective suits with only their heads exposed. Their demeanors were serious, and it seemed that none of them reveled in the victory they obtained. We look like we've just suffered a defeat, Ves began. A battle doesn't necessarily have to produce a winner, General Vull in a tired voice. We may have forced the dwarves to suspend their mission to wipe us out, but we haven't made any substantial gains either. This was a completely unnecessary fight for us. We fought to survive, not to fulfill any of our ambitions. His words exposed the cruel reality. This battle was indeed an incident where the Larkinsons would lose more than they could gain no matter the outcome. Though there were lots of soldiers who gained valuable combat experience and witnessed the might of the Larkinson clan, these benefits didn't compensate for the loss of lots of starships, mechs and clansmen. Ves sighed. We need to look on the bright side of how the battle ended. We avoided the worst outcomes, and that should be enough. Everyone nodded. At least they could agree with that. The Pharaohs could have done much worse to them than eventually letting their surviving fleet leave the Fordilla Zentra star system undisturbed. Let's get the ugly news out of the way first. How many people did we lose? General Vo briefly glanced at a list. We are still tallying the numbers. We evacuated rather hastily, and there are still many injured personnel who might, or might not be able to pick themselves up again. In short, we lost 3,700 mechs, but only 1,400 mech pilots. A lot of ejected mech pilots were able to make it back to our fleet, as the Slug Rangers generally didn't bother to waste their firepower on our defeated mech pilots. We lost a lot more ship personnel though. Over 6,000 are dead or unaccounted for. Our rescue parties have acted as thoroughly as possible to rescue every living body on the battlefield, but it's possible that they may have missed a couple of survivors. A heavy mood hung over the conference room. The lack of time to scour the various shipwrecks was a major limitation that prevented them from performing a more thorough search. Ves turned around and reached out his hand. The Larkinson mandate that hung on Nita's side automatically flew into his grasp. He briefly closed his eyes, soothed the satin golden cat, and tried to scope out the Larkinson network. It's fine, he finally said when he was done with his examination. We didn't leave any surviving clansmen behind. Our rescue parties did a good job. No one around the conference table questioned the accuracy of this statement. Even if Ves was lying, there weren't any good reasons to contradict him. The clan needed as much good news as possible. How many ships did we lose? Over 60. Most of them were poorly armored non-combat subcapital ships. Our direct battle effectiveness doesn't depend heavily on them, but their absence will significantly slow down our efforts to repair and recover from the damage we've incurred, the general answered. Also, we are thinking about evacuating 3 or 4 more vessels before our next hop. Why is that the case? The vessels we had to leave behind were either destroyed or crippled to the point where making them space-worthy and FTL-capable requires way more repairs than we can quickly perform in the field. That doesn't mean our remaining starships are all in good condition. You should look at the graveyard, for example. The general summoned a projection of the capital ship in question. As the only true defensive capital ship in the Larkinson fleet, the graveyard had shouldered the most important burden of withstanding enemy fire. Without the graveyard performing her essential function, the Steel Rain artillery mechs could have directed their firepower to more vulnerable capital ships such as the Dragon's Den or the Vivacious Wall. Though the graveyard served her role without any complaints, her hull looked as if it had been exposed to a meteor storm. Almost her entire surface was marked with damage. Cracker mechs along with numerous ranged expert mechs had all pounded her thick but inconsistent hull plating that was originally made out of heterogeneous battlefield salvage. The graveyard lost a lot of fused scrap metal plating, and some of her outer compartments had even been caved in after suffering direct hits. Will she hold? Ves gestured his head at the worrisome projection. According to Vivian Tsai, the graveyard's tolerance for damage is high. Though many of her parameters have dropped, her FTL drives are still in good condition. The biggest risk to our defensive ship is that the heaviest blows from the Gauss cannon may have cracked her keel or other critical structural parts. The engineers aboard the salvaging ship are already scanning her interior to detect she is at risk of collapsing in the near future. I see. Ves did not really care about the loss of all of the subcapital ships at this point. The expeditionary fleet was so close to the Beyonder Gate that it was actually good that they were able to get rid of some of their redundant subcapital ships ahead of time. It was well worth the price to trade them away to preserve the existence of more valuable assets. The graveyard was much more crucial to his plans. The Larkinson fleet had an abundance of non-combat capital ships, so every large vessel that was useful in a fight was essential to his future success in the Red Ocean. I have one more piece of bad news for you with regards to the graveyard. Depending on the severity of her structural damage, we might have to send her to a dry dock in order to restore her long-term integrity and space-worthiness. Ves scowled. That's certainly not what I want to hear. Shadarin Pernes concurred. I have already inquired where we can perform essential starship repairs. Every shipyard and dry dock in the star cluster is fully booked. Unless you are able to convince those in high places to make an exception for us, this will not change. We might not need to resort to any third parties. General Ves smiled. As long as the graveyard lasts long enough for us to reach the tarnished Crown Star sector, we can pick up the diligent Ovenbird. Though she's not a fully featured mobile dry dock, her large-scale repair and construction capabilities should be more than capable of performing moderate repairs. As long as the graveyard wasn't apart at the seams, they might not have to leave her behind. Prioritize repairs on the graveyard as much as you can. Transfer over additional engineers and repair crews if you have to. She has already shown her worth in the prior battle. We absolutely can't do without her defenses. Her formidable salvaging capabilities are also essential in a place like the Red Ocean. Once Ves gained a decent understanding of the condition of the Larkinson fleet, he moved on to his next concern. General Vol, Chief Minister Magdalena, how are our clansmen doing? The two senior Larkinsons looked at each other before General Vol spoke first. Our mech pilots and many of our other active servicemen are tired, relieved, and even traumatized to a degree. This battle has not pushed our veterans to the brink, but the same can't be said for our rookies. Many of them joined our clan after we fought the Battle of Reckoning, so they have never experienced a pitched battle of this scale. We threw them straight into the fire without giving them too many opportunities to prepare. Will there be a problem? Ves directed a steady stare at the general. The general hesitated a bit before shaking his head. There shouldn't be. Our mech legions and our headquarters are well staffed and are able to offer plenty of counseling and psychological support. We are already accustomed to handling these issues from our men. That was good, because Ves didn't want to waste any time on them. He had more important priorities. What about our civilian population? Ves turned to Magdalena. The chief minister looked concerned. The general clansmen are glad to be alive, but far too many of them have been displaced from their old berths without much warning or preparation. They are living under basic conditions aboard our capital ships. Crowding is becoming a problem, and it will take at least several weeks to provide higher quality shelter to them. It will take even longer to give them something to do again. Well, we were planning to transfer all of our personnel from our smaller vessels to our capital ships anyway. We just started with this operation a few months ahead of schedule. Don't bother with transferring them back to their old berths if the ships still exist. Even if it is a little chaotic, do your best to help our civilian population settle into our capital ships. I shall pass that on. We were already discussing this option before you called this meeting, Magdalena Larkinson said. Are there any other personnel concerns that need to be brought to my attention? Ves asked. There were a few issues. Venerable Joshua suffered a major defeat, and his prime mech was broken. The Larkinson army lost a couple of expert candidates, but did not gain any new ones that were still alive. None of the current roster of expert candidates had broken through to expert pilot. Vincent Rickling was loudly demanding a new prime mech for himself. Ves did not show much concern to these issues. Some of them were genuine problems, but he didn't need to address them in person. The clan had plenty of people and institutions to solve these lower-level problems. He just asked in order to gain a better picture of the overall state of his clan. From what he could gather, his clansmen weren't particularly happy, but they were far from blaming him for their losses. That was all VS needed to know. Chapter 3297 Streaming Celebrities. Once the people attending the meeting finished their discussion on the state of the Larkinson clan, they moved on to their next priority, which was trying to make it out of the Vulcan Empire alive and intact. Tell me how we stand with regards to our flight from a dwarven country. The Vulcanites are in the middle of an upheaval. Calabast immediately spoke up. Have you checked the galactic net lately? VS shook his head. No. I have my hands full with managing other affairs. Several of our expert mechs are in bad shape and need to be repaired as soon as possible to restore our top-level battle effectiveness. How can I spare any time to browse the galactic net? Calabast pressed her lips into a line. Well, you might want to take a look at the regional news portals. Not just the Vulcan Empire, but the entire star cluster is buzzing about our battle. A sinking feeling overcame VS. He tapped his fingers and called up a projection that displayed a selection of the current news in the star cluster. The Dwarven menace has returned. Larkinson clan the powerhouse from the Komodo star sector. Review the stunning footage of the Battle of Fordilla Zentra with analysis from esteemed tacticians and mech designers. Magic or science? Witness the debate on the Larkinson clan's mass energy attacks at 2000 hours standard time. The Vulcan Empire must avenge the evil deeds of these intruding humans. Ves Larkinson, blasphemer and liar. This evil human sorcerer must answer for his crimes. Suffice to say, the headlines did not put VS in a good mood. When he looked a little deeper, he realized that footage of the entire battle had ended up on the galactic net. From start to finish, the entire progression of the engagement from the initial blows of the Dwarven fleet to the eventual halt in hostilities was captured by several different long-ranged optical sensor feeds. How bad is it, Calabast? VS whispered as he saw a giant projection of himself talking nonsense to the Dwarven fleet. The spymaster smirked. I wouldn't be so worried if I were you. We looked good during the battle. You can't say the same for the dwarves, who not only bear the fault of initiating hostilities, but also failed to achieve their objective. Sure, we exposed our trump cards to everyone who cares, but with how often we make use of them, this outcome would have happened sooner or later. At least this is one of the best ways to insert fear into anyone who thinks they can employ massed mechs to tear us down. You call this the best way? VS angrily gestured at the footage. If you look closely at the footage, you'll see that they only consist of a few long-ranged optical sensor feeds from a relatively cheap third-class commercial vessel. The resolution of the footage isn't high and smaller details are difficult to distinguish due to distance and interference. The dented coin uploaded this footage to the galactic net live in order to discredit the Dwarven god cult and strengthen the traditionalists in the Vulcan Empire. The ship did not transmit any other sensor readings. VS calmed down when he heard that. Has it actually helped us in any way? Calabast looked pleased. Director Olivier Percharme succeeded in his goal. A lot of controversy has erupted in the Vulcan Empire. There are Vulcanites who are for or against this battle, and there are a lot of angry leaders who don't want their worst nightmares to come true. This unprovoked attack will have repercussions on their entire state, and the last thing they want is to worsen their case in front of the MTA. Although this news isn't public, a couple of my sources tell me that Grand Regent Habitas Aiden himself is in talks with the association. Shadarin Pernes smiled as well. According to my own understanding of the local political situation, a large and intense opposition has broken out from the more traditional and dovish parts of the Vulcan Empire. There are still many Vulcanites who dread a war against the powerful tall folk and want nothing more than to enjoy their current level of power and prosperity in this star sector. The warmongers threatened to tear this all down. The fact that the Feral Provincial Army provoked a battle with superior numbers only to lose badly has embarrassed and discredited the fanatical Dwarven god cultists. And that means... A follow-up action is highly unlikely to happen. The controversy is too big, and the traditionalists within the Vulcan Empire will not allow their younger, and rather short-sighted Vulcanites to make this problem worse. That was good news to Ves. The Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers all lost a lot of battle effectiveness, and could never win against a similar opponent in their current condition. Of course, Shederin's judgment was not absolute. There was still a chance that the crazy dwarves organized another pursuit force, and were on their way to intercept the escaping human fleet before it left the star sector. Therefore, until the Larkinsons actually left the reach of the Vulcan Empire, Ves and the others did not intend to relax. Calabast and Shederin continued to explain their take on the developing political crisis in the Vulcan Empire. The Vulcan faith and the dwarven leaders who were aligned to it had long shown great concern at the dwarven god cult's unceasing growth. Up until now, the rise of the cult had long been unstoppable. More and more dwarves of the younger generation were not content with worshipping a human god. The Vulcan Empire's population skewed heavily to the younger side. The vast majority of its citizens had been born in a time when the Vulcan Empire was already established and in its ascendancy. The proportion of Vulcanites who lived during the time of the original rebellion amounted to less than 5% of the Empire's booming population. This was the strongest reason why the much more appealing dwarven god cult managed to displace the traditional Vulcan faith. Due to this age distribution, the traditionalists had constantly been losing ground, yet all of that changed after this battle. Even though a single battle did not say much, the battle was so embarrassing and emotionally charged to the Vulcanites that the people aligned to the Vulcan faith were justifiably angry at their more short-sighted and impulsive dwarves. The infighting that had erupted between the two major Vulcanite factions would cause their attention to be directed towards each other. This was why both Shederin and Calabast did not anticipate any further trouble up ahead. Shederin predicted that a lot more changes were in store, but all of this speculation and analysis could wait until later. Right now, Ves and the other Larkinsons had to take care of their immediate concerns first. Will we actually be safe once we leave Smiling Samuel? Ves questioned. Even though we still retained a lot of battle effectiveness, we are weaker and more vulnerable than ever. Many of our trump cards have been exposed, and some of them can't even be used because we don't have the means anymore. Shederin grinned. You don't have to worry about that. One of the consequences of live streaming the footage of our battle is that we have become heroes to the citizens of the Empire of the Lost. We are one of the first group of humans who has fought a real, standing battle against the Vulcanites and managed to hand them a defeat. This is something that many of the Lost have been dreaming of. Considering their loaded past and culture, they would never do anything to us. In fact, I am already in talks with their diplomats. They are willing to send a military border fleet to escort us back to the Amswick system where we can recuperate under the local authorities' explicit protection. Ves did not look assured. What are the chances that this is a trap? We've been stabbed in the back by government forces way too many times to count. You didn't have someone like myself in your staff back then, Shederin Pernes plainly replied. You can trust my judgment. There are no major factions in the Empire of the Lost who benefit from attacking us. The downsides are too great. Still, if you are truly concerned, then we can refuse most of their offers and simply accept the more basic ones that put more separation between us and the Lost. Do that then. I don't want any entanglement with any governments. Even if the Lost applaud our victory against the Vulcanites, that does not necessarily make us friends. With all of his prior experiences with governments and politicians, Ves would be a fool to embrace the entreaties of any official authority. Though Shederin did not agree with this overly cautious stance, Ves was in charge and he was not. As a minister, the old man still had enough sense of propriety to bow his head. I need a better guarantee of protection, Ves said. There ought to be a lot of mercenaries based in the port system of a second-rate state. Can we hire the services of a large-scale security company like we did before? I have good impressions of the Infinity Guards back when we were recovering from the Battle of Reckoning. Now that we are in a similar position, I think it is best we employ the same solution. Everyone in the meeting agreed with his suggestion. Compared to the goodwill from the Empire of the Lost, Ves much preferred to put his faith in a mercenary contract. I shall work on it, Minister Shadarin said as he bowed his head. It is best to contract a large, cluster-wide mercenary organization. That way, we will not be beholden to citizens who are loyal to the Empire of the Lost. Getting enough protection to deter immediate attacks on us is our highest priority. If possible, also try and see if you can persuade the mercenaries to keep escorting us all the way to the Beyonder Gate at Tarnished Crowd. I don't want to take any more chances and I'm willing to pay big to rule out any further attacks. What budget do you have in mind, sir? Chief Minister Magdalena asked. Our financial position is stable, but don't forget that rebuilding our strength will require a huge amount of investment. Ves waved his hand. You can discuss the exact figure among yourselves. I don't want any half measures, though. If we have to pay as much as 1 billion hex credits or more in order to receive the best form of protection, then just do it. With all of the publicity that we've gained from showing off our combat prowess, we can't rule out that someone interested in our mechs or methods is planning to do something to us. If we can travel together with an entire mercenary mech division, I would feel a lot safer. That is highly unusual, sir. The vast majority of security companies can never field so many mechs together at the same time. There are simply too few clients who need such extravagant protection and are willing to pay the exorbitant fees, Shadarin warned. Then contract multiple mercenary organizations if needed. Who says we only have to go in bed with one of them? In fact, I would feel safer if we don't put all of our eggs in one basket. The amount of paranoia that Ves was displaying throughout the meeting was excessive. However, not even Calabas dared to roll her eyes. In a time of weakness, they all needed to show a lot of caution. Only a single mistake or oversight was enough to ruin the Larkinson clan and everything that they had worked for. No one attending this meeting was willing to see that happen. They invested too much in the clan to lose it all at this point. After discussing a few more topics, the meeting finally came to an end. Everyone knew what they needed to do now that they had formed a basic plan on how to get out and where they should go next. Chapter 3298 Unfavorable Comparisons. As the victorious but battered expeditionary fleet made its way out of the Vulcan Empire like a pack of beaten dogs, the Larkinsons all got to work. After establishing a basic plan for the future, the different leaders within the clan all took charge and made sure that everyone was doing something productive. Mechs were being repaired. Mech pilots were being prepared for an eventual second bout. Engineers and repair crews were doing as much as they could to repair their damaged ships. Logistical personnel were organizing and allocating all of the goods and supplies that had been shifted over to the capital ships in a hurry. Administrative personnel were doing their best to house and meet the needs of tens of thousands of extra passengers on the same vessels. And these were just the short-term assignments that could be done right away. There were also many other Larkinsons who were liaising with the Empire of the Lost, managing public relations now that the Larkinson clan had unveiled its astounding battle prowess to the public and vetting various large-scale mercenary companies that could be trusted to protect the Larkinson clan and its allies during their time of weakness. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan were also busy with their own recoveries. Both of them had taken a battering during this battle as their burden was no less than that of the Larkinson clan. Perhaps the only benefit they gained from the battle was that they both gained additional expert candidates. The Glory Seekers originally didn't have any expert candidates, but the breakthroughs of two notable female mech pilots during battle attracted a lot of attention. Unlike the Larkinson clan, the Glory Seekers were much more prepared to guard their human assets. As soon as a new expert candidate emerged, nearby Glory Seekers immediately converged upon the individual in question and used their mechs to form a wall that drastically increased the survival chances of their potential new hero. Sometimes this worked. Other times, the concentrated firepower from the Slug Rangers was too overwhelming. The Glory Seekers were already happy to have gained two surviving expert candidates from this battle. The previous two battles had already shown that it was no longer sufficient to depend on just venerable Brutus Woden to represent their top strength. They urgently needed to nurture their own batch of expert pilots in order to stop falling behind the Larkinsons and Crossers. The root of our problem stems from our home state's shortage of expert candidates and expert pilots, Marshal Ariadne Woden told her staff during a meeting. Our original intention was to maintain the strength of a mech regiment. It was only later that our mission expanded in scope and that we gained the option to recruit a vast amount of external personnel. It is easy enough for us to expand our ranks of mech pilots. It is not possible for us to expand our expert pilot roster in the same way. Our only choice is to put much more effort into developing our expert candidates. We cannot surrender all of the initiative in top-level combat to the Larkinsons and the Crossers. We are Hexers, and we are superior! The Hexers all stood up and saluted. We are superior! While the Glory Seekers were discussing plans to foster the growth of expert pilots, the Cross clan was considering different matters. As a former ruling power, the Cross clan's depth was deeper. It already had 5 expert candidates who had always maintained a low profile, and now another new talent had joined their ranks. Even so, none of the Crossers expected these promising individuals to grow up quickly. The fact that none of the expert candidates of the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan underwent apotheosis in the previous battle showed that it was not that easy for them to break through when needed. At this time, the general officers and leaders of the Cross clan were busy with arranging all of the routine matters that needed to be addressed. Their leader, who should have been presiding over the meetings, was absent at the moment. Every Crosser knew why this was the case. Patriarch Reginald Cross fought so hard and so long against another high-tier expert pilot that it became difficult to accept the outcome. We were so close, he whispered as he sat close to the entrance of the inner shrine aboard the Hemington Cross. That tough old dwarf was one step ahead of me. I could feel my will being grinded by his determination to save his people. The more we threatened his battle buddies, the more he strained himself. I actually thought he would have broken through to ace pilot if we fought for another minute. Professor Benedict stood close to the moody expert pilot and leader and crossed his arms. And you thought that it would be a good idea to fight against a newly promoted ace pilot? You should know that the outburst of force resonance at this level is far more than what you and your men can handle. That is exactly why I needed Orthox to break through. Reginald stood up as his deflated will flared up again. Only by challenging an opponent that is at least as good as my father will I be able to prove myself that I can be his equal. The senior mech designer frowned. You're being too impulsive, and you know it. I am fully aware of how much you yearn to become an ace pilot, but the way you are going about it is too selfish. If Orthox broke through, the damage that he could do to us is no less than what the Larkinson clan's battle networks have done to the dwarves. Think about it clearly, Patriarch. Are you willing to exchange the lives of thousands of brave Crosser mech pilots who put all of their trust in you so that you can gain a slight chance of undergoing your second apotheosis? The Crosser Patriarch looked stormy. He must have been aware of this consideration, but he refused to think it through. What the professor was doing ruined Reginald's attempt to claim ignorance. When faced with this line of questioning, the ambitious Crosser leader had no choice but to provide a straight answer. An expert pilot never shirked back from a challenge. Look at the performance of the Larkinson clan. the expert pilot slowly said. When it comes to their mechs and mech pilots, they are not that different from ours. Yet why is it that their trump cards are far better than ours? Their expert mechs are more powerful than they should be, and their so-called battle networks, which have recently become famous and admired throughout the surrounding star clusters, have achieved far greater results than any of our measures. How can we ever catch up to that level of strength? I haven't remained idle, Reginald. I am still in the process of building up a chain of industries, so I haven't been able to deliver any immediate results. Just give me a year or two and that will change. I have gained a lot of inspiration from the methods of the brats over at the Larkinson clan. While I cannot replicate their solutions, I can develop my own ones that will not lose ground. Although he felt a little ashamed to admit it, his work was not as impactful as that of a journeyman. The reasons why were twofold according to Professor Benedict. First, Patriarch Ves Larkinson's design philosophy was so unorthodox that it leveraged external sources of power. Though these sources were too mysterious to someone like Benedict, he could still understand and even apply this basic concept himself. Second, Ves and his team of journeymen had a head start. Unlike Professor Benedict, who had to abandon his old identity and much of his prior empire in order to start from the beginning in the Cross clan, the Larkinson mech designers had steadily built themselves up to this point without interruption. Time was the scarcest and most valuable resource of every mech designer. Professor Benedict just happened to have lost a lot of it due to displacing himself multiple times. If he was still able to retain his original identity and status in the Friday Coalition, who knew whether its soldiers would have the support of one more esteemed master? Professor Benedict silently shook his head. He had made his choices in life, and he was man enough to own up to them. In a way, he was glad to have gained the opportunity to unmoor himself of all of his past burdens and gain the chance to enter the Red Ocean alongside a remarkable young mech designer. The battles he took part in, the mechs he got in touch with, and the creative battle methods he witnessed up until now had thoroughly invigorated his staid and inflexible design philosophy. If he continued with his old trajectory where he wasn't exposed to all of the dazzling sights, then he might have been able to advance to master, only to have locked his design philosophy on an average trajectory with no further future. Now, the inspiration he received and the insights he had gained from seeing a completely different mech designer at work had initiated a thorough renewal process that caused Professor Benedict to question, reform, and rebuild many of his goals, theories, and assumptions. Although these changes would probably delay his possible advancement to master, the senior did not care at all. His wonder and awe for mechs had completely been reignited now that he witnessed how much more potential that they could hold. Unfortunately, as much as Professor Benedict was having his best time in half a century, it was difficult for him to convey all of this to a bone-headed expert pilot. Whatever good you're doing will only allow you to catch up to the Larkinsons at best. Patriarch Reginald huffed as he largely discounted the prowess of a senior mech designer. What I am trying to accomplish will surpass them in one fell swoop. His fire had returned as he no longer dwelled on the opportunity that he had missed in the previous battle. Only by going forward would he still have a chance of fulfilling his ambition. Patriarch Reginald turned to the second most powerful member of the Cross clan with a straight back. You accuse me of harming our men by focusing on my own advancement above everything else. I don't deny your point. However, do not think that I am disregarding the greater interests of our clan. I inherited this mantle from my father, and I am still committed to making it thrive. It is just that we can't rely on you or our men to restore the splendor that we once enjoyed. It takes too much time for any of you to achieve any breakthroughs. Of all of the people in our clan, only I can revive our fortunes in one fell swoop. As long as I am able to advance to ace pilot, every sacrifice that we have made so far is worth it. No matter how many crossers fall, as long as I succeed, our Cross clan will be able to grow 10 times stronger. Professor Benedict couldn't do much aside from accepting that the cross patriarch would never change his mind. It was quite frustrating for the senior to work around the constraints imposed by such a pig-headed leader, but this wasn't the first time he worked under challenging circumstances. If that is your choice, then I will do my best to help you achieve your goal. Benedict sighed. Just be a little more patient. We have yet to begin work on your new expert mech, but the time draws closer. We'll probably be able to satisfy your needs once we have established ourselves in the Red Ocean. There is an enormous array of brand new exotics and advanced products available in the new frontier. The expert mech that we can develop will definitely outshine your current one by a large margin. This was the difference in environment, resources, and tech. An expert mech that originated the galactic rim was not comparable to an expert mech that came from a more prosperous region. Even if the Red Ocean was still in an early colonization stage, the concentration of the best pioneers of human space meant that the specifications of mechs had reached a much higher level than what the Cross clan could reach. Professor Benedict was already salivating at the opportunity to grasp all of these new possibilities. I can promise you now that not even the unusual expert mechs of the Larkinson clan can come close to matching the power of your future expert mech. After all, the power of an expert mech wasn't solely contingent on its design, tech, and material composition. The strength of the expert pilot was also a key factor, and Patriarch Reginald's willpower and resonance strength were far more developed than any of the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. As long as Professor Benedict completed this project, the Larkinson clan would no longer be able to hog all of the limelight. Chapter 3299 Good and Bad Example. The expert pilots of the Larkinson clan processed the outcome of the battle for De La Zentra in their own ways. Each of them gained different experiences from the battle. Some achieved their goals with brilliant splendor while others suffered a complete letdown. Venerable Tusa and Venerable Stark had plenty of reasons to be happy about. They each shone brightly during the different phases of the battle and played a crucial role in tipping the balance in the expeditionary fleet's favor. Many clansmen expressed their gratitude and admiration to them wherever they walked. You're my hero, Venerable Tusa. I want to catch up to you. Thanks for saving my brothers out there, Venerable Stark. In the close and brotherly culture of the Larkinson clan, the clansmen did not feel too distant from their heroes. They all spoke towards the expert pilots without much reserve. Venerable Stark did not respond too much to these remarks. She was not a Larkinson and she had her own reasons to fight. As for Venerable Tusa, he fully enjoyed the recognition that he finally received. This time, he played an essential role in taking out the formidable Gauss Baron. Its quick and decisive elimination had lifted a huge weight off the Larkinson army's shoulders and eventually led to the defeat of the Slug Rangers. Other Larkinson expert pilots felt more mixed. They did not consider their battle performance to be stellar this time. Their actual effectiveness had fallen short of their prior expectations. Venerable Dice did not blame herself too much. She faced difficult odds and was happy that she managed to hold back 3 dwarven expert mechs by herself long enough for the rest of the clan to grasp the key of victory elsewhere on the battlefield. The Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders fully supported and celebrated her performance. The battle formation attack she pulled off was legendary, and her rapid improvement in swordsmanship, while under siege, had caused her to become an even greater hero to the sword fanatics. In contrast to the dark-skinned expert pilot, Venerable Orphan was less than pleased by the role she played on the battlefield. My riot got beat up and I couldn't do anything about it, she complained. This battle was her debut as a proper expert pilot. The power of the riot was absolutely incomparable to her previous Bright Spear Prime, yet she thought that her contribution this time wasn't that much better. Compared to what Tusa and Stark had accomplished, Orphan felt that her battle performance did not match up to her title as Venerable. Of course, her disappointment was a lot less dramatic than what the remaining 2 expert pilots in the Larkinson clan were going through. Venerable Janzi was practically invisible in the last battle. Though she loved her Shield of Samar more than anything else, she deeply experienced how much of a gap there was between her prime mech and an expert mech. If my mech was closer in power to the gatecrasher, I could have saved thousands of more lives, she muttered. The performance of the Venerable Orthox Damasi and his high-tier expert mech completely impressed her. Though the two were too far apart to exchange blows with each other, Janzi was still able to sense the old dwarven expert pilot's amazingly solid and condensed will. Orthox possessed a much more developed heart and will to protect his fellow people. In comparison, Janzi felt as if she was a toddler looking up at an adult. She was glad that she was able to witness and examine a stronger and more developed defensive expert pilot in battle. To her, it didn't matter whether Venerable Orthox was a dwarf who fought on the wrong side. Their ideals and convictions were similar enough that she was able to learn much from Orthox's example. His journey is not my journey, but all roads lead to the same destination, Venerable Janzi realized as she rewatched the footage of the gatecrasher in combat. Venerable Orthox is a truly selfless protector who has given up a lot of other choices in order to perform his only duty. Despite his age, history, and status within the Vulcan Empire, Venerable Orthox eschewed many of the honors and luxuries that a war hero like him was entitled to. It was clear that he only focused on progressing his strength and making sure his expert mech was good enough to keep up with his desire to protect his fellow dwarves. Janzi recognized that as admirable as Venerable Orthox might be, he wouldn't have become nearly as impactful in battle if he did not pilot an excellent expert mech. The quality and performance of the gatecrasher truly stood head and shoulders above the other expert mechs. Not even the Gauss Baron and the Paravad was able to measure up against the most powerful expert mech of the Molten Hammers. Venerable Janzi did not like it that her future ability to affect the battlefield was also contingent on the power of her expert mech. The better the machine, the better her performance. The better her performance, the greater her ability to fulfill her own duty. After a lot of contemplation, she set Venerable Orthox as a target. Though her battle approach was not as offense-oriented, she wanted to achieve the same degree of strength and impact in battle as the Dwarven expert mech. If I can't reach Orthox's level of strength, then I can forget about accomplishing real change in the Larkinson clan, she admitted. She wasn't happy with the fact that the Battle of Fordilla Zentra happened at all. The Larkinson clan lost 7,500 clansmen last she checked the numbers. These people would have never died if Ves did not idiotically attempt to travel through a hostile star sector. Though she wanted to convince her fellow clansmen to force a change in leadership so that senseless tragedies like this would not happen again, she had given up on this course of action. Nobody listens to me these days, she grumbled with a sour expression. Too many Larkinsons believed in their patriarch and his approach. Her fellow clansmen were so indoctrinated that they no longer reacted as strongly to this level of casualties as before. The loss of just 1,400 mech pilots was a natural outcome of any battle, which Janzi thought was completely ridiculous. If 1,400 people died at once in a random city on an average planet, then everyone would become shocked and outraged. A lot of investigations would follow as many other people demanded accountability. Whoever was responsible for allowing this catastrophe to happen was bound to step down sooner or later. Janzi shook her head. We've all become too desensitized for that to happen in our clan. Our motto practically enshrines this stupid belief that suffering casualties is normal. The only way to break this cultural inertia was to become strong or authoritative enough to make people listen. Ves was too prominent in the clan at the moment, but if Janzi managed to become a lot more stronger, she believed that her fellow clansmen would finally begin to take her words seriously. The fire burning in her heart grew stronger. Though she was not able to simplify her goals and outlook as much as Venerable Orthox, he still served as a good example of what she must do to develop herself as a space knight pilot. Our journeys are different, but our goals are the same. Janzi also wished to protect her fellow Larkinsons. The only difference was that she was far more willing to protect her clan from its own leaders than Venerable Orthox. This was the biggest reason why she thought that Venerable Orthox ultimately made the wrong decision. The case of the Vulcan Empire was a clear example of what might happen to the Larkinson clan if someone like her did not guard the people against threats from within. The dwarven expert pilot's decision to eschew politics had caused him to develop a blind spot of the danger that certain leaders posed to the commoners of the Vulcan Empire. Venerable Janzi was determined not to follow this bad example. I need to grow stronger. I can't let the other expert pilots overshadow me in battle all of the time. She clenched her fist. If she performed as well as Venerable Stark, then she would already have a lot more weight in the clan than before. It was a pity that defensive mech pilots were not able to distinguish themselves on the battlefield as easily. Still, all was not lost. Venerable Orthox and the Gatecrasher showed her a way for Space Knight pilots to become a lot more prominent during combat. She just needed to obtain an expert mech first. While Venerable Janzi was plotting a clear plan to achieve greatness in her own way, Venerable Joshua hadn't even gotten to that point. His mental state was much worse than that of his ex-girlfriend. He had locked himself up in his grand stateroom aboard the Spirit of Bentheim ever since the battle had been concluded and hadn't come out since. He missed the debriefings and other routine procedures and completely ignored everyone's calls. Only his girlfriend was able to get through his isolation. Joshua, Ketty said as she sat next to him in her pajamas. Her state wasn't so great either. Ever since she mysteriously channeled her strength through the decapitator, she felt a lot more drained and exhausted than before. Sharpa was still in a deflated state, and her mind had become a lot emptier than before. She was in no condition to work at the moment, though Sharpa was already doing its best to recover from their previous exertion. I could have done more, he sighed. You already told me that the Valkyrie Prime isn't as strong as the Burza Fens, but I truly thought I had a chance of winning that fight. I should have pushed harder and defeated the Dwarven Expert Mech sooner before its expert pilot found a way to make a comeback. Ketty's placed her strong and firm hand above his own. You shouldn't dwell too much on these what-ifs. VS doesn't think there's a point in questioning your past decisions when you can't change a thing about what has already happened. In my opinion, you made the decisions that you thought were best at the time. You couldn't have known that the enemy mech pilot was so tenacious. We all underestimated the Vulcanites a bit. Besides, we won in the end. No thanks to me. Other than saving some battle criers, I managed to ruin the Valkyrie Prime. I heard that Patriarch VS is quite distressed at all of the unending alloy that we possibly left behind in our haste to leave the star system. That's not your responsibility, Joshua. Let VS worry about that. Your job is to fight, and you did that. Have you forgotten about how many dwarven mech pilots you and the Penitent Sisters managed to kill? That death wave couldn't have eliminated so many enemies at once if you weren't there to boost and guide this powerful attack. You also played an essential role in defeating the Burza Fens. Even if your duel isn't so stellar, you managed to distract it long enough for the Dark Zephyr to sneak up and stab it in the back. Tusa couldn't have pulled that off if you didn't fight hard enough to completely attract the hatred of the Dwarven expert pilot. Her words caused Venerable Joshua to feel a little better about himself. Though he was still dissatisfied with his performance, he at least valued his contribution a little higher. Ketty smiled. She leaned in and exchanged a gentle kiss with Joshua. Thanks. I really needed that, Joshua said as he basked in her affection. Will you finally act like a grown-up now and go out to attend your meetings and stuff? Even if you don't have a mech at the moment, you can still do a lot to help out the clan. I suppose I'll get back to my duties. Chapter 3300 Round of Refits. Once the expert pilots all enjoyed a few days to rest and process their battle experiences, they gathered together in a meeting room located in the upper decks of the Spirit of Bentheim. Every expert pilot that arrived in the compartment silently acknowledged each other but did not take the initiative to chat. None of them were in the mood to joke around. The Battle of Fordilla Zentra still weighed heavily on their minds, and some of them needed more time than others to return to their old selves. After several minutes of silence, Ves, who was still wearing his unending regalia, finally entered the room with a handful of his honor guard. Even though the presence of the latter was completely redundant in this gathering, Nita and her colleagues still considered it to be their duty to guard the Patriarch at all times. Besides, if nothing else, the bodyguards made for convenient cargo holders. Nita's current armor was weighed down by the Larkinson mandate, the Hammer of Brilliance, and a few other useful goods such as a spare peastone. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm glad to see you're all healthy and alive, Ves began as he sat down at the head of the table. The previous battle has taken a toll on all of you. Before we address the items on the agenda, let me apologize to you first. Each of you had to fight in unfavorable circumstances due to the numerous mistakes and misjudgments that I have made. This battle could have been avoided. Even if we did end up fighting the dwarves anyway, I should have at least made sure that Joshua and Janzi already received their expert mechs. It's not your fault, Ves, Tusa said as he crossed his arms. Well, it kind of is, but it's not as if you went out to punch the dwarves in the face. The most you're guilty of is negligence. Janzi sneered, but she didn't speak up, which was a very welcome decision to Ves and the others. Everyone already knew her stance, and she didn't need to repeat them in front of this small and closed audience. I'm not interested in going through this apology theater, Venerable Orphan said. What I want to know is how soon you'll be able to fix my riot. It's broken. If the dwarves ambush us again, I sure as hell don't want to deploy in space with only one intact limb on my expert mech. The others were curious as well. Of the 4 expert mechs, only the Amaranto was still in decent condition. The others were incapable of exhibiting the same peak performance as before. Ves smiled at the expert pilots. He expected that to be the first topic that would come up today. Fixing your expert mechs isn't as easy as assigning a couple of maintenance crews to glue the broken parts back together. Your machines are tougher, more mechanically complex, and more demanding in material quality than ordinary mechs. Out of everyone in the Larkinson clan, only my wife and myself possess the requisite skills and knowledge to fully restore your expert mechs. Given the complexity of their designs and how time-consuming it can be to work with unending alloy, it will take weeks before they're as good as news. That did not sound like good news to the expert pilots. That's not a short amount of time. What if the dwarves ambush us in the next few days? What are you saying exactly? Venerable Orphan scratched her head. Ves is saying that he and his wife can only do one thing at once, Janzi said with a grim look. If the two of them spend the following weeks repairing your damaged expert mechs, they won't be able to spend any time on their current design projects. Understanding dawned upon Venerable Joshua. It will take longer for Janzi and I to receive our expert mechs? Ves looked quite impressed at Janzi. He didn't think she was smart enough to catch the implications of his message. She's correct, he said as he gave both Joshua and Janzi a measured stare. Look, I understand that you don't want to wait any longer to receive your promised machines, but we all have to make sacrifices. Our clan's immediate priority is to restore as much battle strength as possible in the fastest possible time span. It will take at least a month to complete another expert mech design, and it will take more than a week to fabricate the actual machine. We can fix up all of our damaged expert mechs in at least half of our time and bring back 3 fully functional expert mechs back to our mech roster. If the safety of our clan comes first, then this is the logical choice to make. His logic was irrefutable. The Dark Zephyr, the Riot, and the First Sword had already proven their amazing effectiveness before. Fixing them up provided the clan with an immediate and certain boost in strength. Of course, Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi had to accept the fact that they needed to wait longer until they received their presents from the Larkinson clan. Work on your 2 expert mech designs isn't being suspended while we work on restoring our existing expert mechs, Ves told the 2. The design department still has plenty of design teams that are constantly working on solving low-level problems and optimizing our existing solutions. When we get back to full speed on the design projects, we will be able to finish them a little sooner. This hardly provided any consolation to the 2, and what Ves was about to say would make their moods drop even more. To be honest, the work on our damaged expert mechs might take longer than a couple of weeks. Gloriana and I are thinking about doing more than return them to their original conditions. The Battle of Fordilla Zentra has clearly proven the excellence of those machines, but it has also exposed clear vulnerabilities that we can conveniently address now that we are performing extensive work on them anyway. This came as a surprise to all of the expert pilots. Are you planning to refit our expert mechs? Venerable Dice asked. Ves nodded. That's right. I don't think I need to show you any footage to make you become aware that your expert mechs aren't as durable as we like. While I'm already satisfied with the durability of the unending alloy armor systems of your expert mechs, I'm not as happy with how vulnerable the internals turned out to be. In a duel against expert mechs, it is crucial for you to be able to put your trust in the resilience of both their insides and outsides. If you are constantly trying to avoid incurring damage because you don't want your internals to be subjected to too many concussive shocks, then that will inevitably shackle your performance. That is not ideal. Though his audience agreed with his sentiment, there were still a couple of questions. I thought the designs of our expert mech are already as good as you can make them. How can you fit something better? How much time will it take to design the refit? If it takes more than a month, then maybe you should postpone it for later. Ves confidently smiled. Don't worry about the practicalities of this round of refits. We just picked up the remains of 6 valuable dwarven expert mechs. Together with our other high-value salvage, we can send them over to the graveyard in order to extract any high-quality exotics and materials that can still be reused. With a large batch of superior materials in hand, we can work towards replacing the more vulnerable internal components of your expert mechs with upgraded versions. Of course, we don't have time to research how to improve their technical performance, but simply substituting more fragile materials with tougher alternatives is not a time-consuming task. My wife has already begun to survey your expert mechs and the salvage that we can employ to perform this comprehensive durability upgrade round. Venerable Tusa, Venerable Orphan, and Venerable Dice were all pleased with this initiative. The latter 2 especially valued this upgrade because they suffered the worst out of all of the 4 with actual expert mechs during the previous battle. So how much tougher will our expert mechs become after you're done? Venerable Orphan eagerly leaned forward and asked. Beats me. Ves shrugged. We haven't even completed a survey of the materials of the salvaged dwarven expert mechs that we can use. However, if I have to make a guess, then the upgrade will likely be quite substantial. The general dwarven mech ideology is to design their machines to be tough. Even their lighter machines are more resilient than normal. There are many cases where we can use harder materials or even repurpose dwarven armor plating to strengthen the internals of your machines. The balance and mass distribution will change as a result, but we will try our best to keep them as similar as possible. Can you give us a figure? I would say that the durability of the internal architecture of your expert mechs will likely receive a boost of 20% on average. This is a generous upgrade that will allow you to fight with a lot more confidence against other expert mechs next time. While this degree of improvement did not sound revolutionary, it was nonetheless a hefty increase that could definitely make a difference in combat. In circumstances where both combatants were roughly even, a difference of 20% could definitely lead to an edge where the Larkinson expert mech would be able to win 9 out of 10 times. This was because the increase in defense not only allowed the powerful machines to increase their fault tolerance and last longer, but also granted their pilots greater leeway to perform risky moves. Of course, only half of the expert pilots present in this meeting were happy with these changes. Venerable Stark raised her hand. What about my Amaranto? You did a good job in preserving the integrity of your expert mech. It has hardly suffered from any direct damage. We only need a couple of days to perform light repairs on the components and systems that have endured excessive strain. We don't plan to upgrade the Amaranto, though. For what reason? Ves looked apologetic. The value of your expert mech lies in its offensive power, and it has already reached the limit that our design department can achieve at the moment. You can do a lot to upgrade its defenses, Venerable Stark pointed out. It's one of the reasons why I wasn't able to perform at my best for much of the battle. If my mech was as durable as the Dark Zephyr, those 2 Slug Ranger expert mechs wouldn't have hounded me for so long. We are aware of that, and we intend to do something about it, just not now. Refitting a Masterwork expert mech is much more difficult than refitting a normal expert mech. We can't perform too many modifications at once, and their quality has to conform to the same standard of quality as your existing machine. I see. Ves decided to give her a bone. It wouldn't do to neglect the MVP of the last battle and their most effective expert pilot at this point. We don't intend to keep your Amaranto as fragile as it is now. Much of the reason why we couldn't improve the defense of your expert mech is because we don't have access to any better tech and materials at a reasonable budget. That will drastically change once we reach the Red Ocean. Once we get there, we can slowly master new tech and procure stronger and more remarkable exotics to upgrade not just the Amaranto, but all of our other expert mechs as well. The development on your machines never stops. Does that count for our expert mechs as well? Venerable Joshua asked with a hopeful tone of voice. Yup, Ves grinned. It's easier to implement upgrades and designs that haven't been realized yet. I will make sure that it is absolutely worth the wait before you are able to pilot your new expert mechs. The recent battle had taught Ves and the other journeymen of the Larkinson clan a lot about all of the challenging battle conditions that expert mechs had to endure. Many of them had to revise their assumptions, which caused them to change their minds about some of the solutions they applied to the finished expert mech designs. As long as they processed their gains, they could apply all of the lessons they learned on the Bulwark Project and Chimera Project without much hindrance. This would ultimately translate into a clear performance difference between the earlier batch of expert mechs and the ones that had yet to be made. Venerable Janzi directed a serious glance towards Ves. She was truly impatient to pilot a new and improved Shield of Samar, but her future goals relied too much on piloting a powerful expert mech for her to urge Ves to make haste. If she had to wait a few months longer to get her dream machine, so be it. The power she would gain from piloting an excellent expert mech would more than make up for the lack of opportunity to practice with a powerful machine.